Chapter 16 of The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 16. Arcadian London. Being in a humour for complete solitude and uninterrupted meditation this autumn, I have taken a lodging for 6 weeks in the most unfrequented part of England. In a word, in London. The retreat into which I have withdrawn myself is Bond Street. From this lonely spot I make pilgrimages into the surrounding wilderness and traverse extensive tracts of the great desert. The first solemn feeling of isolation overcome, the first oppressive consciousness of profound retirement conquered, I enjoy that sense of freedom and feel reviving within me that latent wildness of the original savage, which has been, upon the whole, somewhat frequently noticed by travellers. My lodgings are at a hatter's, my own hatter's. After exhibiting no articles in his window for some weeks, but seaside wide-awakes, shooting caps, and a choice of rough waterproof headgear for the moors and mountains, he's put upon the heads of his family as much of this stock as they could carry, and has taken them off to the Isle of Thanet. His young man alone remains, and remains alone in the shop. The young man has let out the fire at which the irons are heated, and, saving his strong sense of duty, I see no reason why he should take the shutters down. Happily for himself and for his country, the young man is a volunteer, most happily for himself, or I think he would become the prey of a settled melancholy. For to live surrounded by human hats, and alienated from human heads to fit them on, is surely a great endurance. But the young man, sustained by practising his exercise, and by constantly furbishing up his regulation plume, it is unnecessary to observe that, as a hatter, he is in a cock's feather corps, is resigned and uncomplaining. On a Saturday, when he closes early and gets his knickerbockers on, he's even cheerful. I am gratefully particular in this reference to him, because he is my companion through many peaceful hours. My hatter has a desk up certain steps behind his counter, enclosed like the clerk's desk at church. I shut myself into this place of seclusion after breakfast and meditate. At such times I observe the young man loading an imaginary rifle with the greatest precision, and maintaining a most galling and destructive fire upon the national enemy. I thank him publicly for his companionship and his patriotism. The simple character of my life, and the calm nature of the scenes by which I am surrounded, occasion me to rise early. I go forth in my slippers, and promenade the pavement. It is pastoral to feel the freshness of the air in the uninhabited town, and to appreciate the shepherdess character of the few milkwomen who purvey so little milk that it would be worth nobody's while to adulterate it if anybody were left to undertake the task. On the crowded seashore, the great demand for milk, combined with the strong local temptation of chalk, would betray itself in the lowered quality of the article. In Arcadian London, I derive it from the cow. The Arcadian simplicity of the metropolis altogether, and the primitive ways into which it has fallen in this autumnal golden age, make it entirely new to me. Within a few hundred yards of my retreat is the house of a friend who maintains a most sumptuous butler. I never until yesterday saw that butler out of superfine black broadcloth. Until yesterday I never saw him off duty, never saw him, he is the best of butlers, with the appearance of having any mind for anything but the glory of his master and his master's friends. Yesterday morning, walking in my slippers near the house of which he is the prop and ornament, a house now a waste of shutters, I encountered that butler, also in his slippers, and in a shooting suit of one colour, and in a low-crowned straw hat, smoking an early cigar. He felt that we had formerly met in another state of existence, and that we were translated into a new sphere. Wisely and well he passed me without recognition. Under his arm he carried the morning paper, and shortly afterwards I saw him sitting on a rail in the pleasant open landscape of Regent Street, perusing it at his ease under the ripening sun. My landlord having taken his whole establishment to be salted down, I am waited on by an elderly woman labouring under a chronic sniff, who at the shadowy hour of 9:30 of every evening gives admittance at the street door to a meagre and mouldy old man whom I have never yet seen detached from a flat pint of beer in a pewter pot. The meagre and mouldy old man is her husband, and the pair have a dejected consciousness that they are not justified in appearing on the surface of the earth. They come out of some hole when London empties itself, and go in again when it fills. I saw them arrive on the evening when I myself took possession, and they arrived with the flat pint of beer and their bed in a bundle. The old man is a weak old man, and appeared to me to get the bed down the kitchen stairs by tumbling down with and upon it. They make their bed in the lowest and remotest corner of the basement, and they smell of bed, and have no possession but bed, unless it be, which I rather infer from an undercurrent of flavour in them, cheese. I know their name through the chance of having called the wife's attention at 9:30 on the second evening of our acquaintance to the circumstance of there being someone at the house door, when she apologetically explained, "It's only Mr. Clem." What becomes of Mr. Clem all day, or when he goes out, or why, is a mystery I cannot penetrate. But at 9:30 he never fails to turn up on the doorstep with the flat pint of beer. And the pint of beer, flat as it is so much more important than himself, that it always seems to my fancy as if it had found him drivelling in the street, and had humanely brought him home. In making his way below, Mr. Clem never goes down the middle of the passage, like another Christian, but shuffles against the wall as if entreating me to take notice that he is occupying as little space as possible in the house, and whenever I come upon him face to face, he backs from me in fascinated confusion. The most extraordinary circumstance I have traced in connection with this aged couple is that there is a Miss Clem, their daughter, apparently 10 years older than either of them, who's also abed and smells of it, and carries it about the earth at dusk, and hides it in deserted houses. I came into this piece of knowledge through Mrs. Clem's beseeching me to sanction the sheltering of Miss Clem under that roof for a single night, between a taking care of the upper part in Pall Mall, which the family of is back, and an house in St. James's Street, which the family of leaves time tomorrow. I gave my gracious consent, having nothing that I know of to do with it, and in the shadowy hours Miss Clem became perceptible on the doorstep, wrestling with a bed in a bundle. Where she made it up for the night I cannot positively state, but I think in a sink. I know that with the instinct of a reptile or an insect she stowed it and herself away in deep obscurity. In the Clem family I have noticed another remarkable gift of nature, and that is a power they possess of converting everything into flue. Such broken victuals as they take by stealth appear, whatever the nature of the viands, invariably to generate flue, and even the nightly pint of beer, instead of assimilating naturally, strikes me as breaking out in that form, equally on the shabby gown of Mrs. Clem and the threadbare coat of her husband. Mrs. Clem has no idea of my name. As to Mr. Clem, he has no idea of anything, and only knows me as her good gentleman. Thus, if doubtful whether I am in my room or no, Mrs. Clem taps at the door and says, "Is my good gentleman here?" Or if a messenger desiring to see me were consistent with my solitude, she would show him in with, "Here is my good gentleman." I find this to be a generic custom, for I meant to have observed before now that in its Arcadian time all my part of London is indistinctly pervaded by the Clem species. They creep about with beds and go to bed in miles of deserted houses. They hold no companionship except that sometimes, after dark, two of them will emerge from opposite houses and meet in the middle of the road as on neutral ground, or will peep from adjoining houses over an interposing barrier of area railings and compare a few reserved, mistrustful notes respecting their good ladies or good gentlemen. This I have discovered in the course of various solitary rambles I have taken northward from my retirement, along the awful perspectives of Wimpole Street, Harley Street, and similar frowning regions. Their effect would be scarcely distinguishable from that of the primeval forests, but for the clem stragglers. These may be dimly observed when the heavy shadows fall, flitting to and fro, putting up the door-chain, taking in the pint of beer, lowering like phantoms at the dark parlour windows, or secretly consorting underground with the dustbin and the water cistern. In the Burlington Arcade I observe, with peculiar pleasure, a primitive state of manners to have superseded the baneful influences of ultra-civilization. Nothing can surpass the innocence of a lady's shoe-shops, the artificial flower repositories, and the head-dress depots. They are in strange hands at this time of year, hands of unaccustomed persons who are imperfectly acquainted with the prices of the goods and contemplate them with unsophisticated delight and wonder. The children of these virtuous people exchange familiarities in the arcade, and temper the asperity of the two tall beadles. Their youthful prattle blends in an unwonted manner with the harmonious shade of the scene, and the general effect is as of the voices of birds in a grove. In this happy restoration of the golden time, it has been my privilege even to see the bigger beadle's wife. She brought him his dinner in a basin, and he ate it in his armchair, and afterwards fell asleep like a satiated child. At Mr. Truefitt's, the excellent hairdresser's, they are learning French to beguile the time, and even the few solitaries left on guard at Mr. Atkinson's, the perfumer's round the corner, generally the most inexorable gentleman in London, and the most scornful of 3 and 6pence, condescend a little as they drowsily bide or recall their turn for chasing the ebbing Neptune on the ribbed sea-sand. From Messrs. Hunt and Roscal's, the jewellers, all things are absent but the precious stones, and the gold and silver, and the soldierly pensioner at the door with his decorated breast. I might stand night and day for a month to come in Savile Row with my tongue out, yet not find a doctor to look at for love or money. The dentist's instruments are rusting in their drawers, and their horrible cool parlours, where people pretend to read the everyday book and not to be afraid, are doing penance for their grimness in white sheets. The light weight of shrewd appearance, with one eye always up, as if he were eating a sharp gooseberry in all seasons, who usually stands at the gateway of the livery stables on very little legs under a very large waistcoat, has gone to Doncaster. Of such undesigning aspect is his guileless yard now, with its gravel and scarlet beans, and the yellow brake housed under a glass roof in a corner, that I almost believe I could not be taken in there if I tried. In the places of business of the great tailors, the cheval glasses are dim and dusty for lack of being looked into. Ranges of brown paper coat and waistcoat bodies look as funereal as if they were the hatchments of the customers with whose names they are inscribed. The measuring tapes hang idle on the wall. The order-taker, left on the hopeless chance of someone looking in, yawns in the last extremity over the book of patterns, as if he were trying to read that entertaining library. The hotels in Brook Street have no one in them, and the staffs of servants stare disconsolately for next season out of all the windows. The very man who goes about like an erect turtle, between two boards recommendatory of the 16-shilling trousers, is aware of himself as a hollow mockery, and eats filberts while he leans his hinder shell against the wall. Among these tranquilizing objects, it is my delight to walk and meditate. Soothed by the repose around me, I wander insensibly to considerable distances, and guide myself back by the stars. Thus I enjoy the contrast of a few still partially inhabited and busy spots, where all the lights are not fled, where all the garlands are not dead, whence all but I have not departed. Then does it appear to me that in this age 3 things are clamorously required of man in the miscellaneous thoroughfares of the metropolis. Firstly, that he have his boots cleaned. Secondly, that he eat a penny ice. Thirdly, that he get himself photographed. Then do I speculate, what have those seam-worn artists been who stand at the photograph doors in Greek caps, sample in hand, and mysteriously salute the public, the female public with a pressing tenderness, to come in and be took? What did they do with their greasy blandishments before the era of cheap photography? Of what class were their previous victims, and how victimized? And how did they get, and how did they pay for that large collection of likenesses, all purporting to have been taken inside, with the taking of none of which had that establishment any more to do than with the taking of Delhi? But these are small oases, and I am soon back again in metropolitan Arcadia. It is my impression that much of its serene and peaceful character is attributable to the absence of customary talk. How do I know but there may be subtle influences in talk to vex the souls of men who don't hear it? How do I know but that talk, 5, 10, 20 miles off, may get into the air and disagree with me? If I rise from my bed, vaguely troubled and wearied and sick of my life in the session of Parliament, who shall say that my noble friend, my right reverend friend, my right honourable friend, my honourable friend, my honourable and learned friend, or my honourable and gallant friend, may not be responsible for that effect upon my nervous system? Too much ozone in the air, I am informed and fully believe, though I have no idea what it is, would affect me in a marvellously disagreeable way. Why may not too much talk? I don't see or hear the ozone. I don't see or hear the talk. And there is so much talk, so much too much, such loud cry, and such scant supply of wool, such a deal of fleecing, and so little fleece. Hence, in the Arcadian season, I find it the delicious triumph to walk down to deserted Westminster and see the court shut up, to walk a little further and see the 2 houses shut up, to stand in the Abbey yard like the New Zealander of the grand English history, concerning which unfortunate man a whole rookery of mares' nests is generally being discovered, and gloat upon the ruins of talk. Returning to my primitive solitude and lying down to sleep, my grateful heart expands with the consciousness that there is no adjourned debate, no ministerial explanation, nobody to give notice of intention to ask the noble lord at the head of Her Majesty's government 25 bootless questions in one, no term time with legal argument, no nisi prius with eloquent appeal to British jury, that the air will tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow remain untroubled by the superabundant generating of talk. In a minor degree, it is a delicious triumph to me to go into the club and see the carpets up and the boars and the other dust dispersed to the 4 winds. Again, New Zealander-like, I stand on the cold hearth and say in the solitude, "Here I watched bore A1, with voice always mysteriously low and head always mysteriously drooped, whispering political secrets into the ears of Adam's confiding children. Accursed be his memory for ever and a day." But I have all this time been coming to the point, that the happy nature of my retirement is most sweetly expressed in its being the abode of love. It is, as it were, an inexpensive agapemone, nobody's speculation, everybody's profit, the one great result of the resumptive of primitive habits, and convertible terms for not having much to do, is the abounding of love. The Clem species are incapable of the softer emotions. Probably in that low nomadic race, the softer emotions have all degenerated into flu. But with this exception, all the sharers of my retreat make love. I have mentioned Savile Row. We all know the doctor's servant. We all know what a respectable man he is, what a hard, dry man, what a firm man, what a confidential man, how he lets us into the waiting-room like a man who knows minutely what is the matter with us, but from whom the rack should not wring the secret. In the prosaic season, he has distinctly the appearance of a man conscious of money in the savings bank, and taking his stand on his respectability with both feet. At that time, it is as impossible to associate him with relaxation or any human weakness as it is to meet his eye without feeling guilty of indisposition. In the blessed Arcadian time, how changed I have seen him in a pepper-and-salt jacket and drab trousers, with his arm round the waist of a bootmaker's housemaid, smiling in open day. I have seen him at the pump by the Albany, unsolicitedly pumping for two fair young creatures, whose figures as they bent over their cans were, if I may be allowed an original expression, a model for the sculptor. I have seen him trying the piano in the doctor's drawing-room with his forefinger, and have heard him humming tunes in praise of lovely woman. I have seen him seated on a fire-engine and going, obviously in search of excitement, to a fire. I saw him one moonlight evening when the peace and purity of our Arcadian West were at their height, poke with the lovely daughter of a cleaner of gloves from the doorsteps of his own residence, across Savile Row, round the Clifford Street and Old Burlington Street, back to Burlington Gardens. Is this the golden age revived, or iron London? The dentist's servant. Is this man no mystery to us, no type of invisible power? The tremendous individual knows, who else does, what is done with the extracted teeth. He knows what goes on in the little room where something is always being washed or filed. He knows what warm, spicy infusion is put into the comfortable tumbler from which we rinse our wounded mouth, with a gap in it that feels a foot wide. He knows whether the thing we spit into is a fixture communicating with the Thames or could be cleared away for a dance. He sees the horrible parlour where there are no patients in it, and he could reveal, if he would, what becomes of the everyday book then. The conviction of my coward conscience when I see that man in a professional light is that he knows all the statistics of my teeth and gums, my double teeth, my single teeth, my stopped teeth, and my sound. In this Arcadian rest, I am fearless of him as of a harmless, powerless creature in a Scotch cap, who adores a young lady in a voluminous crinoline at a neighbouring billiard-room, and whose passion would be uninfluenced if every one of her teeth were false. They may be. He takes them all on trust. In secluded corners of the place of my seclusion, there are little shops withdrawn from public curiosity, and never two together, where servants' perquisites are bought. The cook may dispose of grease at these modest and convenient marts, the butler of bottles, the valet and lady's maid of clothes, most servants indeed of most things they may happen to lay hold of. I have been told that in sterner times loving correspondence, otherwise interdicted, may be maintained by letter through the agency of some of these useful establishments. In the Arcadian autumn no such device is necessary. Everybody loves, and openly and blamelessly loves. My landlord's young man loves the whole of one side of the way of Old Bond Street, and is beloved several doors up New Bond Street besides. I never look out of window but I see kissing of hands going on all around me. It is the morning custom to glide from shop to shop and exchange tender sentiments. It is the evening custom for couples to stand hand in hand at house doors, or Rome linked in that flowery manner through the unpeopled streets. There is nothing else to do but love, and what there is to do is done. In unison with this pursuit, a chaste simplicity obtains in the domestic habits of Arcadia. Its few scattered people dine early, live moderately, sup socially, and sleep soundly. It is rumored that the beadles of the arcade, from being the mortal enemies of boys, have signed with tears an address to Lord Shaftesbury, and subscribed to a ragged school. No wonder, for they might turn their heavy maces into crooks and tend sheep in the arcade, to the purling of the water carts, as they give the thirsty streets much more to drink than they can carry. A happy golden age, and a serene tranquillity. Charming picture, but it will fade. The Iron Age will return. London will come back to town. If I show my tongue then in Savile Row for half a minute, I shall be prescribed for. The doctor's man and the dentist's man will then pretend that these days of unprofessional innocence never existed. Where Mr. and Mrs. Clem and their bed will be at that time passes human knowledge. But my Hatter hermitage will then know them no more, nor will it then know me. The desk at which I have written these meditations will retributively assist at the making out of my account, and the wheels of gorgeous carriages and the hoofs of high-stepping horses will crush the silence out of Bond Street, will grind Arcadia away, and give it to the elements in granite powder. This ends chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 17. The Italian Prisoner. The rising of the Italian people from under their unutterable wrongs, and the tardy burst of day upon them after the long, long night of oppression that has darkened their beautiful country, have naturally caused my mind to dwell often of late on my own small wanderings in Italy. Connected with them is a curious little drama, in which the character I myself sustained was so very subordinate that I may relate its story without any fear of being suspected of self-display. It is strictly a true story. I am newly arrived one summer evening in a certain small town on the Mediterranean. I have had my dinner at the inn, and I and the mosquitoes are coming out into the streets together. It is far from Naples, but a bright, brown, plump little woman-servant at the inn is a Neapolitan, and is so vivaciously expert in pantomimic action that in the single moment of answering my request to have a pair of shoes cleaned which I have left upstairs, she plies imaginary brushes and goes completely through the motions of polishing the shoes up and laying them at my feet. I smile at the brisk little woman in perfect satisfaction with her briskness, and the brisk little woman, amiably pleased with me because I am pleased with her, claps her hands and laughs delightfully. We are in the inn yard. As the little woman's bright eyes sparkle on the cigarette I am smoking, I make bold to offer her one. She accepts it none the less merrily because I touch a most charming little dimple in her fat cheek with its light paper end. Glancing up at the many green lattices to assure herself that the mistress is not looking on, the little woman then puts her two little dimple arms akimbo and stands on tiptoe to light her cigarette at mine. "And now, dear little sir," says she, puffing out smoke in a most innocent and cherubic manner, "keep straight on, take the first to the right, and probably you will see him standing at his door." I gave a commission to him, and I have been inquiring about him. I have carried the commission about Italy several months. Before I left England, there came to me one night a certain generous and gentle English nobleman. He is dead in these days when I relate the story, and exiles have lost their best British friend, with this request: "Whenever you come to such a town, will you seek out one Giovanni Carlavero, who keeps a little wine shop there? Mention my name to him suddenly, and observe how it affects him." I accepted the trust, and am on my way to discharge it. The sirocco has been blowing all day, and it is a hot, unwholesome evening with no cool sea breeze. Mosquitoes and fireflies are lively enough, but most other creatures are faint. The coquettish airs of pretty young women in the tiniest and wickedest of dolls' straw hats, who lean out at opened lattice blinds, are almost the only airs stirring. Very ugly and haggard old women with distaffs, and with a grey toe upon them that looks as if they were spinning out their own hair. I suppose they were once pretty too, but it is very difficult to believe so. Sit on the footway, leaning against house walls. Everybody who has come for water to the fountain stays there, and seems incapable of any such energetic idea as going home. Vespers are over, though not so long but that I can smell the heavy, resinous incense as I pass the church. No man seems to be at work, save the coppersmith. In an Italian town he is always at work, and always thumping in the deadliest manner. I keep straight on, and come in due time to the first on the right, a narrow, dull street, where I see a well-favoured man of good stature and military bearing, in a great cloak, standing at a door. Drawing nearer to this threshold, I see it is the threshold of a small wine shop, and I can just make out, in the dim light, the inscription that is kept by Giovanni Carlavero. I touch my hat to the figure in the cloak and pass in, and draw a stool to a little table. The lamp, just such another as they dig out of Pompeii, is lighted, but the place is empty. The figure in the cloak has followed me in and stands before me. "The master?" "At your service, sir." "Please to give me a glass of the wine of the country." He turns to a little counter to get it. As his striking face is pale, and his action is evidently that of an enfeebled man, I remark that I fear he has been ill. "It is not much," he courteously and gravely answers, "though bad while it lasts. The fever." As he sets the wine on the little table, to his manifest surprise I lay my hand on the back of his, look him in the face, and say in a low voice, "I am an Englishman, and you are acquainted with a friend of mine. Do you recollect?" And I mention the name of my generous countryman. Instantly he utters a loud cry, bursts into tears, and falls on his knees at my feet, clasping my legs in both his arms, and bowing his head to the ground. Some years ago, this man at my feet, whose overfraught heart is heaving as if it would burst from his breast, and whose tears are wet upon the dress I wear, was a galley slave in the north of Italy. He was a political offender, having been concerned in the then last rising, and was sentenced to imprisonment for life. That he would have died in his chains is certain, but for the circumstance that the Englishman happened to visit his prison. It was one of the vile old prisons of Italy, and a part of it was below the waters of the harbour. The place of his confinement was an arched underground and underwater gallery, with a grill gate at the entrance, through which it received such light and air as it got. Its condition was insufferably foul, and a stranger could hardly breathe in it, or see in it with the aid of a torch. At the upper end of this dungeon, and consequently in the worst position, as being the furthest removed from light and air, the Englishman first beheld him, sitting on an iron bedstead to which he was chained by a heavy chain. His countenance impressed the Englishman as having nothing in common with the faces of the malefactors with whom he was associated, and he talked with him, and learnt how he came to be there. When the Englishman emerged from the dreadful den into the light of day, he asked his conductor, the governor of the jail, why Giovanni Carlavero was put into the worst place. "Because he is particularly recommended," was the stringent answer. "Recommended, that is to say, for death?" "Excuse me, particularly recommended," was again the answer. He has a bad tumor in his neck, no doubt occasioned by the hardship of his miserable life. If he continues to be neglected, and he remains where he is, it will kill him." "Excuse me, I can do nothing. He is particularly recommended." The Englishman was staying in that town, and he went to his home there. But the figure of this man chained to the bedstead made it no home, and destroyed his rest and peace. He was an Englishman of an extraordinarily tender heart, and he could not bear the picture. He went back to the prison grate, went back again and again, and talked to the man and cheered him. He used his utmost influence to get the man unchained from the bedstead, were it only for ever so short a time in the day, and permitted to come to the grate. It took a long time, but the Englishman's station, personal character, and steadiness of purpose wore out opposition so far that grace was at last accorded. Through the bars, when he could thus get light upon the tumor, the Englishman lanced it, and it did well and healed. His strong interest in the prisoner had greatly increased by this time, and he formed the desperate resolution that he would exert his utmost self-devotion and use his utmost efforts to get Carlavero pardoned. If the prisoner had been a brigand and a murderer, if he had committed every non-political crime in the Newgate calendar and out of it, nothing would have been easier than for a man of any court or priestly influence to obtain his release. As it was, nothing could have been more difficult. Italian authorities and English authorities who had interest with them alike assured the Englishman that his object was hopeless. He met with nothing but evasion, refusal, and ridicule. His political prisoner became a joke in the place. It was especially observable that English circumlocution and English society on its travels were as humorous on the subject as circumlocution and society may be on any subject without loss of caste. But the Englishman possessed, and proved it well in his life, a courage very uncommon among us. He had not the least fear of being considered a bore in a good humane cause. So he went on persistently trying and trying and trying to get Giovanni Carlavero out. That prisoner had been rigorously rechained after the tumor operation, and it was not likely that his miserable life could last very long. One day, when all the town knew about the Englishman and his political prisoner, there came to the Englishman a certain sprightly Italian advocate of whom he had some knowledge, and he made this strange proposal: "Give me £100 to obtain Carlavero's release. I think I can get him a pardon with that money, but I cannot tell you what I am going to do with the money, nor must you ever ask me the question if I succeed, nor must you ever ask me for an account of the money if I fail." The Englishman decided to hazard the £100. He did so, and heard not another word of the matter. For half a year and more the advocate made no sign, and never once took on in any way to have the subject on his mind. The Englishman was then obliged to change his residence to another and more famous town in the north of Italy. He parted from the poor prisoner with a sorrowful heart, as from a doomed man for whom there was no release but death. The Englishman lived in his new place of abode another half year and more, and had no tidings of the wretched prisoner. At length, one day, he received from the advocate a cool, concise, mysterious note to this effect: "If you wish to bestow that benefit upon the man in whom you were once interested, send me £50 more, and I think it can be ensured." Now the Englishman had long settled in his mind that the advocate was a heartless sharper who had preyed upon his credulity and his interest in an unfortunate sufferer. So he sat down and wrote a dry answer, giving the advocate to understand that he was wiser now than he had been formerly, and that no more money was extractable from his pocket. He lived outside the city gates, some mile or two from the post office, and was accustomed to walk into the city with his letters and post them himself. On a lovely spring day, when the sky was exquisitely blue and the sea divinely beautiful, He took his usual walk, carrying this letter to the advocate in his pocket. As he went along, his gentle heart was much moved by the loveliness of the prospect, and by the thought of the slowly dying prisoner chained to the bedstead, for whom the universe had no delights. As he drew nearer and nearer to the city where he was to post the letter, he became very uneasy in his mind. He debated with himself. Was it remotely possible, after all, that this sum of 50,000 could restore the fellow creature whom he pitied so much, and for whom he had striven so hard, to liberty? He was not a conventionally rich Englishman, very far from that, but he had a spare £50 at the banker's. He resolved to risk it. Without doubt, God has recompensed him for the resolution. He went to the banker's and got a bill for the amount, and enclosed it in a letter to the advocate that I wish I could have seen. He simply told the advocate that he was quite a poor man, and that he was sensible it might be a great weakness in him to part with so much money on the faith of so vague a communication, but that there it was, and that he prayed the advocate to make a good use of it. If he did otherwise, no good could ever come of it, and it would lie heavy on his soul one day. Within a week the Englishman was sitting at his breakfast when he heard some suppressed sounds of agitation on the staircase, and Giovanni Carlavero leaped into the room and fell upon his breast, a free man. Conscious of having wronged the advocate in his own thoughts, the Englishman wrote him an earnest and grateful letter, avowing the fact, entreating him to confide by what means and through what agency he had succeeded so well. The advocate returned for answer through the post, "There are many things, as you know, in this Italy of ours, that are safest and best not even spoken of, far less written of. We may meet some day, and then I might tell you what you want to know. Not here and now." But the two never did meet again. The advocate was dead when the Englishman gave me my trust, and how the man had been set free remained as great a mystery to the Englishman as to the man himself as it was to me. But I knew this. Here was the man, this sultry night, on his knees at my feet, because I was the Englishman's friend. Here were his tears upon my dress. Here were his sobs choking his utterance. Here were his kisses on my hands, because they had touched the hands that had worked out his release. He had no need to tell me it would be happiness to him to die for his benefactor. I doubt if I ever saw real, sterling, fervent gratitude of soul before or since. He was much watched and suspected, he said, and had had enough to do to keep himself out of trouble. This, and his not having prospered in his worldly affairs, had led to his having failed in his usual communications to the Englishman for, as I now remember the period, some 2 or 3 years. But his prospects were brighter, and his wife, who had been very ill, had recovered, and his fever had left him, and he had bought a little vineyard, and would I carry to his benefactor the first of its wine? That I would, I told him with enthusiasm, and not a drop of it should be spilled or lost. He had cautiously closed the door before speaking of himself, and had talked with such excess of emotion, and in a provincial Italian so difficult to understand, that I had more than once been obliged to stop him and beg him to have compassion on me and be slower and calmer. By degrees he became so, and tranquilly walked back with me to the hotel. There I sat down before I went to bed and wrote a faithful account of him to the Englishman, which I concluded by saying that I would bring the wine home against any difficulties, every drop. Early next morning, when I came out at the hotel door to pursue my journey, I found my friend waiting with one of those immense bottles in which the Italian peasants store their wine, a bottle holding some 6 gallons, bound round with basket work for greater safety on the journey. I see him now, in the bright sunshine, tears of gratitude in his eyes, proudly inviting my attention to this corpulent bottle. At the street corner hard by, 2 high-flavored, able-bodied monks, pretending to talk together, but keeping their 4 evil eyes upon us. How the bottle had been got there did not appear, but the difficulty of getting it into the ramshackle Vetturino carriage in which I was departing was so great, and it took up so much room when it was got in, that I elected to sit outside. The last I saw of Giovanni Carlavero was his running through the town by the side of the jingling wheels, clasping my hand as I stretched it down from the box, charging me with 1,000 last loving and dutiful messages to his dear patron, and finally looking in at the bottle as it reposed inside, with an admiration of its honorable way of traveling that was beyond measure delightful. And now, what disquiet of mind this dearly beloved and highly treasured bottle began to cost me, no man knows. It was my precious charge through a long tour, and for hundreds of miles I never had it off my mind by day or by night. Over bad roads, and they were many, I clung to it with affectionate desperation. Up mountains I looked in at it and saw it helplessly tilting over on its back with terror. At innumerable indoors, when the weather was bad, I was obliged to be put into my vehicle before the bottle could be got in, and was obliged to have the bottle lifted out before human aid could come near me. The imp of the same name, except that his associations were all evil, and these associations were all good, would have been a less troublesome traveling companion. I might have served Mr. Cruikshank as a subject for a new illustration of the miseries of the bottle. A national temperance society might have made a powerful tract of me. The suspicions that attached to this innocent bottle greatly aggravated my difficulties. It was like the apple pie in the child's book. Parma pouted at it, Modena mocked it, Tuscany tackled it, Naples nibbled it, Rome refused it, Austria accused it, soldiers suspected it, Jesuits jobbed it. I composed a neat oration, developing my inoffensive intentions in connection with this bottle, and delivered it in an infinity of guard-houses, at a multitude of town gates, and on every drawbridge, angle, and rampart of a complete system of fortifications. 50 times a day I got down to harangue an infuriated soldiery about the bottle. Through the filthy degradation of the abject and vile Roman states, I had as much difficulty in working my way with the bottle as if it had bottled up a complete system of heretical theology. In the Neapolitan country, where everybody was a spy, a soldier, a priest, or a Lazzarone, the shameless beggars of all 4 denominations incessantly pounced on the bottle and made it a pretext for extorting money from me. Choirs do I say? Reams of forms illegibly printed on whitey brown paper were filled up about the bottle, and it was the subject of more stamping and sanding than I had ever seen before. In consequence of which haze of sand, perhaps, it was always irregular, and always latent with dismal penalties of going back or not going forward, which were only to be abated by the silver crossing of a base hand, poked shirtless out of a ragged uniform sleeve. Under all discouragements, however, I stuck to my bottle, and held firm to my resolution that every drop of its contents should reach the bottle's destination. The latter refinement cost me a separate heap of troubles on its own separate account. What corkscrews did I see the military power bring out against that bottle? What gimlets, spikes, divining rods, gauges, and unknown tests and instruments! At some places they persisted in declaring that the wine must not be passed without being opened and tasted. I, pleading to the contrary, used then to argue the question seated on the bottle, lest they should open it in spite of me. In the southern parts of Italy, more violent shrieking, face-making, and gesticulating, greater vehemence of speech and countenance and action, went on about that bottle than would attend 50 murders in a northern latitude. It raised important functionaries out of their beds in the dead of night. I have known 6 military lanterns to disperse themselves at all points of a great sleeping piazza, each lantern summoning some official creature to get up, put on his cocked hat instantly, and come and stop the bottle. It was characteristic that while this innocent bottle had such immense difficulty in getting from little town to town, Signor Mazzini and the Fiery Cross were traversing Italy from end to end. Still, I stuck to my bottle, like any fine old English gentleman all of the olden time. The more the bottle was interfered with, the stauncher I became, if possible, in my first determination that my countrymen should have it delivered to him intact, as the man whom he had so nobly restored to life and liberty had delivered it to me. If ever I had been obstinate in my days, and I may have been, say, once or twice, I was obstinate about the bottle. But I made it a rule always to keep a pocket full of small coin at its service, and never to be out of temper in its cause. Thus I and the bottle made our way. Once we had a breakdown, rather a bad breakdown, on a steep high place with the sea below us, on a tempestuous evening when it blew great guns. We were driving 4 wild horses abreast, southern fashion, and there was some little difficulty in stopping them. I was outside and not thrown off, but no words can describe my feeling when I saw the bottle, traveling inside as usual, burst the door open and roll obesely out into the road. A blessed bottle, with a charmed existence, he took no hurt, and we repaired damage and went on triumphant. 1,000 representations were made to me that the bottle must be left at this place or that, and called for again. I never yielded to one of them, and never parted from the bottle on any pretense, consideration, threat, or entreaty. I had no faith in any official receipt for the bottle, and nothing would induce me to accept one. These unmanageable politics at last brought me and the bottle, still triumphant, to Genoa. There I took a tender and reluctant leave of him for a few weeks, and consigned him to a trusty English captain, to be conveyed to the port of London by sea. While the bottle was on his voyage to England, I read the shipping intelligence as anxiously as if I had been an underwriter. There was some stormy weather after I myself had got to England, by way of Switzerland and France, and my mind greatly misgave me that the bottle might be wrecked. At last, to my great joy, I received notice of his safe arrival, and immediately went down to St. Catherine's docks, and found him in a state of honourable captivity in the custom-house. The wine was mere vinegar when I set it down before the generous Englishman. Probably it had been something like vinegar when I took it up from Giovanni Carlavero, but not a drop of it was spilled or gone, and the Englishman told me, with much emotion in his face and voice, that he had never tasted wine that seemed to him so sweet and sound. And long afterwards the bottle graced his table. And the last time I saw him in this world that misses him, he took me aside in a crowd to say with his amiable smile, "We were talking of you only today at dinner, and I wished you'd been there, for I had some claret up in Carlavero's bottle." This ends chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Uncommercial Traveler by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 18. The Calais Night Mail. It is an unsettled question with me whether I shall leave Calais something handsome in my will, or whether I shall leave it my malediction. I hate it so much, and yet I am always so very glad to see it, that I am in a state of constant indecision on this subject. When I first made acquaintance with Calais, it was as a maundering young wretch in a clammy perspiration and dripping saline particles, who was conscious of no extremities but the one great extremity, seasickness, who was a mere bilious torso, with a mislaid headache somewhere in its stomach, who'd been put into a horrible swing in Dover harbour, and had tumbled giddily out of it on the French coast, or the Isle of Man, or anywhere. Times have changed, and now I enter Calais self-reliant and rational. I know where it is beforehand. I keep a look out for it. I recognize its landmarks when I see any of them. I am acquainted with its ways, and I know, and I can bear, its worst behavior. Malignant Calais, low-lying alligator, evading the eyesight and discouraging hope, dodging flat streak, now on this bow, now on that, now anywhere, now everywhere, now nowhere. In vain Cape Grisnez, coming frankly forth into the sea, exhorts the failing to be stout of heart and stomach. Sneaking Calais, prone behind its bar, invites emetically to despair. Even when it can no longer quite conceal itself in its ruddy dock, it has an evil way of falling off, has Calais, which is more hopeless than its invisibility. The pier is all but on the bowsprit, and you think you are there. Roll, roll, roar, wash! Calais has retired miles inland, and Dover has burst out to look for it. It has a last dip and slide in its character, has Calais, to be especially commended to the infernal gods. Thrice accursed be that garrison town when it dives under the boat's keel, and comes up a league or two to the right, with the packet shivering and spluttering and staring about for it. Not but what I have my animosities towards Dover. I particularly detest Dover for the self-complacency with which it goes to bed. It always goes to bed, when I am going to Calais, with a more brilliant display of lamp and candle than any other town. Mr. and Mrs. Birmingham, host and hostess of the Lord Warden Hotel, are my much-esteemed friends, but they are too conceited about the comforts of that establishment when the night mail is starting. I know it is a good house to stay at, and I don't want the fact insisted upon in all its warm, bright windows at such an hour. I know the warden is a stationary edifice that never rolls or pitches, and I object to its big outline seeming to insist upon that circumstance, and, as it were, to come over me with it when I am reeling on the deck of the boat. Beshrew the warden likewise for obstructing that corner, and making the wind so angry as it rushes round. Shall I not know that it blows quite soon enough without the officious warden's interference? As I wait here on board the night packet for the south-eastern train to come down with the mail, Dover appears to me to be illuminated for some intensely aggravating festivity in my personal dishonour. All its noises smack of taunting praises of the land and dispraises of the gloomy sea, and of me for going on it. The drums upon the heights have gone to bed, or I know they would rattle taunts against me for having my unsteady footing on this slippery deck. The many gas eyes of marine parade twinkle in an offensive manner, as if with derision. The distant dogs of Dover bark at me in my misshapen wrappers, as if I were Richard III. A screech, a bell, and two red eyes come gliding down the Admiralty Pier, with a smoothness of motion rendered more smooth by the heaving of the boat. The sea makes noises against the pier, as if several hippopotami were lapping at it, and were prevented by circumstances over which they had no control from drinking peaceably. We, the boat, become violently agitated, rumble, hum, scream, roar, and establish an immense family washing day at each paddle box. Bright patches break out in the train as the doors of the post-office vans are opened, and instantly stooping figures with sacks upon their backs begin to be beheld among the piles, descending, as it would seem, in ghostly procession to Davy Jones's locker. The passengers come on board, a few shadowy Frenchmen, with hat-boxes shaped like the stoppers of gigantic case bottles, a few shadowy Germans in immense fur coats and boots, a few shadowy Englishmen prepared for the worst and pretending not to expect it. I cannot disguise from my uncommercial mind the miserable fact that we are a body of outcasts, that the attendants on us are as scant in number as may serve to get rid of us with the least possible delay, that there are no night loungers interested in us, that the unwilling lamps shiver and shudder at us, that the sole object is to commit us to the deep and abandon us. Lo, the two red eyes glaring in increasing distance, and then the very train itself has gone to bed before we are off. What is the moral support derived by some sea-going amateurs from an umbrella? Why do certain voyagers across the Channel always put up that article and hold it up with a grim and fierce tenacity? A fellow creature near me, whom I only know to be a fellow creature because of his umbrella, without which he might be a dark bit of cliff, pier, or bulkhead, clutches that instrument with a desperate grasp that will not relax until he lands at Calais. Is there any analogy in certain constitutions between keeping an umbrella up and keeping the spirits up? A hawser thrown on board with a flop replies, stand by below, half a turn ahead, half speed, port, steady, go on. A stout wooden wedge driven in at my right temple and out at my left, a floating deposit of lukewarm oil in my throat, and a compression of the bridge of my nose in a blunt pair of pincers. These are the personal sensations by which I know we are off, and by which I shall continue to know it until I am on the soil of France. My symptoms have scarcely established themselves comfortably, when 2 or 3 skating shadows that have been trying to walk or stand get flung together, and other 2 or 3 shadows in tarpaulins slide with them into corners and cover them up. Then the South Foreland lights begin to hiccup at us in a way that bodes no good. It is at about this period that my detestation of Calais knows no bounds. Inwardly, I resolve afresh that I never will forgive that hated town. I have done so before, many times, but that is past. Let me register a vow. Implacable animosity to Calais evermore. That was an awkward C, and the funnel seems of my opinion, for it gives a complaining roar. The wind blows stiffly from the northeast. The sea runs high. We ship a deal of water. The night is dark and cold, and the shapeless passengers lie about in melancholy bundles, as if they were sorted out for the laundress. But for my own uncommercial part, I cannot pretend that I am much inconvenienced by any of these things. A general howling, whistling, flopping, gurgling, and scooping I am aware of, and a general knocking about of nature. But the impressions I receive are very vague. In a sweet, faint temper, something like the smell of damaged oranges, I think I should feel languidly benevolent if I had time. I have not time, because I am under a curious compulsion to occupy myself with the Irish melodies. Rich and rare were the gems she wore, is the particular melody to which I find myself devoted. I sing it to myself in the most charming manner, and with the greatest expression. Now and then I raise my head. I am sitting on the hardest of wet seats, in the most uncomfortable of wet attitudes. But I don't mind it. And notice that I am a whirling shuttlecock between a fiery battledore of a lighthouse on the French coast and a fiery battledore of a lighthouse on the English coast. But I don't notice it particularly, except to feel envenomed in my hatred of Calais. Then I go on again. Rich and rare were the gems she wore, and a bright gold ring on her wand she bore. But oh, her beauty was far beyond. I am particularly fond of my execution here, when I become aware of another awkward shock from the sea, and another protest from the funnel, and a fellow creature at the paddle-box more audibly indisposed than I think he need be. Her sparkling gems or snow-white wand, but oh, her beauty was far beyond. Another awkward one here, and the fellow creature with the umbrella down and picked up. Her sparkling gems o'er her port, steady, snow-white fellow creature at the paddle-box very selfishly audible. Bump, roar, wash, white wand. As my execution of the Irish melodies partakes of my imperfect perceptions of what is going on around me, So what is going on around me becomes something else than what it is. The stokers open the furnace doors below to feed the fires, and I am again on the box of the old Exeter Telegraph fast coach, and that is the light of the forever extinguished coach lamps, and the gleam on the hatches and paddle boxes is their gleam on cottages and haystacks, and the monotonous noise of the engines is the steady jingle of the splendid team. Anon, the intermittent funnel roar of protest at every violent roll becomes the regular blast of a high-pressure engine, and I recognize the exceedingly explosive steamer in which I ascended the Mississippi when the American Civil War was not, and when only its causes were. A fragment of mast on which the light of a lantern falls, an end of rope, and a jerking block or so, become suggestive of Franconi's circus at Paris, where I shall be this very night, mayhap, for it must be morning now, and they dance to the self-same time and tune as the trained steed, Black Raven. What may be the specialty of these waves as they come rushing on, I cannot desert the pressing demands made upon me by the gems she wore to inquire, but they are charged with something about Robinson Crusoe, and I think it was in Yarmouth Roads that he first went a seafaring and was near foundering. What a terrific sound that word had for me when I was a boy, in his first gale of wind. Still, through all this, I must ask her, who was she, I wonder, for the 50th time and without ever stopping? Does she not fear to stray, so lone and lovely through this bleak way? And are errand sons so good or so cold as not to be tempted by more fellow creatures at the paddle-box or gold? Sir Knight, I feel not the least alarm. No son of Erin will offer me harm, for though they love fellow creature with umbrella down again and gold in store, Sir Knight, they what a tremendous one love honour and virtue more. For though they love stewards with a bull's-eye bright, they'll trouble you for your ticket, Sir Rough Passage tonight. I freely admit it to be a miserable piece of human weakness and inconsistency, but I no sooner become conscious of those last words from the steward than I begin to soften towards Calais, whereas I have been vindictively wishing that those Calais burghers who came out of their town by a short cut into the history of England, with those fatal ropes round their necks by which they have since been towed into so many cartoons, had all been hanged on the spot. I now began to regard them as highly respectable and virtuous tradesmen. Looking about me, I see the light of Cape Grisnez well astern of the boat on the davits to leeward, and the light of Calais harbour undeniably at its old tricks, but still ahead and shining. Sentiments of forgiveness of Calais, not to say of attachment to Calais, begin to expand my bosom. I have weak notions that I will stay there a day or two on my way back. A faded and recumbent stranger, pausing in a profound reverie over the rim of a basin, asks me what kind of place Calais is. I tell him, heaven forgive me, a very agreeable place indeed, rather hilly than otherwise. So strangely goes the time, and on the whole so quickly, though still I seem to have been on board a week, that I am bumped, rolled, gurgled, washed, and pitched into Calais harbour before her maiden smile has finally lighted her through the green isle, when blessed for ever is she who relied on entering Calais at the top of the tide. For we have not to land tonight down among those slimy timbers, covered with green hair, as if it were the mermaid's favourite combing place, where one crawls to the surface of a jetty like a stranded shrimp, but we go steaming up the harbour to the railway station quay, and as we go, the sea washes in and out among piles and planks, with dead heavy beats, and in quite a furious manner, whereof we are proud, and the lamps shake in the wind, and the bells of Calais striking one seem to send their vibrations struggling against troubled air, as we have come struggling against troubled water. And now, in the sudden relief and wiping of faces, everybody on board seems to have had a prodigious double tooth out, and to be this very instant free of the dentist's hands. And now we all know for the first time how wet and cold we are, and how salt we are. And now I love Calais with my heart of hearts. Hôtel des Saints! But in this one case it is not a vocal cry. It is but a bright lustre in the eyes of a cheery representative of that best of inns. Hôtel Meurice! Hôtel de France! Hôtel de Calais! The Royal Hotel, sir. Angers. You going to Paris, sir? Your baggage? Resister fro, sir? Bless ye, my touters! Bless ye, my commissionaires! Bless ye, my hungry-eyed mysteries in caps of a military form, who are always here, day or night, fair weather or foul, seeking inscrutable jobs which I never see you get. Bless ye, my custom-house officers in green and grey. Permit me to grasp the welcome hands that descend into my travelling bag, one on each side, and I meet at the bottom to give my change of linen a peculiar shake-up, as if it were a measure of chaff or grain. I have nothing to declare, Monsieur le Douanier, except that when I cease to breathe, Calais will be found written on my heart. No article liable to local duty have I with me, Monsieur l'Officier de l'Octroi, unless the overflowing of a breast devoted to your charming town should be in that wise chargeable. Ah, see at the gangway by the twinkling lantern, my dearest brother and friend, he once of the passport office, he who collects the names. May he be for ever changeless in his buttoned black surtout, with his notebook in his hand and his tall black hat, surmounting his round, smiling, patient face. Let us embrace, my dearest brother. I am yours à tout jamais, for the whole of ever. Calais up and doing at the railway station, and Calais down and dreaming in its bed. Calais with something of an ancient and fish-like smell about it, and Calais blown and sea-washed pure. Calais represented at the buffet by savoury roast fowls, hot coffee, cognac, and Bordeaux, and Calais represented everywhere by flitting persons with a monomania for changing money, though I never shall be able to understand in my present state of existence how they live by it, but I suppose I should if I understood the currency question. Calais en gros and Calais en détail. Forgive one who has deeply wronged you. I was not fully aware of it on the other side, but I meant Dover. Ding, ding! Through the carriages, gentlemen, the travellers. Ascend then, gentlemen, the travellers, for Hasbrouck, Lille, Douai, Bruxelles, Arras, Amiens, and Paris. I, humble representative of the uncommercial interest, ascend with the rest. The train is light tonight, and I share my compartment with but two fellow travellers, one a compatriot in an obsolete cravat, who thinks it a quite unaccountable thing that they don't keep London time on a French railway, and who's made angry by my modestly suggesting the possibility of Paris time being more in their way. The other, a young priest, with a very small bird in a very small cage, who feeds the small bird with a quill, and then puts him up in the network above his head, where he advances twittering to his front wires, and seems to address me in an electioneering manner. The compatriot who crossed in the boat, and whom I judged to be some person of distinction, as he was shut up, like a stately species of rabbit in a private hutch on deck, and the young priest, who joined us at Calais, are soon asleep, and then the bird and I have it all to ourselves. A stormy night still, a night that sweeps the wires of the electric telegraph with a wild and fitful hand, a night so very stormy, with the added storm of a train progress through it, that when the guard comes clambering round to mark the tickets while we are at full speed, a really horrible performance in an express train, though he holds on to the open window by his elbows in the most deliberate manner. He stands in such a whirlwind that I grip him fast by the collar, and feel it next to manslaughter to let him go. Still, when he's gone, the small bird remains at its front wires, feebly twittering to me, twittering and twittering, until, leaning back into my place and looking at him in drowsy fascination, I find that he seems to jog my memory as we rush along. Uncommercial travels, thus the small, small bird, have lain in their idle, thriftless way through all this range of swamp and dike, as through many other odd places. And about here, as you very well know, are the queer old stone farmhouses, approached by drawbridges, and the windmills that you get at by boats. Here are the lands where the women hoe and dig, paddling canoe-wise from field to field, and here are the cabarets and other peasant houses, where the stone dovecotes in the littered yards are as strong as warders' towers in old castles. Here are the long monotonous miles of canal, with the great Dutch-built barges garishly painted, and the towing girls, sometimes harnessed by the forehead, sometimes by the girdle and the shoulders, not a pleasant sight to see. Scattered through this country are mighty works of Vauban, whom you know about, and regiments of such corporals as you heard of once upon a time, and many a blue-eyed bébelle. Through these flat districts, in the shining summer days, walk those long, grotesque files of young novices in enormous shovel hats, whom you remember blackening the ground checkered by the avenues of leafy trees. And now that Hasbrouck slumbers certain kilometers ahead, recall the summer evening when your dusty feet, strolling up from the station, tented haphazard to a fair there, where the oldest inhabitants were circling round and round the barrel organ on hobby horses, with the greatest gravity, and where the principal show in the fair was a religious Richardson's, literally, on its own announcement in great letters, Théâtre religieux, in which improving temple the dramatic representation was of all the interesting events in the life of our Lord, from the manger to the tomb, the principal female character, without any reservation or exception, being at the moment of your arrival engaged in trimming the external moderators, as it was growing dusk, while the next principal female character took the money, and the young St. John disported himself upside down on the platform. Looking up at this point to confirm the small, small bird in every particular he has mentioned, I find he has ceased to twitter and has put his head under his wing. Therefore, in my different way, I follow the good example. This ends chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Uncommercial Traveler by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 19. Some Recollections of Mortality. I had parted from the small bird at somewhere about 4 o'clock in the morning, when he had got out at Arras, and had been received by 2 shovel-hats in waiting at the station, who presented an appropriately ornithological and crow-like appearance. My compatriot and I had gone on to Paris, my compatriot enlightening me occasionally with a long list of the enormous grievances of French railway travelling, every one of which, as I am a sinner, was perfectly new to me, though I have as much experience of French railways as most uncommercials. I had left him at the terminus, against all explanation and remonstrance, that his baggage ticket was his passenger ticket, insisting in a very high temper to the functionary on duty that in his own personal identity he was 4 packages weighing so many kilograms, as if he had been Cassim Baba. I had bathed and breakfasted, and was strolling on the bright quays. The subject of my meditations was the question whether it is positively in the essence and nature of things, as a certain school of Britons would seem to think it, that a capital must be ensnared and enslaved before it can be made beautiful, when I lifted up my eyes and found that my feet, straying like my mind, had brought me to Notre Dame. That is to say, Notre Dame was before me, but there was a large open space between us. A very little while gone, I had left that space covered with buildings densely crowded, and now it was cleared for some new wonder in the way of public street, place, garden, fountain, or all 4. Only the obscene little morgue, slinking on the brink of the river and soon to come down, was left there, looking mortally ashamed of itself and supremely wicked. I had but glanced at this old acquaintance, when I beheld an airy procession coming round in front of Notre Dame, past the great hospital. It had something of a Masaniello look, with fluttering striped curtains in the midst of it, and it came dancing round the cathedral in the liveliest manner. I was speculating on a marriage in blouse life, or a christening, or some other domestic festivity which I would see out, when I found, from the talk of a quick rush of blouses past me, that it was a body coming to the morgue. Having never before chanced upon this initiation, I constituted myself a blouse likewise, and ran into the morgue with the rest. It was a very muddy day, and we took in a quantity of mire with us, and the procession coming in upon our heels brought a quantity more. The procession was in the highest spirits, and consisted of idlers who had come with the curtained litter from its starting place, and of all the reinforcements it had picked up by the way. It set the litter down in the midst of the morgue, and then two custodians proclaimed aloud that we were all invited to go out. This invitation was rendered the more pressing, if not the more flattering, by our being shoved out, and the folding gates being barred upon us. Those who had never seen the morgue may see it perfectly by presenting to themselves an indifferently paved coach-house accessible from the street by a pair of folding gates. On the left of the coach-house, occupying its width, any large London tailor's or linen-draper's plate-glass window reaching to the ground. Within the window, on 2 rows of inclined plane, what the coach-house has to show. Hanging above, like irregular stalactites from the roof of a cave, a quantity of clothes, the clothes of the dead and buried shows of the coach-house. We had been excited in the highest degree by seeing the custodians pull off their coats and tuck up their shirt-sleeves as the procession came along. It looked so interestingly like business. Shut out in the muddy street, we now became quite ravenous to know all about it. Was it river, pistol, knife, love, gambling, robbery, hatred? How many stabs? How many bullets? Fresh or decomposed? Suicide or murder? All wedged together, and all staring at one another with our heads thrust forward, we propounded these inquiries and 100 more such. Imperceptibly it came to be known that Monsieur, the tall and sallow mason yonder, was acquainted with the facts. Would Monsieur, the tall and sallow mason, surged at by a new wave of us, have the goodness to impart? It was but a poor old man, passing along the street under one of the new buildings, on whom a stone had fallen, and who had tumbled dead. His age? Another wave surged up against the tall and sallow mason, and our wave swept on and broke, and he was any age from 65 to 90. An old man was not much. Moreover, we would have wished he had been killed by human agency, his own or somebody else's, the latter preferable. But our comfort was that he had nothing about him to lead to his identification, and that his people must seek him here. Perhaps they were waiting dinner for him even now. We liked that. Such of us as had pocket handkerchiefs took a slow, intense, protracted wipe at our noses, and then crammed our handkerchiefs into the breast of our blouses. Others of us, who had no handkerchiefs, administered a similar relief to our overwrought minds by means of prolonged smears or wipes of our mouths on our sleeves. One man with a gloomy malformation of brow, a homicidal worker in white lead, to judge from his blue tone of colour, and a certain flavour of paralysis pervading him, got his coat collar between his teeth and bit at it with an appetite. Several decent women arrived upon the outskirts of the crowd and prepared to launch themselves into the dismal coach-house when opportunity should come. Among them a pretty young mother, pretending to bite the forefinger of her baby boy, kept it between her rosy lips that it might be handy for guiding to point at the show. Meantime all faces were turned towards the building, and we men waited with a fixed and stern resolution. for the most part with folded arms. Surely it was the only public French sight these uncommercial eyes had seen, at which the expectant people did not form en queue. But there was no such order of arrangement here, nothing but a general determination to make a rush for it, and a disposition to object to some boys who had mounted on the 2 stone posts by the hinges of the gates, with the design of swooping in when the hinges should turn. Now they turned, and we rushed. Great pressure and a scream or two from the front, then a laugh or two, some expressions of disappointment, and a slackening of the pressure and subsidence of the struggle. Old man not there. "But what would you have?" the custodian reasonably argues, as he looks out at his little door. "Patience, patience. We make his toilet, gentlemen. He will be exposed presently. It is necessary to proceed according to rule. His toilet is not made all at a blow. He will be exposed in good time, gentlemen, in good time." And so retires, smoking, with a wave of his sleeveless arm towards the window, importing, "Entertain yourselves in the meanwhile with the other curiosities. Fortunately, the museum is not empty today." Who would have thought of public fickleness, even at the morgue? But there it was on that occasion. 3 lately popular articles that had been attracting greatly when the litter was first descried coming dancing round the corner by the great cathedral were so completely deposed now that nobody save 2 little girls, one showing them to a doll, would look at them. Yet the chief of the 3, the article in the front row, had received jagged injury of the left temple, and the other 2 in the back row, the drowned 2 lying side by side with their heads very slightly turned towards each other, seemed to be comparing notes about it. Indeed, those 2 of the back row were so furtive of appearance, and so, in their puffed way, assassinatingly knowing as to the one of the front, that it was hard to think that the 3 had never come together in their lives, and were only chance companions after death. Whether or no this was the general, as it was the uncommercial fancy, it is not to be disputed that the group had drawn exceedingly within 10 minutes. Yet now the inconstant public turned its back upon them, and even leaned its elbows carelessly against the bar outside the window, and shook off the mud from its shoes, and also lent and borrowed fire for pipes. Custodian re-enters from his door. "Again once, gentlemen, you are invited." No further invitation necessary. Ready dash into the street. Toilet finished. Old man coming out. This time the interest was grown too hot to admit of toleration of the boys on the stone posts. The homicidal white-lead worker made a pounce upon one boy who was hoisting himself up, and brought him to earth amidst general commendation. Closely stowed as we were, we yet formed into groups of conversation, without separation from the mass, to discuss the old man. Rivals of a tall and sallow mason sprang into being, and here again was popular inconstancy. These rivals attracted audiences, and were greedily listened to, and whereas they had derived their information solely from the tall and sallow one, officious members of the crowd now sought to enlighten him on their authority. Changed by this social experience into an iron-visaged and inveterable misanthrope, the mason glared at mankind, and evidently cherished in his breast the wish that the whole of the present company could change places with the deceased old man. And now listeners became inattentive, and people made a start forward at a slight sound. An unholy fire kindled in the public eye, and those next the gates beat at them impatiently, as if they were of the cannibal species, and hungry. Again the hinges creaked, and we rushed. Disorderly pressure for some time ensued before the uncommercial unit got figured into the front row of the sum. It was strange to see so much heat and uproar seething about one poor, spare, white-haired old man, quiet for evermore. He was calm of feature and undisfigured as he lay on his back, having been struck upon the hinder part of his head and thrown forward, and something like a tear or two had started from the closed eyes and lay wet upon the face. The uncommercial interest, sated at a glance, directed itself upon the striving crowd on either side and behind, wondering whether one might have guessed from the expression of those faces merely what kind of sight they were looking at. The differences of expression were not many. There was a little pity, but not much, and that mostly with a selfish touch in it, as who would say, "Shall I, poor I, look like that when the time comes?" There was more of a secretly brooding contemplation and curiosity, as, "That man I don't like, and have the grudge against. Would such be his appearance if someone, not to mention names, by any chance gave him a knock?" There was a wolfish stare at the object in which homicidal white lead worker shone conspicuous, and there was a much more general, purposeless, vacant staring at it, like looking at waxwork, without a catalogue and not knowing what to make of it. But all these expressions concurred in possessing the one underlying expression of looking at something that could not return a look. The Uncommercial notice had established this as very remarkable, when a new pressure all at once coming up from the street pinioned him ignominiously and hurried him into the arms, now sleeved again, of the custodian smoking at his door, and answering questions, between puffs, with a certain placid meritorious air of not being proud, though high in office. And mentioning pride, it may be observed, by the way, that one could not well help investing the original sole occupant of the front row with an air depreciatory of the legitimate attraction of the poor old man, while the two in the second row seemed to exult at this superseded popularity. Pacing presently round the garden of the tower of Saint-Jacques de la Boucherie, and presently again in front of the Hôtel de Ville, I called to mind a certain desolate open-air morgue that I happened to light upon in London one day in the hard winter of 1861, and which seemed as strange to me at the time of seeing it as if I had found it in China. Towards that hour of a winter's afternoon, when the lamp-lighters are beginning to light the lamps in the streets a little before they are wanted, because the darkness thickens fast and soon, I was walking in from the country on the northern side of the Regent's Park, hard frozen and deserted, when I saw an empty hansom cab drive up to the lodge at Gloucester Gate, and the driver with great agitation called to the man there, who quickly reached a long pole from a tree, and, deftly collared by the driver, jumped to the step of his little seat, and so the hansom rattled out at the gate, galloping over the iron-bound road. I followed running, though not so fast but that when I came to the right-hand canal bridge, near the cross-path to Chalk Farm, the hansom was stationary, the horse was smoking hot, the long pole was idle on the ground, and the driver and the park-keeper were looking over the bridge parapet. Looking over, too, I saw, lying on the towing-path, with her face turned up towards us, a woman, dead a day or two, and under 30 as I guessed, poorly dressed in black. The feet were lightly crossed at the ankles, and the dark hair, all pushed back from the face, as though that had been the last action of her desperate hands, streamed over the ground. Dabbled all about her was the water and the broken ice that had dropped from her dress, and had splashed as she was got out. The policeman who had just got her out, and the passing costermonger who had helped him, were standing near the body. The latter with that stare at it which I have likened to being at a waxwork exhibition without a catalogue, the former looking over his stock with professional stiffness and coolness in the direction in which the bearers he had sent for were expected. So dreadfully forlorn, so dreadfully sad, so dreadfully mysterious, this spectacle of our dear sister here departed. A barge came up, breaking the floating ice in the silence, and a woman steered it. The man with the horse that towed it cared so little for the body that the stumbling hoofs had been among the hair, and the tow rope had caught and turned the head before a cry of horror took him to the bridle. At which sound the steering woman looked up at us on the bridge with contempt unutterable, and then looking down at the body with a similar expression, as if it were made in another likeness from herself, had been informed with other passions, had been lost by other chances, had had another nature dragged down to perdition, steered a spurning streak of mud at it, and passed on. A better experience, but also of the morgue kind, in which chance happily made me useful in a slight degree, arose to my remembrance as I took my way by the Boulevard de Sébastopol to the brighter scenes of Paris. The thing happened, say, 25 years ago. I was a modest young Uncommercial then, and timid and inexperienced. Many suns and winds have browned me in the line, but those were my pale days. Having newly taken the lease of a house in a certain distinguished metropolitan parish, a house which then appeared to me to be a frightfully first-class family mansion, involving awful responsibilities, I became the prey of a beadle. I think the beadle must have seen me going in or coming out, and must have observed that I tottered under the weight of my grandeur. Or he may have been in hiding under straw when I bought my first horse, in the desirable stable-yard attached to the first-class family mansion, and when the vendor remarked to me, in an original manner, on bringing him for approval, taking his cloth off and smacking him, "There, sir, there's a horse," and when I said gallantly, "How much do you want for him?" and when the vendor said, "No more than 60 guineas from you," and when I said smartly, "Why not more than 60 guineas from me?" and when he said crushingly, "Because upon my soul and body he'd be considered cheap at 70 by one who understood the subject, but you don't." I say, the beadle may have been in hiding under straw when this disgrace befell me, or he may have noted that I was too raw and young an Atlas to carry the first-class family mansion in a knowing manner. Be this as it may, the beadle did what melancholy did to the youth in Gray's Elegy. He marked me for his own, and the way in which the beadle did it was this. He summoned me as a juryman on his coroner's inquests. In my first feverish alarm, I repaired for safety and for succour, like those sagacious northern shepherds who, having had no previous reason whatever to believe in young Norval, very prudently did not originate the hazardous idea of believing in him, to a deep householder. This profound man informed me that the beadle counted on my buying him off, on my bribing him not to summon me, and that if I would attend an inquest with a cheerful countenance and profess alacrity in that branch of my country's service, the beadle would be disheartened and would give up the game. I roused my energies, and the next time the wily beadle summoned me, I went. The beadle was the blankest beadle I have ever looked on when I answered to my name, and his discomfiture gave me courage to go through with it. We were impanelled to inquire concerning the death of a very little mite of a child. It was the old miserable story. Whether the mother had committed the minor offence of concealing the birth, or whether she had committed the major offence of killing the child, was the question on which we were wanted. We must commit her on one of the two issues. The inquest came off in the parish workhouse, and I have a yet lively impression that I was unanimously received by my brother jurymen as a brother of the utmost conceivable insignificance. Also, that before we began, a broker who had lately cheated me fearfully in the matter of a pair of card tables was for the utmost rigour of the law. I remember that we sat in a sort of board-room on such very large square horsehair chairs that I wondered what race of Patagonians they were made for, and further, that an undertaker gave me his card when we were in the full moral freshness of having just been sworn as an inhabitant that was newly come into the parish and was likely to have a young family. The case was then stated to us by the coroner, and then we went downstairs, led by the plotting beadle, to view the body. From that day to this, the poor little figure on which that sounding legal appellation was bestowed has lain in the same place and with the same surroundings, to my thinking. In a kind of crypt devoted to the warehousing of the parochial coffins, and in the midst of a perfect panorama of coffins of all sizes, it was stretched on a box. The mother had put it in her box, this box, almost as soon as it was born, and it had been presently found there. It had been opened and neatly sewn up, and regarded from that point of view it looked like a stuffed creature. It rested on a clean white cloth, with a surgical instrument or so at hand, and regarded from that point of view it looked as if the cloth were laid and the giant were coming to dinner. There was nothing repellent about the poor piece of innocence, and it demanded a mere form of looking at. So we looked at an old pauper who was going about among the coffins with a foot rule, as if he were a case of self-measurement, and we looked at one another, and we said the place was well whitewashed anyhow, and then our conversational powers as a British jury flagged, and the foreman said, "All right, gentlemen, back again, Mr. Beadle." The miserable young creature who had given birth to this child within a very few days, and who had cleaned the cold wet doorsteps immediately afterwards, was brought before us when we resumed our horsehair chairs, and was present during the proceedings. She had a horsehair chair herself, being very weak and ill, and I remember how she turned to the unsympathetic nurse who attended her, and who might have been the figurehead of a paupership, and how she hid her face and sobs and tears upon that wooden shoulder. I remember, too, how hard her mistress was upon her. She was a servant of all work, and with what a cruel pertinacity that piece of virtue spun her thread of evidence double, by intertwisting it with the sternest thread of construction. Smitten hard by the terrible low wail from the utterly friendless orphan girl, which never ceased during the whole inquiry, I took heart to ask this witness a question or two, which hopefully admitted of an answer that might give a favourable turn to the case. She made the turn as little favourable as she could, and the coroner, who was nobly patient and humane, he was the late Mr. Wakely, cast a look of strong encouragement in my direction. Then we had the doctor who had made the examination and the usual tests as to whether the child was born alive. But he was a timid, muddle-headed doctor, and got confused and contradictory, and wouldn't say this and couldn't answer for that, and the immaculate broker was too much for him, and our side slid back again. However, I tried again, and the coroner backed me again, for which I ever afterwards felt grateful to him as I do now to his memory, and we got another favourable turn out of some other witness, some member of the family with strong prepossession against the sinner. And I think we had the doctor back again, and I know that the coroner summed up for our side, and that I and my British brothers turned round to discuss our verdict, and get ourselves into great difficulties with our large chairs and the broker. At that stage of the case I tried hard again, being convinced that I had cause for it, and at last we found for the minor offence of only concealing the birth, and the poor desolate creature, who had been taken out during our deliberation, being brought in again to be told of the verdict, then dropped upon her knees before us, with protestations that we were right, protestations among the most affecting that I have ever heard in my life, and was carried away insensible. In private conversation, after this was all over, the coroner showed me his reasons as a trained surgeon for perceiving it to be impossible that the child could, under the most favourable circumstances, have drawn many breaths, in the very doubtful case of its having ever breathed at all. This owing to the discovery of some foreign matter in the windpipe, quite irreconcilable with many moments of life. When the agonized girl had made those final protestations, I had seen her face, and it was in unison with her distracted, heartbroken voice, and it was very moving. It certainly did not impress me by any beauty that it had, and if I ever see it again in another world, I shall only know it by the help of some new sense or intelligence. But it came to me in my sleep that night, and I selfishly dismissed it in the most efficient way I could think of. I caused some extra care to be taken of her in the prison, and counsel to be retained for her defence when she was tried at the Old Bailey, and her sentence was lenient, and her history and conduct proved that it was right. In doing the little I did for her, I remember to have had the kind help of some gentle-hearted functionary to whom I addressed myself. But what functionary I have long forgotten, who I suppose was officially present at the inquest. I regard this as a very notable uncommercial experience, because this good came of a beadle, and to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, it is the only good that ever did come of a beadle since the first beadle put on his cocked hat. This ends Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 20. Birthday Celebrations. It came into my mind that I would recall in these notes a few of the many hostelries I have rested at in the course of my journeys, and, indeed, I had taken up my pen for the purpose, when I was baffled by an accidental circumstance. It was the having to leave off to wish the owner of a certain bright face that looked in at my door many happy returns of the day. Thereupon a new thought came into my mind, driving its predecessor out, and I began to recall, instead of inns, the birthdays that I have put up at on my way to this present sheet of paper. I can very well remember being taken out to visit some peach-faced creature in a blue sash and shoes to correspond, whose life I suppose to consist entirely of birthdays. Upon seed cake, sweet wine, and shining presents, that glorified young person seemed to me to be exclusively reared. At so early a stage of my travels did I assist at the anniversary of her nativity, and became enamored of her, that I had not yet acquired the recondite knowledge that a birthday is the common property of all who are born, but supposed it to be a special gift bestowed by the favouring heavens on that one distinguished infant. There was no other company, and we sat in a shady bower, under a table, as my better or worse knowledge leads me to believe, and were regaled with saccharine substances and liquids, until it was time to part. A bitter powder was administered to me next morning, and I was wretched. On the whole, a pretty accurate foreshadowing of my more mature experiences in such wise. Then came the time when, inseparable from one's own birthday, there was a certain sense of merit, a consciousness of well-earned distinction. When I regarded my birthday as a graceful achievement of my own, a monument of my perseverance, independence, and good sense, redounding greatly to my honour. This was at about the period when Olympia Squires became involved in the anniversary. Olympia was most beautiful, of course, and I loved her to that degree that I used to be obliged to get out of my little bed in the night expressly to exclaim to solitude, "Oh, Olympia Squires!" Visions of Olympia, clothed entirely in sage green, from which I infer a defectively educated taste on the part of her respected parents, who were necessarily unacquainted with the South Kensington Museum, still arise before me. Truth is sacred, and the visions are crowned by a shining white beaver bonnet, impossibly suggestive of a little feminine postboy. My memory presents a birthday when Olympia and I were taken by an unfeeling relative, some cruel uncle or the like, to a slow torture called an orrery. The terrible instrument was set up at the local theatre, and I had expressed a profane wish in the morning that it was a play, for which a serious aunt had probed my conscience deep and my pocket deeper by reclaiming a bestowed half-crown. It was a venerable and a shabby orrery, at least 1,000 stars and 25 comets behind the age. Nevertheless, it was awful. When the low-spirited gentleman with the wand said, "Ladies and gentlemen," meaning particularly Olympia and me, "the lights are about to be put out, but there is not the slightest cause for alarm," it was very alarming. Then the planets and stars began. Sometimes they wouldn't come on, sometimes they wouldn't go off, sometimes they had holes in them, and mostly they didn't seem to be good likenesses. All this time the gentleman with the wand was going on in the dark, tapping away at the heavenly bodies between whiles, like a wearisome woodpecker, about a sphere revolving on its own axis 897,000 millions of times, or miles, in 263,524 millions of something else's, until I thought if this was a birthday, it were better never to have been born. Olympia also became much depressed, and we both slumbered and woke cross, and still the gentleman was going on in the dark. Whether up in the stars or down on the stage, it would have been hard to make out if it had been worth trying, ciphering away about planes of orbits to such an infamous extent that Olympia, stung to madness, actually kicked me. A pretty birthday spectacle when the lights were turned up again, and all the schools in the town, including the National, who had come in for nothing, and served them right, for they were always throwing stones, were discovered with exhausted countenances, screwing their knuckles into their eyes or clutching their heads of hair. A pretty birthday speech when Dr. Sleek of the City Free bobbed up his powdered head in the stage box and said that before this assembly dispersed, he really must beg to express his entire approval of a lecture as improving, as informing, as devoid of anything that could call a blush into the cheek of youth, as any it had ever been his lot to hear delivered. A pretty birthday altogether, when astronomy couldn't leave poor small Olympia Squires and me alone, and must put an end to our loves. For we never got over it. The threadbare orrery outwore our mutual tenderness. The man with the wand was too much for the boy with the bow. When shall I disconnect the combined smells of oranges, brown paper, and straw from those other birthdays at school, when the coming hamper cast its shadow before, and when a week of social harmony, shall I add of admiring and affectionate popularity, led up to that institution? What noble sentiments were expressed to me in the days before the hamper! What vows of friendship were sworn to me! What exceedingly old knives were given me! What generous avowals of having been in the wrong emanated from else obstinate spirits once enrolled among my enemies! The birthday of the potted game and guava jelly is still made special to me by the noble conduct of bully Globson. Letters from home had mysteriously inquired whether I should be much surprised and disappointed if among the treasures in the coming hamper I discovered potted game and guava jelly from the Western Indies. I had mentioned those hints in confidence to a few friends, and had promised to give away, as I now see reason to believe, a handsome covey of partridges potted, and about 100 weight of guava jelly. It was now that Globson, bully no more, sought me out in the playground. He was a big fat boy with a big fat head and a big fat fist, and at the beginning of that half had raised such a bump on my forehead that I couldn't get my hat of state on to go to church. He said that after an interval of cool reflection, 4 months, he now felt this blow to have been an error of judgment, and that he wished to apologize for the same. Not only that, but holding down his big head between his 2 big hands in order that I might reach it conveniently, he requested me, as an act of justice which would appease his awakened conscience, to raise a retributive bump upon it, in the presence of witnesses. This handsome proposal I modestly declined, and he then embraced me, and we walked away conversing. We conversed respecting the West India Islands, and in the pursuit of knowledge he asked me with much interest whether in the course of my reading I had met with any reliable description of the mode of manufacturing guava jelly, or whether I had ever happened to taste that conserve, which he'd been given to understand was of rare excellence. 17, 18, 19, 20, and then with the waning months came an ever-augmenting sense of the dignity of 21. Heaven knows I had nothing to come into save the bare birthday, and yet I esteemed it as a great possession. I now and then paved the way to my state of dignity by beginning a proposition with the casual words, "Say that a man of 21," or by the incidental assumption of a fact that could not sanely be disputed, as, "For when a fellow comes to be a man of 21. I gave a party on the occasion. She was there. It is unnecessary to name her more particularly. She was older than I, and had pervaded every chink and crevice of my mind for 3 or 4 years. I had held volumes of imaginary conversations with her mother on the subject of our union, and had written letters more in number than Horace Walpole's to that discreet woman, soliciting her daughter's hand in marriage. I had never had the remotest intention of sending any of those letters, but to write them, and after a few days tear them up, had been a sublime occupation. Sometimes I had begun, "Honoured Madame, I think that a lady gifted with those powers of observation which I know you to possess, and endowed with those womanly sympathies with the young and ardent which it were more than heresy to doubt, can scarcely have failed to discover that I love your adorable daughter deeply, devotedly." In less buoyant states of mind I had begun, "Bear with me, dear madam, bear with a daring wretch who is about to make a surprising confession to you, wholly unanticipated by yourself, and which he beseeches you to commit to the flames as soon as you have become aware to what a towering height his mad ambition soars." At other times, periods of profound mental depression, when she'd gone out to balls where I was not, the draft took the affecting form of a paper to be left on my table after my departure to the confines of the globe. As thus, "For Mrs. O. now whenever, these lines, when the hand that traces them shall be far away, I could not bear the daily torture of hopelessly loving the dear one whom I will not name, broiling on the coast of Africa, or congealing on the shores of Greenland. I am far, far better there than here." In this sentiment my cooler judgment perceives that the family of the beloved object would have most completely concurred. If I ever emerge from obscurity, and my name is ever heralded by fame, it will be for her dear sake. If I ever amass gold, it will be to pour it at her feet. Should I, on the other hand, become the prey of ravens, I doubt if I ever quite made up my mind what was to be done in that affecting case. I tried, "Then it is better so," but not feeling convinced that it would be better so, I vacillated between leaving all else blank, which looked expressive and bleak, or winding up with "Farewell." This fictitious correspondence of mine is to blame for the foregoing digression. I was about to pursue the statement that on my 21st birthday I gave a party, and she was there. It was a beautiful party. There was not a single animate or inanimate object connected with it, except the company and myself, that I had ever seen before. Everything was hired, and the mercenaries in attendance were profound strangers to me. Behind a door, in the crummy part of the night when wine-glasses were to be found in unexpected spots, I spoke to her, spoke out to her. What passed I cannot as a man of honor reveal. She was all angelical gentleness, but a word was mentioned, a short and dreadful word of 3 letters beginning with a B, which, as I remarked at the moment, scorched my brain. She went away soon afterwards, and when the hollow throng, though to be sure it was no fault of theirs, dispersed, I issued forth with a dissipated scorner, and, as I mentioned expressly to him, sought oblivion. It was found with a dreadful headache in it, but it didn't last, for in the shaming light of next day's noon I raised my heavy head in bed, looking back to the birthdays behind me, and tracking the circle by which I had got round, after all, to the bitter powder and the wretchedness again. This reactionary powder, taken so largely by the human race that I am inclined to regard it as the universal medicine once sought for in laboratories, is capable of being made up in another form for birthday use. Anybody's long-lost brother will do ill to turn up on a birthday. If I had a long-lost brother, I should know beforehand that he would prove a tremendous fraternal failure if he appointed to rush into my arms on my birthday. The first magic lantern I ever saw was secretly and elaborately planned to be the great effect of a very juvenile birthday, but it wouldn't act, and its images were dim. My experience of adult birthday magic lanterns may possibly have been unfortunate, but has certainly been similar. I have an illustrative birthday in my eye, a birthday of my friend Flipfield, whose birthdays had long been remarkable as social successes. There'd been nothing set or formal about them, Flipfield having been accustomed merely to say, 2 or 3 days before, "Don't forget to come and dine, old boy, according to custom." I don't know what he said to the ladies he invited, but I may safely assume it not to have been "old girl." Those were delightful gatherings and were enjoyed by all participators. In an evil hour, a long-lost brother of Flipfield's came to light in foreign parts. Where he had been hidden, or what he had been doing, I don't know, for Flipfield vaguely informed me that he had turned up on the banks of the Ganges, speaking of him as if he had been washed ashore. The long-lost was coming home, and Flipfield made an unfortunate calculation, based on the well-known regularity of the P&O steamers, that matters might be so contrived as that the long-lost should appear in the nick of time at his, Flipfield's, birthday. Delicacy commanded that I should repress the gloomy anticipations with which my soul became fraught when I heard of this plan. The fatal day arrived, and we assembled in force. Mrs. Flipfield Sr. formed an interesting figure in the group, with a blue-veined miniature of the late Mr. Flipfield round her neck in an oval, resembling a tart from the pastry-cook's. His hair powdered, and the bright buttons on his coat evidently very like. She was accompanied by Miss Flipfield, the eldest of her numerous family, who held her pocket-handkerchief to her bosom in a majestic manner, and spoke to all of us — none of us had ever seen her before — in pious and condoning tones, of all the quarrels that had taken place in the family from her infancy, which must have been a long time ago, down to that hour. The long-lost did not appear. Dinner, half an hour later than usual, was announced, and still no long-lost. We sat down to table. The knife and fork of the long-lost made a vacuum in nature, and when the champagne came round for the first time, Flipfield gave him up for the day and had them removed. It was then that the long-lost gained the height of his popularity with the company. For my own part, I felt convinced that I loved him dearly. Flipfield's dinners are perfect, and he is the easiest and best of entertainers. Dinner went on brilliantly, and the more the long-lost didn't come, the more comfortable we grew, and the more highly we thought of him. Flipfield's own man, who has a regard for me, was in the act of struggling with an ignorant stipendiary to wrest from him the wooden leg of a guinea-fowl which he was pressing on my acceptance, and to substitute a slice of the breast, when the ringing at the door-bell suspended the strife. I looked round me, and perceived the sudden pallor which I knew my own visage revealed, reflected in the faces of the company. Flipfield hurriedly excused himself, went out, was absent for about a minute or two, and then re-entered with the long-lost. I beg to say distinctly that if the stranger had brought Mont Blanc with him, or had come attended by a retinue of eternal snows, he could not have chilled the circle to the marrow in a more efficient manner. Embodied failure sat enthroned upon the long-lost's brow, and pervaded him to his long-lost boots. In vain Mrs. Flipfield Sr., opening her arms, exclaimed, my Tom, and pressed his nose against the counterfeit presentiment of his other parent. In vain Miss Flipfield, in the first transports of this reunion, showed him a dint upon her maidenly cheek, and asked him if he remembered when he did that with the bellows. We, the bystanders, were overcome, but overcome by the palpable, undisguisable, utter and total breakdown of the long-lost. Nothing he could have done would have set him right with us but his instant return to the Ganges. In the very same moments it became established that the feeling was reciprocal, and that the long-lost detested us. When a friend of the family, not myself upon my honour, wishing to set things going again, asked him, while he partook of soup, asked him with an amiability of intention beyond all praise, but with a weakness of execution open to defeat, what kind of river he considered the Ganges, the long-lost, scowling at the friend of the family over his spoon, as one of an abhorrent race, replied, "Why, a river of water, I suppose," and spooned his soup into himself with the malignancy of hand and eye that blighted the amiable questioner. Not an opinion could be elicited from the long-lost in unison with the sentiments of any individual present. He contradicted Flipfield dead before he had eaten his salmon. He had no idea, or affected to have no idea, that it was his brother's birthday, and on the communication of that interesting fact to him, merely wanted to make him out 4 years older than he was. He was an antipathetical being, with a peculiar power and gift of treading on everybody's tenderest place. They talk in America of a man's platform. I should describe the platform of a long-lost as a platform composed of other people's corns, on which he had stumped his way with all his might and main to his present position. It is needless to add that Flipfield's great birthday went by the board, and that he was a wreck when I pretended at parting to wish him many happy returns of it. There is another class of birthdays at which I have so frequently assisted that I may assume such birthdays to be pretty well known to the human race. My friend Mayday's birthday is an example. The guests have no knowledge of one another except on that one day in the year, and are annually terrified for a week by the prospect of meeting one another again. There is a fiction among us that we have uncommon reasons for being particularly lively and spirited on the occasion, whereas deep despondency is no phrase for the expression of our feelings. But the wonderful feature of the case is that we are in tacit accordance to avoid the subject, to keep it as far off as possible, as long as possible, and to talk about anything else rather than the joyful event. I may even go so far as to assert that there is a dumb compact among us that we will pretend that it is not Mayday's birthday. A mysterious and gloomy being who is said to have gone to school with Mayday, and who is so lank and lean that he seriously impugns the dietary of the establishment at which they were jointly educated, always leads us, as I may say, to the block, by laying his grisly hand on a decanter and begging us to fill our glasses. The devices and pretenses that I have seen put in practice to defer the fatal moment, and to interpose between this man and his purpose, are innumerable. I've known desperate guests, when they saw the grisly hand approaching the decanter, wildly to begin, without any antecedent whatsoever, "That reminds me," and to plunge into long stories. When at last the hand and the decanter come together, a shudder, a palpable, perceptible shudder, goes round the table. We receive the reminder that it is Mayday's birthday as if it were the anniversary of some profound disgrace he had undergone, and we sought to comfort him. And when we have drunk Mayday's health and wished him many happy returns, we are seized for some moments with a ghastly blitheness and unnatural levity, as if we were in the first flushed reaction of having undergone a surgical operation. Birthdays of this species have a public as well as a private phase. My boyhood's home, Dulborough, presents a case in point. An immortal somebody was wanted in Dullborough to dimple for a day the stagnant face of the waters. He was rather wanted by Dullborough generally, and much wanted by the principal hotel keeper. The county history was looked up for a local immortal somebody, but the registered Dullborough worthies were all nobodies. In this state of things, it is hardly necessary to record that Dullborough did what every man does when he wants to write a book or deliver a lecture, and is provided with all the materials except a subject. It fell back upon Shakespeare. No sooner was it resolved to celebrate Shakespeare's birthday in Dullborough than the popularity of the immortal bard became surprising. You might have supposed the first edition of his works to have been published last week, and enthusiastic Dullborough to have got half through them. I doubt, by the way, whether it had ever done half that, but that is a private opinion. A young gentleman with a sonnet, the retention of which for 2 years had enfeebled his mind and undermined his knees, got the sonnet into the Dullborough Warden and gained flesh. Portraits of Shakespeare broke out in the bookshop windows, and our principal artist painted a large original portrait in oils for the decoration of the dining room. It was not in the least like any of the other portraits, and was exceedingly admired, the head being much swollen. At the institution, the debating society discussed the new question: was there sufficient ground for supposing that the immortal Shakespeare ever stole deer? This was indignantly decided by an overwhelming majority in the negative. Indeed, there was but one vote on the poaching side, and that was the vote of the orator who had undertaken to advocate it, and who became quite an obnoxious character, particularly to the Dullborough roughs, who were about as well informed on the matter as most other people. Distinguished speakers were invited down, and very nearly came, but not quite. Subscriptions were opened, and committees sat, and it would have been far from a popular measure in the height of the excitement to have told Dullborough that it wasn't Stratford-upon-Avon. Yet, after all these preparations, when the great festivity took place, and the portrait, elevated aloft, surveyed the company as if it were in danger of springing a mine of intellect and blowing itself up, it did undoubtedly happen, according to the inscrutable mysteries of things, that nobody could be induced, not to say to touch upon Shakespeare, but to come within a mile of him, until the crack speaker of Dullborough rose to propose the immortal memory, which he did, with the perplexing and astonishing result that before he had repeated the great name half a dozen times, or had been upon his legs as many minutes, he was assailed with a general shout of "Question!" This ends chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Uncommercial Traveler by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 21. The Short Timers. Within so many yards of this Covent Garden lodging of mine, as within so many yards of Westminster Abbey, St. Paul's Cathedral, the Houses of Parliament, the prisons, the courts of justice, all the institutions that govern the land, I can find, must find, whether I will or no, in the open streets, shameful instances of neglect of children, intolerable toleration of the engenderment of paupers, idlers, thieves, races of wretched and destructive cripples, both in body and mind, a misery to themselves, a misery to the community, a disgrace to civilization, and an outrage on Christianity. I know it to be a fact as easy of demonstration as any sum in any of the elementary rules of arithmetic, that if the state would begin its work and duty at the beginning, and would with a strong hand take those children out of the street while they are yet children, and wisely train them, it would make them a part of England's glory, not its shame, of England's strength, not its weakness, would raise good soldiers and sailors and good citizens and many great men out of the seeds of its criminal population. Yet I go on bearing with the enormity as if it were nothing, and I go on reading the parliamentary debates as if they were something, and I concern myself far more about one railway bridge across a public thoroughfare than about a dozen generations of scrofula, ignorance, wickedness, prostitution, poverty, and felony. I can slip out at my door, and in the small hours after any midnight, and in one circuit of the purlieus of Covent Garden Market, can behold a state of infancy and youth as vile as if a Bourbon sat upon the English throne, a great police force looking on with authority to do no more than worry and hunt the dreadful vermin into corners, and there leave them. Within the length of a few streets I can find a workhouse, mismanaged with that dull, short-sighted obstinacy that its greatest opportunities as to the children it receives are lost, and yet not a farthing saved to anyone. But the wheel goes round and round and round, and because it goes round, so I am told by the politest authorities, it goes well. Thus I reflected. One day in the Whitsun week last past, as I floated down the Thames among the bridges, looking, not inappropriately, at the drags that were hanging up at certain dirty stairs to hook the drowned out, and at the numerous conveniences provided to facilitate their tumbling in. My object in that uncommercial journey called up another train of thought, and it ran as follows. When I was at school, one of 70 boys, I wonder by what secret understanding our attention began to wander when we had pored over our books for some hours. I wonder by what ingenuity we brought on that confused state of mind when sense became nonsense, when figures wouldn't work, when dead languages wouldn't construe, when live languages wouldn't be spoken, when memory wouldn't come, when dullness and vacancy wouldn't go. I cannot remember that we ever conspired to be sleepy after dinner, or that we ever particularly wanted to be stupid, and to have flushed faces and hot beating heads, or to find blank hopelessness and obscurity this afternoon in what would become perfectly clear and bright in the freshness of tomorrow morning. We suffered for these things, and they made us miserable enough. Neither do I remember that we ever bound ourselves by any secret oath or other solemn obligation to find the seats getting too hard to be sat upon after a certain time, or to have intolerable twitches in our legs, rendering us aggressive and malicious with those members, or to be troubled with a similar uneasiness in our elbows, attended with fistic consequences to our neighbours, or to carry 2 pounds of lead in the chest, 4 pounds in the head, and several active blue bottles in each ear. Yet, for certain, we suffered under those distresses, and were always charged at for labouring under them, as if we brought them on, of our own deliberate act and deed. As to the mental portion of them being my own fault in my own case, I should like to ask any well-trained and experienced teacher, not to say psychologist. And as to the physical portion, I should like to ask Professor Owen. It happened that I had a small bundle of papers with me on what is called the half-time system in schools. Referring to one of those papers, I found that the indefatigable Mr. Chadwick had been beforehand with me, and had already asked Professor Owen, who had handsomely replied that I was not to blame, but that, being troubled with a skeleton, and having been constituted according to certain natural laws, I and my skeleton were unfortunately bound by those laws even in school, and had comported ourselves accordingly. Much comforted by the good professor's being on my side, I read on to discover whether the indefatigable Mr. Chadwick had taken up the mental part of my afflictions. I found that he had, and that he had gained on my behalf Sir Benjamin Brodie, Sir David Wilkie, Sir Walter Scott, and the common sense of mankind, for which I beg Mr. Chadwick, if this should meet his eye, to accept my warm acknowledgments. Up to that time I had retained a misgiving that the 70 unfortunates of whom I was one must have been, without knowing it, leagued together by the spirit of evil in a sort of perpetual Guy Fawkes plot, to grope about in vaults with dark lanterns after a certain period of continuous study. But now the misgiving vanished, and I floated on with a quieted mind to see the half-time system in action. For that was the purpose of my journey, both by steamboat on the Thames and by very dirty railway on the shore. To its last institution, I beg to recommend the legal use of coke as engine fuel rather than the illegal use of coal. The recommendation is quite disinterested, for I was most liberally supplied with small coal on the journey, for which no charge was made. I had not only my eyes, nose, and ears filled, but my hat, and all my pockets, and my pocket-book, and my watch. The VDSCRC, or Very Dirty and Small Coal Railway Company, delivered me close to my destination, and I soon found the half-time system established in spacious premises, and freely placed at my convenience and disposal. What would I see first of the half-time system? I chose military drill. Attention! Instantly 100 boys stood forth in the paved yard as one boy, bright, quick, eager, steady, watchful for the look of command, instant and ready for the word. Not only was there complete precision, complete accord to the eye and to the ear, but an alertness in the doing of the thing which deprived it, curiously, of its monotonous or mechanical character. There was perfect uniformity, and yet an individual spirit and emulation. No spectator could doubt that the boys liked it. With non-commissioned officers varying from a yard to a yard and a half high, the result could not possibly have been attained otherwise. They marched and counter-marched, and formed in line and square and company and single file and double file, and performed a variety of evolutions, all most admirably. In respect of an air of enjoyable understanding of what they were about, which seems to be forbidden to English soldiers, the boys might have been small French troops. When they were dismissed and the broadsword exercise, limited to a much smaller number, succeeded, the boys who had no part in that new drill either looked on attentively or disported themselves in a gymnasium hard by. The steadiness of the broadsword boys on their short legs, and the firmness with which they sustained the different positions, was truly remarkable. The broadsword exercise over, suddenly there was great excitement and a rush. Naval drill! In the corner of the ground stood a decked mimic ship, with real masts, yards, and sails, mainmast 70 feet high. At the word of command from the skipper of this ship, a mahogany-faced old salt with the indispensable quid in his cheek, the true nautical roll, and all wonderfully complete, the rigging was covered with a swarm of boys. One, the first to spring into the shrouds, outstripping all the others, and resting on the truck of the maintopmast in no time. And now we stood out to sea in a most amazing manner. The skipper himself, the whole crew, the Uncommercial, and all hands present, implicitly believing that there was not a moment to lose, that the wind had that instant chopped round and sprung up fair, and that we were away on a voyage round the world. Get all sail upon her, with a will, my lads. Lay out upon the mainyard there. Look alive at the weather earing. Cheery, my boys, let go the sheet now. Stand by at the braces, you. With a will, aloft there. Belay, starboard watch. Fifer, come aft, Fifer, and give 'em a tune. Forthwith springs up Fifer, fife in hand, smallest boy ever seen, big lump on temple, having lately fallen down on a paving stone, gives him a tune with all his might and main. Hurrah, Fifer, with a will, my lads. Tip 'em a livelier one, Fifer. Fifer tips him a livelier one, and excitement increases. Shake 'em out, my lads. Well done. There you have her. Pretty, pretty. Every rag upon her she can carry, wind right astarn, and ship cutting through the water 15 knots an hour. At this favourable moment of her voyage, I gave the alarm, "A man overboard," on the gravel, but he was immediately recovered, none the worse. Presently I observed the skipper overboard, but forbore to mention it, as he seemed in nowise disconcerted by the accident. Indeed, I soon came to regard the skipper as an amphibious creature, for he was so perpetually plunging overboard to look up at the hands aloft, that he was oftener in the bosom of the ocean than on deck. His pride in his crew on those occasions was delightful, and the conventional unintelligibility of his orders in the ears of uncommercial landlubbers and loblolly boys, though they were always intelligible to the crew, was hardly less pleasant. But we couldn't expect to go on in this way forever. Dirty weather came on, and then worse weather, and when we least expected it, we got into tremendous difficulties. Screw loose in the chart, perhaps. Something certainly wrong somewhere. But here we were, with breakers ahead, my lads, driving head-on slap on a lee shore. The skipper broached this terrific announcement in such great agitation that the small fifer, not fifing now, but standing looking on near the wheel with his fife under his arm, seemed for the moment quite unbuoyed, though he speedily recovered his presence of mind. In the trying circumstances that ensued, the skipper and the crew proved worthy of one another. The skipper got dreadfully hoarse, but otherwise was master of the situation. The man at the wheel did wonders. All hands, except the fifer, were turned up to wear ship, and I observed the fifer, when we were at our greatest extremity, to refer to some document in his waistcoat pocket, which I conceived to be his will. I think she struck. I was not myself conscious of any collision, but I saw the skipper so very often washed overboard and back again, that I could only impute it to the beating of the ship. I am not enough of a seaman to describe the manoeuvres by which we were saved, but they made the skipper very hot, French polishing his mahogany face, and the crew very nimble, and succeeded to a marvel, for within a few minutes of the first alarm we had wore ship and got her off, and were all a-tauto, which I felt very grateful for, not that I knew what it was, but that I perceived that we had not been all a-tauto lately. Land now appeared on our weather bow, and we shaped our course for it, having the wind abeam, and frequently changing the man at the helm, in order that every man might have his spell. We worked into harbour under prosperous circumstances, and furled our sails, and squared our yards, and made all ship-shape and handsome, and so our voyage ended. When I complimented the skipper at parting, on his exertions and those of his gallant crew, he informed me that the latter were provided for the worst, all hands being taught to swim and dive, and he added that the able seaman at the main-topmast truck especially could dive as deep as he could go high. The next adventure that befell me in my visit to the short-timers was the sudden apparition of a military band. I'd been inspecting the hammocks of the crew of the good ship, when I saw with astonishment that several musical instruments, brazen and of great size, appeared to have suddenly developed 2 legs each, and to be trotting about a yard. And my astonishment was heightened when I observed a large drum that had previously been leaning helpless against the wall, taking up a stout position on 4 legs. Approaching this drum and looking over it, I found 2 boys behind it. It was too much for one, and then I found that each of the brazen instruments had brought out a boy, and was going to discourse sweet sounds. The boys, not omitting the fifer, now playing a new instrument, were dressed in neat uniform, and stood up in a circle at their music stands, like any other military band. They played a march or 2, and then we had Cheer Boys Cheer, and then we had Yankee Doodle, and we finished, as in loyal duty bound, with God Save the Queen. The band's proficiency was perfectly wonderful, and it was not at all wonderful that the whole body corporate of short-timers listened with faces of the liveliest interest and pleasure. What happened next among the short-timers? As if the band had blown me into a great classroom out of their brazen tubes, in a great classroom I found myself now, with the whole choral force of short-timers singing the praises of a summer's day to the harmonium, and my small but highly respected friend the fifer blazing away vocally, as if he'd been saving up his wind for the last 12-month, Also the whole crew of the good ship, nameless, swarming up and down the scale, as if they had never swarmed up and down the rigging. This done, we threw our whole power into God bless the Prince of Wales, and blessed his Royal Highness to such an extent that, for my own uncommercial part, I gasped again when it was over. The moment this was done, we formed, with surpassing freshness, into hollow squares, and fell to work at oral lessons as if we never did, and had never thought of doing, anything else. Let a veil be drawn over the self-committals, into which the uncommercial traveller would have been betrayed but for a discreet reticence, coupled with an air of absolute wisdom on the part of that artful personage. Take the square of 5, multiply it by 15, divide it by 3, deduct 8 from it, add 4 dozen to it, give me the result in peace, and tell me how many eggs I could get for it at 3 farthings apiece. The problem is hardly stated when the dozen small boys pour out answers, some wide, some very nearly right, some worked as far as they go with such accuracy as at once to show what link of a chain has been dropped in the hurry. For the moment none are quite right, but behold a labouring spirit beating the buttons on its corporeal waistcoat in a process of internal calculation, and knitting an accidental bump on its corporeal forehead in a concentration of mental arithmetic. It is my honourable friend, if he will allow me to call him so, the fifer, with right arm eagerly extended in token of being inspired with an answer, and with right leg foremost, the fifer solves the mystery, then recalls both arm and leg, and with bump and ambush awaits the next poser. Take the square of 3, multiply it by 7, divide it by 4, add 50 to it, take 13 from it, multiply it by 2, double it, give me the result in pence, and say how many halfpence. Wise as the serpent is the 4 feet of performer on the nearest approach to that instrument, whose right arm instantly appears, and quenches this arithmetical fire. Tell me something about Great Britain. Tell me something about its principal productions. Tell me something about its ports. Tell me something about its seas and rivers. Tell me something about coal, iron, cotton, timber, tin, and turpentine. The hollow square bristles with extended right arms, but ever faithful to fact is the fifer. Ever wise as the serpent is the performer on that instrument, ever prominently buoyant and brilliant are all members of the band. I observe the player of the cymbals to dash at a sounding answer now and then, rather than not cut in at all, but I take that to be in the way of his instrument. All these questions and many such are put on the spur of the moment, and by one who has never examined these boys. The Uncommercial, invited to add another, falteringly demands, how many birthdays a man born on the 29th of February will have had on completing his 50th year? A general perception of trap and pitfall instantly arises, and the fifer is seen to retire behind the corduroys of his next neighbours, as perceiving special necessity for collecting himself and communing with his mind. Meanwhile, the wisdom of the serpent suggests that the man will have had only 1 birthday in all that time, for how can any man have more than 1, seeing that he is born once and dies once? The blushing Uncommercial stands corrected, and amends the formula. Pondering ensues, 2 or 3 wrong answers are offered, and Cymbals strikes up 6, but doesn't know why. Then, modestly emerging from his academic grove of corduroys, appears the fifer, right arm extended, right leg foremost, bump irradiated. 12 and 2 over! The feminine short-timers passed a similar examination, and very creditably too. Would have done better, perhaps, with a little more geniality on the part of their pupil teacher, for a cold eye, my young friend, and a hard, abrupt manner are not by any means the powerful engines that your innocence supposes them to be. Both girls and boys wrote excellently, from copy and dictation. Both could cook, both could mend their own clothes, both could clean up everything about them in an orderly and skilful way, the girls having womanly household knowledge superadded. Order and method began in the songs of the infant school, which I visited likewise, and they were even in their dwarf degree to be found in the nursery, where the Uncommercial walking stick was carried off with acclamations, and where the doctor, a medical gentleman of 2, who took his degree on the night when he was found at an apothecary's door, did the honours of the establishment with great urbanity and gaiety. These have long been excellent schools, long before the days of a short time. I first saw them 12 or 15 years ago. But since the introduction of the short time system, it has been proved here that 18 hours a week of book learning are more profitable than 36, and that the pupils are far quicker and brighter than of yore. The good influences of music on the whole body of children have likewise been surprisingly proved. Obviously, another of the immense advantages of the short time system to the cause of good education is the great diminution of its cost, and of the period of time over which it extends. The last is a most important consideration, as poor parents are always impatient to profit by their children's labor. It will be objected, firstly, that this is all very well, but special local advantages and special selection of children must be necessary to such success. Secondly, that this is all very well, but must be very expensive. Thirdly, that this is all very well, but we have no proof of the result, sir. No proof. On the first head of local advantages and special selection, would Limehouse Hole be picked out for the site of a children's paradise, or would the legitimate and illegitimate pauper children of the longshore population of such a riverside district be regarded as unusually favourable specimens to work with? Yet these schools are at Limehouse, and are the pauper schools of the Stepney Pauper Union. On the second head of expense, would 6 pence a week be considered a very large cost for the education of each pupil, including all salaries of teachers and rations of teachers? But supposing the cost were not 6 pence a week, not 5 pence, it is 4 pence halfpenny. On the third head of no proof, sir, no proof. Is there any proof in the facts that pupil teachers more in number and more highly qualified have been produced here under the short time system than under the long time system? That the short timers in a writing competition beat the long timers of a first-class national school? That the sailor boys are in such demand for merchant ships that whereas before they were trained 10% premium used to be given with each boy, too often to some greedy brute of a drunken skipper, who disappeared before the term of apprenticeship was out if the ill-used boy didn't. Captains of the best character now take these boys more than willingly, with no premium at all. But they are also much esteemed in the Royal Navy, which they prefer, because everything is so neat and clean and orderly. Or is there any proof in naval captains' writing, "Your little fellows are all that I can desire"? Or is there any proof in such testimony as this? The order of a vessel called at the school and said that as his ship was going down channel on her last voyage, with one of the boys from the school on board, the pilot said, "It would be as well if the Royal were lowered. I wish it were down." Without waiting for any orders, and unobserved by the pilot, the lad, whom they had taken on board from the school, instantly mounted the mast and lowered the royal, and at next glance of the pilot to the masthead, he perceived that the sail had been let down. He exclaimed, "Who's done that job?" The owner, who was on board, said, "That was the little fellow whom I put on board 2 days ago." The pilot immediately said, "Why, where could he have been brought up?" The boy had never seen the sea or been on a real ship before. Or is there any proof in these boys being in greater demand for regimental bands than the Union can meet, or in 98 of them having gone into regimental bands in 3 years, or in 12 of them being in the band of 1 regiment, or in the colonel of that regiment writing, "We want 6 more boys, they're excellent lads," or in one of the boys having risen to be band corporal in the same regiment, or in employers of all kinds chorusing, "Give us drilled boys, for they are prompt, obedient, and punctual." Other proofs I have myself beheld with these uncommercial eyes. though I do not regard myself as having a right to relate in what social positions they have seen respected men and women who were once pauper children of the Stepney Union. Into what admirable soldiers others of these boys have the capabilities for being turned, I need not point out. Many of them are always ambitious of military service, and once upon a time, when an old boy came back to see the old place, a cavalry soldier, all complete, with his spurs on, such a yearning broke out to get into cavalry regiments and wear those sublime appendages, that it was one of the greatest excitements ever known in the school. The girls make excellent domestic servants, and at certain periods come back, a score or two at a time, to see the old building, and to take tea with the old teachers, and to hear the old band, and to see the old ship with her masts towering up above the neighboring roofs and chimneys. As to the physical health of these schools, it is so exceptionally remarkable, simply because the sanitary regulations are as good as the other educational arrangements, that when Mr. Tufnell, the inspector, first stated it in a report, he was supposed, in spite of his high character, to have been betrayed into some extraordinary mistake or exaggeration. In the moral health of these schools, where corporal punishment is unknown, truthfulness stands high. When the ship was first erected, the boys were forbidden to go aloft until the nets, which are now always there, were stretched as a precaution against accidents. Certain boys, in their eagerness, disobeyed the injunction, got out of window in the early daylight, and climbed to the masthead. One boy, unfortunately, fell and was killed. There was no clue to the others, but all the boys were assembled, and the chairman of the board addressed them. "I promise nothing. You see what a dreadful thing has happened. You know what a grave offense it is that has led to such a consequence. I cannot say what will be done with the offenders, but, boys, you've been trained here above all things to respect the truth. I want the truth. Who are the delinquents?" Instantly, the whole number of boys concerned separated from the rest and stood out. Now the head and heart of that gentleman, it is needless to say a good head and a good heart, have been deeply interested in these schools for many years, and are so still, and the establishment is very fortunate in a most admirable master, and moreover the schools of the Stepney Union cannot have got to be what they are without the Stepney Board of Guardians having been earnest and humane men, strongly imbued with a sense of their responsibility. But what one set of men can do in this wise, another set of men can do, and this is a noble example to all other bodies and unions, and a noble example to the state. Followed and enlarged upon by its enforcement on bad parents, it would clear London streets of the most terrible objects they smite the sight with, myriads of little children who awfully reverse our Saviour's words, and are not of the kingdom of heaven, but of the kingdom of hell. Clear the public streets of such shame, and the public conscience of such reproach? Ah, almost prophetic, surely, the child's jingle. When will that be, say the bells of Stepney? This ends chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Uncommercial Traveler by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 22. Bound for the Great Salt Lake. Behold me on my way to an emigrant ship on a hot morning early in June. My road lies through that part of London generally known to the initiated as Down by the Docks. Down by the Docks is home to a good many people, to too many if I may judge from the overflow of local population in the streets, but my nose insinuates that the number to whom it is sweet home might be easily counted. Down by the Docks is a region I would choose as my point of embarkation aboard ship if I were an emigrant. It would present my intention to me in such a sensible light, it would show me so many things to be run away from. Down by the docks they eat the largest oysters and scatter the roughest oyster shells known to the descendants of St. George and the Dragon. Down by the docks they consume the slimiest of shellfish, which seem to have been scraped off the copper bottoms of ships. Down by the docks the vegetables at greengrocers' doors acquire a saline and a scaly look, as if they had been crossed with fish and seaweed. Down by the docks they board seamen at the eating-houses, the public-houses, the slop-shops, the coffee-shops, the tally-shops, all kinds of shops, mentionable and unmentionable, board them, as it were, in the piratical sense, making them bleed terribly and giving no quarter. Down by the docks the seamen roam in mid-street and mid-day, their pockets inside out and their heads no better. Down by the docks the daughters of wave-ruling Britannia also rove, clad in silken attire, with uncovered tresses streaming in the breeze, bandana kerchiefs floating from their shoulders, and crinoline not wanting. Down by the docks you may hear the incomparable Joe Jackson sing the Standard of England with a hornpipe any night, or any day may see at the waxwork, for a penny and no waiting, him as killed the policeman at Acton and suffered for it. Down by the docks you may buy polonies, saveloys, and sausage preparations various, if you are not particular what they are made of besides seasoning. Down by the docks the children of Israel creep into any gloomy cribs and entries they can hire, and hang slops there. Pewter watches, sou'wester hats, waterproof overalls. First-rate articles, tack. Down by the docks such dealers exhibiting on a frame a complete nautical suit without the refinement of a waxen visage in the hat, present the imaginary wearer as drooping at the yard-arm, with his seafaring and earth-faring troubles over. Down by the docks the placards in the shops apostrophize the customer, knowing him familiarly beforehand as, "Look here, Jack, here's your sort, my lad. Try our sea-going mixed at 2 and 9. The right kit for the British tar. Ship ahoy! Splice the main brace, brother. Come, cheer up, my lads. We've the best liquors here, and you'll find something new in our wonderful beer." Down by the docks the pawnbroker lends money on Union Jack pocket handkerchiefs, on watches with little ships pitching fore and aft on the dial, on telescopes, nautical instruments in cases, and such like. Down by the docks the apothecary sets up in business on the wretchedest scale, chiefly on lint and plaster for the strapping of wounds, and with no bright bottles and with no little drawers. Down by the docks the shabby undertaker's shop will bury you for next to nothing after the Malay or Chinaman has stabbed you for nothing at all, so you can hardly hope to make a cheaper end. Down by the docks anybody drunk will quarrel with anybody drunk or sober, and everybody else will have a hand in it, and on the shortest notice you may revolve in a whirlpool of red shirts, shaggy beards, wild heads of hair, bare tattooed arms, Britannia's daughters, malice, mud, maundering, and madness. Down by the docks scraping fiddles go in the public-houses all day long, and shrill above their din and all the din rises the screeching of innumerable parrots brought from foreign parts, who appear to be very much astonished by what they find on these native shores of ours. Possibly the parrots don't know, possibly they do, that down by the docks is the road to the Pacific Ocean, with its lovely islands, where the savage girls plait flowers, and the savage boys carve coconut shells, and the grim blind idols muse in their shady groves to exactly the same purpose as the priests and chiefs. And possibly the parrots don't know, possibly they do, that the noble savage is a wearisome impostor wherever he is, and has 500,000 volumes of indifferent rhyme, and no reason to answer for. Shadwell Church. Pleasant whispers of there being a fresher air down the river than down by the docks go pursuing one another playfully in and out of the openings in its spire. Gigantic in the basin just beyond the church looms my emigrant ship, her name the Amazon. Her figurehead is not disfigured as those beauteous founders of the race of strong-minded women are fabled to have been for the convenience of drawing the bow. but I sympathize with the carver. A flattering carver who made it his care to carve busts as they ought to be, not as they were. My emigrant ship lies broadside onto the wharf. 2 great gangways made of spars and planks connect her with the wharf, and up and down these gangways, perpetually crowding to and fro and in and out like ants, are the emigrants who are going to sail in my emigrant ship. Some with cabbages, some with loaves of bread, some with cheese and butter, some with milk and beer, some with boxes, beds, and bundles, some with babies, nearly all with children, nearly all with brand-new tin cans for their daily allowance of water, uncomfortably suggestive of a tin flavor in the drink. To and fro, up and down, aboard and ashore, swarming here and there and everywhere, my emigrants. And still as the dock gate swings upon its hinges, cabs appear, and carts appear, and vans appear, bringing more of my emigrants, with more cabbages, more loaves, more cheese and butter, more milk and beer, more boxes, beds and bundles, more tin cans, and on those shipping investments accumulated compound interest of children. I go aboard my emigrant ship. I go first to the great cabin and find it in the usual condition of a cabin at that pass. Perspiring landsmen with loose papers and with pens and inkstands pervade it, and the general appearance of things is as if the late Mr. Amazon's funeral had just come home from a cemetery, and the disconsolate Mrs. Amazon's trustees found the affairs in great disorder, and were looking high and low for the will. I go out on the poop deck for air, and surveying the emigrants on the deck below. Indeed, they are crowded all about me up there too. Find more pens and inkstands in action, and more papers, and interminable complication respecting accounts with individuals for tin cans and what not. But nobody is in an ill temper, nobody is the worse for drink, nobody swears an oath or uses a coarse word, nobody appears depressed, nobody is weeping, and down upon the deck in every corner where it is possible to find a few square feet to kneel, crouch, or lie in, people in every unsuitable attitude for writing are writing letters. Now, I have seen emigrant ships before this day in June, and these people are so strikingly different from all other people in like circumstances whom I've ever seen, that I wonder aloud, what would a stranger suppose these emigrants to be? The vigilant bright face of the weather-brown captain of the Amazon is at my shoulder, and he says, "What indeed? The most of these came aboard yesterday evening. They came from various parts of England in small parties that had never seen one another before, and yet they had not been a couple of hours on board when they established their own police, made their own regulations, and set their own watches at all the hatchways. Before 9 o'clock, the ship was as orderly and as quiet as a man-of-war." I looked about me again, and saw the letter-writing going on with the most curious composure, perfectly abstracted in the midst of the crowd, while great casks were swinging aloft and being lowered into the hold, while hot agents were hurrying up and down, adjusting the interminable accounts, while 200 strangers were searching everywhere for 200 other strangers, and were asking questions about them of 200 more, while the children played up and down all the steps and in and out among all the people's legs, and were beheld, to the general dismay, toppling over all the dangerous places. The letter-writers wrote on calmly. On the starboard side of the ship, a grizzled man dictated a long letter to another grizzled man in an immense fur cap, which letter was of so profound a quality that it became necessary for the amanuensis at intervals to take off his fur cap in both his hands for the ventilation of his brain, and stare at him who dictated, as a man of many mysteries who was worth looking at. On the larboard side, a woman had covered a belaying pin with a white cloth to make a neat desk of it, and was sitting on a little box, writing with the deliberation of a bookkeeper. Down upon her breast on the planks of the deck at this woman's feet, with her head diving in under a beam of the bulwarks on that side, as an eligible place of refuge for her sheet of paper, a neat and pretty girl wrote for a good hour. She fainted at last, only rising to the surface occasionally for a dip of ink. Alongside the boat, close to me on the poop deck, another girl, a fresh, well-grown country girl, was writing another letter on the bare deck. Later in the day, when this self-same boat was filled with a choir who sang glees and catches for a long time, one of the singers, a girl, sang her part mechanically all the while, and wrote a letter in the bottom of the boat while doing so. "A stranger would be puzzled to guess the right name for these people, Mr. Uncommercial," says the captain. Indeed he would. "If you hadn't known, could you ever have supposed—" "How could I? I should have said they were in their degree the pick and flower of England." "So should I," says the captain. "How many are they?" 800 in round numbers." I went between decks, where the families with children swarmed in the dark, where unavoidable confusion had been caused by the last arrivals, and where the confusion was increased by the little preparations for dinner that were going on in each group. A few women here and there had got lost, and were laughing at it, and asking their way to their own people, or out on deck again. A few of the poor children were crying, but otherwise the universal cheerfulness was amazing. "We shall shake down by tomorrow." "We shall come all right in a day or so." "We shall have more light at sea." Such phrases I heard everywhere, as I groped my way among chests and barrels and beams and unstowed cargo and ring-bolts and emigrants down to the lower deck, and thence up to the light of day again, and to my former station. Surely an extraordinary people in their power of self-abstraction. All the former letter-writers were still writing calmly, and many more letter-writers had broken out in my absence. A boy with a bag of books in his hand and a slate under his arm emerged from below, concentrated himself in my neighborhood, espying a convenient skylight for his purpose, and went to work at a sum as if he were stone-deaf. A father and mother and several young children, on the main deck below me, had formed a family circle close to the foot of the crowded, restless gangway, where the children made a nest for themselves in a coil of rope, and the father and mother, she suckling the youngest, discussed family affairs as peaceably as if they were in perfect retirement. I think the most noticeable characteristic in the 800 as a mass was their exemption from hurry. 800 what? Geese, villain? 800 Mormons! I, uncommercial traveller for the firm of Human Interest Brothers, had come aboard this emigrant ship to see what 800 Latter-day Saints were like, and I found them, to the rout and overthrow of all my expectations, like what I now describe with scrupulous exactness. The Mormon agent who'd been active in getting them together, and in making the contract with my friends, the owners of the ship, to take them as far as New York on the way to the Great Salt Lake, was pointed out to me. A compactly made, handsome man in black, rather short, with rich brown hair and beard, and clear, bright eyes. From his speech, I should set him down as American. Probably a man who had knocked about the world pretty much. A man with a frank, open manner and unshrinking look, withal a man of great quickness. I believe he was wholly ignorant of my uncommercial individuality, and consequently of my immense uncommercial importance. Uncommercial. These are a very fine set of people you've brought together here. Mormon agent.
Yes, sir, they're a very fine set of people.
Uncommercial, looking about. Indeed, I think it would be difficult to find 800 people together anywhere else, and find so much beauty and so much strength and capacity for work among them. Mormon agent, not looking about, but looking steadily at Uncommercial.
I think so. We sent out about 1,000 more yesterday from Liverpool.
Uncommercial. You are not going with these emigrants? Mormon agent.
No, sir, I remain.
Uncommercial. But you have been in the Mormon territory? Mormon agent.
Yes, I left Utah about 3 years ago.
Uncommercial. It is surprising to me that these people are all so cheery and make so little of the immense distance before them. Mormon agent.
Well, you see, many of 'em have friends out at Utah, and many of 'em look forward to meeting friends on the way.
Uncommercial. On the way? Mormon agent.
This way 'tis. This ship lands 'em in New York City. Then they go on by rail right away beyond St. Louis to that part of the banks of the Missouri where they strike the plains. There, wagons from the settlement meet 'em to bear 'em company on their journey across 1,200 miles about. Industrious people who come out to the settlement soon get wagons of their own, and so the friends of some of these will come down in their own wagons to meet 'em. They look forward to that greatly.
Uncommercial. On their long journey across the desert, do you arm them? Mormon agent.
Mostly you would find they have arms of some kind or another already with them. Such as had not arms we should arm across the plains for the general protection and defense.
Uncommercial. Will these wagons bring down any produce to the Missouri? Mormon agent.
Well, since the war broke out, we've taken to growing cotton, and they'll likely bring down cotton to be exchanged for machinery. We want machinery. Also, we've taken to growing indigo, which is a fine commodity for profit. It's been found that the climate on the further side of the Great Salt Lake suits well for raising indigo.
Uncommercial. I'm told that these people now on board are principally from the south of England. Mormon agent.
And from Wales, that's true.
Uncommercial. Do you get many Scotch? Mormon agent.
Not many.
Uncommercial. Highlanders, for instance? Mormon agent.
No, not Highlanders. They ain't interested enough in universal brotherhood and peace and goodwill.
Uncommercial. The old fighting blood is strong in them. Mormon agent.
Well, yes, and besides, they've no faith.
Uncommercial, who's been burning to get at the prophet Joe Smith and seems to discover an opening. Faith in Mormon agent. Far too many for Uncommercial.
Well, in anything.
Similarly, on this same head, the Uncommercial underwent discomfiture when a Wiltshire labourer, a simple, fresh-coloured farm labourer of 38, who at one time stood beside him looking on at new arrivals, and with whom he held this dialogue. Uncommercial. Would you mind my asking you what part of the country you come from? Wiltshire.
Not a bit. There, exultingly, I've worked all my life for Salisbury Plain, right under the shadow of Stonehenge. You mightn't think of it, but I have.
Uncommercial. And a pleasant country, too. Wiltshire.
Ah, 'tis a pleasant country.
Uncommercial. Have you any family on board? Wiltshire.
2 children, boy and gal. I'm a widower, I am, and I'm going out alonger my boy and gal. That's my gal, and she's a fine gal of 16,
pointing out the girl who's writing by the door.
I'll go and fetch my boy. I'd like to show you my boy.
Here Wiltshire disappears, and presently comes back with a big shy boy of 12, in a superabundance of boots, who was not at all glad to be presented.
He's a fine boy, too, and a boy fit to work.
Boy having undutifully bolted, Wiltshire drops him. Uncommercial. It must cost you a great deal of money to go so far, 3 strong.
Wiltshire. A power of money. There. 8 shilling a week, 8 shilling a week, 8 shilling a week, put by out of the week's wages for ever so long.
Uncommercial. I wonder how you did it. Wiltshire, recognizing in this a kindred spirit.
See there now, I wonder how I done it. But what with a bit of subscription here, and with a bit of help there, it was done at last, though I don't hardly know how. Then it were unfortunate for us, you see, as we got kep in Bristol so long, nigh a fortnight it were, on accounts of a mistake with brother Halliday. Swathered up money it did, when we might have come straight on.
Uncommercial, delicately approaching Joe Smith. You are of the Mormon religion, of course? Wiltshire, confidently.
Oh, yes, I'm a Mormon.
Then reflectively.
I'm a Mormon.
Then looking round the ship, feigns to descry a particular friend in an empty spot, and evades the Uncommercial for evermore. After a noontime pause for dinner, during which my emigrants were nearly all between decks, and the Amazon looked deserted, a general muster took place. The muster was for the ceremony of passing the government inspector and the doctor. Those authorities held their temporary state amidships by a cask or two, and knowing that the whole 800 emigrants must come face to face with them, I took my station behind the two. They knew nothing whatever of me, I believe, and my testimony to the unpretending gentleness and good nature with which they discharged their duty may be of the greater worth. There was not the slightest flavour of a circumlocution office about their proceedings. The emigrants were now all on deck. They were densely crowded aft, and swarmed upon the poop deck like bees. 2 or 3 Mormon agents stood ready to hand them on to the inspector, and to hand them forward when they had passed. By what successful means a special aptitude for organization had been infused into these people, I am, of course, unable to report, but I know that even now there was no disorder, hurry, or difficulty. All being ready, the first group are handed on. That member of the party who was entrusted with the passenger ticket for the whole has been warned by one of the agents to have it ready, and here it is in his hand. In every instance through the whole 800, without an exception, this paper is always ready. Inspector, reading the ticket.
Jessie Jobson, Sophronia Jobson, Jessie Jobson again, Matilda Jobson, William Jobson, Jane Jobson, Matilda Jobson again, Brigham Jobson, Leonardo Jobson, and Orson Jobson. Are you all here? Glancing at the party over his spectacles.
Jessie Jobson, number 2.
All here, sir.
This group is composed of an old grandfather and grandmother, their married son and his wife, and their family of children. Orson Jobson is a little child asleep in his mother's arms. The doctor, with a kind word or so, lifts up the corner of the mother's shawl, looks at the child's face, and touches the little clenched hand. If we were all as well as Orson Jobson, doctoring would be a poor profession. Inspector.
Quite right, Jessie Jobson. Take your ticket, Jessie, and pass on.
And away they go. Mormon agent, skillful and quiet, hands them on. Mormon agent, skillful and quiet, hands next party up. Inspector, reading ticket again.
Susanna Cleverly and William Cleverly. Brother and sister, eh?
Sister, young woman of business, hustling slow brother.
Yes, sir.
Inspector.
Very good, Susanna Cleverly. Take your ticket, Susanna, and take care of it.
And away they go. Inspector, taking ticket again.
Samson Dibble and Dorothy Dibble,
surveying a very old couple over his spectacles, with some surprise.
Your husband quite blind, Mrs. Dibble?
Yes, sir. He be stone blind.
Mr. Dibble, addressing the mast.
Yes, sir. I be stone blind.
That's a bad job. Take your ticket, Mrs. Dibble, and don't lose it, and pass on.
Doctor taps Mr. Dibble on the eyebrow with his forefinger, and away they go. Inspector, taking ticket again.
Anastasia Weedle.
Anastasia, a pretty girl in a bright Garibaldi, this morning elected by universal suffrage the beauty of the ship.
That's me, sir.
Inspector. Going alone, Anastasia? Anastasia, shaking her curls. I am with Mrs. Jobson, sir, but I've got separated for the moment.
Oh, you are with the Jobsons? Quite right. That'll do, Miss Weedle. Don't lose your ticket.
Away she goes and joins the Jobsons, who are waiting for her, and stoops and kisses Brigham Jobson, who appears to be considered too young for the purpose by several Mormons rising 20 who are looking on. Before her extensive skirts have departed from the casks, the decent widow stands there with 4 children. And so the roll goes. The faces of some of the Welsh people, among whom there were many old persons, were certainly the least intelligent. Some of these emigrants would have bungled sorely, but for the directing hand that was always ready. The intelligence here was unquestionably of a low order, and the heads were of a poor type. Generally the case was the reverse. There were many worn faces bearing traces of patient poverty and hard work, and there was great steadiness of purpose and much undemonstrative self-respect among this class. A few young men were going singly. Several girls were going, 2 or 3 together. These latter I found it very difficult to refer back in my mind to their relinquished homes and pursuits. Perhaps they were more like country milliners and pupil teachers rather tawdrily dressed than any other classes of young women. I noticed among many little ornaments worn more than one photographed brooch of the Princess of Wales, and also of the late Prince Consort. Some single women of from 30 to 40, whom one might suppose to be embroiderers or straw bonnet makers, were obviously going out in quest of husbands, as finer ladies go to India. That they had any distinct notions of a plurality of husbands or wives, I do not believe. To suppose the family groups of whom the majority of emigrants were composed polygamically possessed would be to suppose an absurdity, manifest to anyone who saw the fathers and mothers. I should say, I had no means of ascertaining the fact, that most familiar kinds of handicraft trades were represented here. Farm labourers, shepherds, and the like had their full share of representation, but I doubt if they preponderated. It was interesting to see how the leading spirit in the family circle never failed to show itself, even in the simple process of answering to the names as they were called, and checking off the owners of the names. Sometimes it was the father, much oftener the mother. Sometimes a quick little girl, second or third in order of seniority. It seemed to occur for the first time to some heavy fathers what large families they had, and their eyes rolled about during the calling of the list, as if they had half misdoubted some other family to have been smuggled into their own. Among all the fine, handsome children, I observed but 2 with marks upon their necks that were probably scrofulous. Out of the whole number of emigrants, but 1 old woman was temporarily set aside by the doctor on suspicion of fever, but even she afterwards obtained a clean bill of health. When all had passed and the afternoon began to wear on, a black box became visible on deck, which box was in charge of certain personages, also in black, of whom only one had the conventional air of an itinerant preacher. This box contained a supply of hymn books, neatly printed and got up, published at Liverpool and also in London at the Latter-day Saints Book Depot, 30, Florence Street. Some copies were handsomely bound. The plainer were the more in request, and many were bought. The title ran, Sacred Hymns and Spiritual Songs for the Church of Jesus, Church of Latter-day Saints. The preface, dated Manchester, 1840, ran thus: The saints in this country having been very desirous for a hymn book adapted to their faith and worship, that they might sing the truth with an understanding heart, and express their praise, joy, and gratitude in songs adapted to the new and everlasting covenant. In accordance with their wishes, we have selected the following volume, which we hope will prove acceptable until a greater variety can be added. With sentiments of high consideration and esteem, we subscribe ourselves, your brethren in the new and everlasting covenant, Brigham Young, Parley P. Pratt, John Taylor. From this book, by no means explanatory to myself of the new and everlasting covenant, and not at all making my heart an understanding one on the subject of that mystery, a hymn was sung which did not attract any great amount of attention, and was supported by a rather select circle. But the choir in the boat was very popular and pleasant, and there was to have been a band, only the cornet was late in coming on board. In the course of the afternoon a mother appeared from shore, in search of her daughter who'd run away with the Mormons. She received every assistance from the inspector, but her daughter was not found to be on board. The saints did not seem to me particularly interested in finding her. Towards 5 o'clock the galley became full of tea kettles, and an agreeable fragrance of tea pervaded the ship. There was no scrambling or jostling for the hot water, no ill humour, no quarrelling. As the Amazon was to sail with the next tide, and as it would not be high water before 2 o'clock in the morning, I left her with her tea in full action and her idle steam tug lying by, deputing steam and smoke for the time being to the tea kettles. I afterwards learned that a despatch was sent home by the captain before he struck out into the wide Atlantic, highly extolling the behaviour of these emigrants and the perfect order and propriety of all their social arrangements. What is in store for the poor people on the shores of the Great Salt Lake? What happy delusions they are labouring under now! On what miserable blindness their eyes may be opened then, I do not pretend to say. But I went on board their ship to bear testimony against them if they deserved it, as I fully believed they would. To my great astonishment, they did not deserve it, and my predispositions and tendencies must not affect me as an honest witness. I went over the Amazon's side, feeling it impossible to deny that, so far, some remarkable influence had produced a remarkable result, which better-known influences have often missed. Footnote. After this Uncommercial journey was printed, I happened to mention the experience it describes to Lord Houghton. That gentleman then showed me an article of his writing in the Edinburgh Review for January 1862, which is highly remarkable for its philosophical and literary research concerning these latter-day saints. I find in it the following sentences. The Select Committee of the House of Commons on Emigrant Ships for 1854 summoned the Mormon agent and passenger broker before it, and came to the conclusion that no ships under the provision of the Passengers Act could be depended upon for comfort and security in the same degree as those under his administration. The Mormon ship is a family under strong and accepted discipline, with every provision for comfort, decorum, and internal peace. This ends chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Uncommercial Traveller by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 23. The City of the Absent. When I think I deserve particularly well of myself, and have earned the right to enjoy a little treat, I stroll from Covent Garden into the City of London after business hours there, on a Saturday, or better yet, on a Sunday, and roam about its deserted nooks and corners. It is necessary to the full enjoyment of these journeys that they should be made in summer time, for then the retired spots that I love to haunt are at their idlest and dullest. A gentle fall of rain is not objectionable, and a warm mist sets off my favourite retreats to decided advantage. Among these, city churchyards holds a high place. Such strange churchyards hide in the city of London, churchyards sometimes so entirely detached from churches, always so pressed upon by houses, so small, so rank, so silent, so forgotten, except by the few people who ever look down into them from their smoky windows. As I stand peeping in through the iron gates and rails, I can peel the rusty metal off, like bark from an old tree. The illegible tombstones are all lopsided, the grave mounds lost their shape in the rains of 100 years ago. The Lombardy poplar or plane tree that was once a dry salter's daughter and several common councilmen has withered like those worthies, and its departed leaves are dust beneath it. Contagion of slow ruin overhangs the place. The discoloured tiled roofs of the environing buildings stand so awry that they can hardly be proof against any stress of weather. Old crazy stacks of chimneys seem to look down as they overhang, dubiously calculating how far they will have to fall. In an angle of the walls, what was once the tool house of the grave-digger rots away, encrusted with toadstools. Pipes and spouts for carrying off the rain from the encompassing gables, broken or feloniously cut for old lead long ago, Now let the rain drip and splash as it list upon the weedy earth. Sometimes there is a rusty pump somewhere near, and as I look in at the rails and meditate, I hear it working under an unknown hand with a creaking protest, as though the departed in the churchyard urged, "Let us lie here in peace, don't suck us up and drink us." One of my best beloved churchyards I call the churchyard of St. Ghastly Grim. Touching what men in general call it, I have no information. It lies at the heart of the city, and the Blackwall Railway shrieks at it daily. It is a small, small churchyard, with a ferocious, strong, spiked iron gate, like a jail. This gate is ornamented with skulls and crossbones, larger than the life, wrought in stone, but it likewise came into the mind of St. Ghastly Grim that to stick iron spikes atop of the stone skulls, as though they were impaled, would be a pleasant device. Therefore the skulls grin aloft horribly, thrust through and through with iron spears. Hence there is attraction of repulsion for me in St. Ghastly Grim, and having often contemplated it in the daylight and the dark, I once felt drawn towards it in a thunderstorm at midnight. "Why not?" I said, in self-excuse. "I've been to see the Colosseum by the light of the moon. Is it worse to go see St. Ghastly Grim by the light of the lightning?" I repaired to the saint in a hackney cab, and found the skulls most effective, having the air of a public execution, and seeming, as the lightning flashed, to wink and grin with the pain of the spikes. Having no other person to whom to impart my satisfaction, I communicated it to the driver. So far from being responsive, he surveyed me. He was naturally a bottle-nosed, red-faced man, with a blanched countenance. And as he drove me back, he ever and again glanced in over his shoulder through the little front window of his carriage, as mistrusting that I was a fare originally from a grave in the churchyard of St. Ghastly Grim, who might have flitted home again without paying. Sometimes the queer hole of some queer company gives upon a churchyard such as this, and when the livery dine, you may hear them, if you are looking in through the iron rails, which you never are when I am, toasting their own worshipful prosperity. Sometimes a wholesale house of business, requiring much room for stowage, will occupy one or two or even all three sides of the enclosing space, and the backs of bales of goods will lumber up the windows, as if they were holding some crowded trade meeting of themselves within. Sometimes the commanding windows are all blank, and show no more sign of life than the graves below. Not so much, for they tell of what once upon a time was life undoubtedly. Such was the surrounding of one city churchyard that I saw last summer, on a volunteering Saturday evening towards 8 of the clock, when with astonishment I beheld an old, old man and an old, old woman in it, making hay. Yes, of all occupations in this world, making hay. It was a very confined patch of churchyard lying between Gracechurch Street and the Tower, capable of yielding, say, an apronful of hay. By what means the old man and woman had got into it, with an almost toothless haymaking rake, I could not fathom. No open window was within view. No window at all was within view, sufficiently near the ground to have enabled their old legs to descend from it. The rusty churchyard gate was locked. The mouldy church was locked. Gravely among the graves they made hay, all alone by themselves. They looked like Time and his wife. There was but one rake between them, and they both had hold of it in a pastorally loving manner, and there was hay on the old woman's black bonnet, as if the old man had recently been playful. The old man was quite an obsolete old man, in knee-breeches and coarse grey stockings, and the old woman wore mittens like unto his stockings in texture and in colour. They took no heed of me as I looked on, unable to account for them. The old woman was much too bright for a pew-opener, the old man much too meek for a beadle. On an old tombstone in the foreground between me and them were two cherubim. But for those celestial embellishments being represented as having no possible use for knee breeches, stockings, or mittens, I should have compared them with the haymakers and sought a likeness. I coughed and awoke the echoes, but the haymakers never looked at me. They used the rake with a measured action, drawing the scanty crop towards them, and so I was fain to leave them under 3 yards and a half of darkening sky, gravely making hay among the graves, all alone by themselves. Perhaps they were spectres, and I wanted a medium. In another city churchyard of similar cramped dimensions, I saw that self-same summer 2 comfortable charity children. They were making love, tremendous proof of the vigor of that immortal article, for they were in the graceful uniform under which English charity delights to hide herself, and they were overgrown, and their legs, his legs at least, for I am modestly incompetent to speak of hers, were as much in the wrong as mere passive weakness of character can render legs. Oh, it was a leaden churchyard, but no doubt a golden ground to those young persons. I first saw them on a Saturday evening, and perceiving from their occupation that Saturday evening was their trysting time, I rolled them up, he rolling his end, she rolling hers, until they met, and over the 2 once divided, now united rolls, sweet emblem, gave and received a chaste salute. It was so refreshing to find one of my faded churchyards blooming into flower thus, that I returned a second time, and a third, and ultimately this befell. They'd left the church door open in their dusting and arranging. Walking in to look at the church, I became aware, by the dim light, of him in the pulpit, of her in the reading desk, of him looking down, of her looking up, exchanging tender discourse. Immediately both dived, and became, as it were, non-existent on this sphere. With an assumption of innocence, I turned to leave the sacred edifice, when an obese form stood in the portal, puffily demanding Joseph, or in default of Joseph, Celia. Taking this monster by the sleeve, and luring him forth on pretence of showing him whom he sought, I gave time for the emergence of Joseph and Celia, who presently came towards us in the churchyard, bending under dusty matting, a picture of thriving and unconscious industry. It would be superfluous to hint that I have ever since deemed this the proudest passage in my life. But such instances, or any tokens of vitality, are rare indeed in my city churchyards. A few sparrows occasionally try to raise a lively chirrup in their solitary tree, perhaps as taking a different view of worms from that entertained by humanity. But they are flat and hoarse of voice, like the clerk, the organ, the bell, the clergyman, and all the rest of the church works when they are wound up for Sunday. Caged larks, thrushes, or blackbirds, hanging in neighboring courts, pour forth their strains passionately, as scenting the tree, trying to break out and see leaves again before they die. But their song is willow, willow, of a churchyard cast. So little light lives inside the churches of my churchyards, when the 2 are coexistent, that it is often only by an accident and after long acquaintance that I discover their having stained glass in some odd window. The westering sun slants into the churchyard by some unwonted entry. A few prismatic tears drop on an old tombstone, and a window that I thought was only dirty is for the moment all bejewelled. Then the light passes and the colours die. Though even then, if there be room enough for me to fall back so far as that I can gaze up to the top of the church tower, I see the rusty vane new burnished, and seeming to look out with a joyful flash over the sea of smoke at the distant shore of country. Blinking old men who are let out of workhouses by the hour have a tendency to sit on bits of coping stone in these churchyards, leaning with both hands on their sticks and asthmatically gasping. The more depressed class of beggars, too, bring hither broken meats, and munch. I am on nodding terms with the meditative turncock who lingers on one of them, and whom I suspect of a turn for poetry, the rather as he looks out of temper when he gives the fire-plug a disparaging wrench with that large tuning fork of his which would wear out the shoulder of his coat, but for a precautionary piece of inlaid leather. Fire-ladders, which I am satisfied nobody knows anything about, and the keys of which were lost in ancient times, moulder away in the larger churchyards, under eaves like wooden eyebrows, and so removed are those corners from the haunts of men and boys, that once on a 5th of November I found a guy trusted to take care of himself there, while his proprietors had gone to dinner. Of the expression of his face I cannot report, because it was turned to the wall, but his shrugged shoulders and his 10 extended fingers appeared to denote that he had moralized in his little straw chair on the mystery of mortality until he gave it up as a bad job. You do not come upon these churchyards violently. There are shapes of transition in the neighborhood. An antiquated news shop or barber's shop, apparently bereft of customers in the earlier days of George III, would warn me to look out for one, if any discoveries in this respect were left for me to make. A very quiet court, in combination with an unaccountable dyers and scourers, would prepare me for a churchyard. An exceedingly retiring public-house, with a bagatelle board shadily visible in a sawdusty parlour shaped like an omnibus, and with a shelf of punch-bowls in the bar, would apprise me that I stood near a consecrated ground. A dairy, exhibiting in its modest window one very little milk can and 3 eggs, would suggest to me the certainty of finding the poultry hard by, pecking at my forefathers. I first inferred the vicinity of St. Ghastly Grim from a certain air of extra repose and gloom pervading a vast stack of warehouses. From the hush of these places it is congenial to pass into the hushed resorts of business. Down the lanes I like to see the carts and wagons huddled together in repose, the cranes idle, and the warehouses shut. Pausing in the alleys behind the closed banks of mighty Lombard Street, it gives one as good as a rich feeling to think of the broad counters with a rim along the edge, made for telling money out on, the scales for weighing precious metals, the ponderous ledgers, and, above all, the bright copper shovels for shoveling gold. When I draw money, it never seems so much money as when it is shoveled at me out of a bright copper shovel. I like to say, in gold, and to see £7 musically pouring out of a shovel like 70, the bank appearing to remark to me, I italicize, appearing, "If you want more of this yellow earth, we keep it in barrows at your service." To think of the banker's clerk with his deft finger turning the crisp edges of the £100 notes he's taken in a fat roll out of a drawer, is again to hear the rustling of that delicious South Cash wind.
"How will you have it?"
I once heard this usual question asked at a bank counter of an elderly female, habited in mourning and steeped in simplicity, who answered, open-eyed, crook-fingered, laughing with expectation, "Anyhow." Calling these things to mind as I stroll among the banks, I wonder whether the other solitary Sunday man I pass has designs upon the banks. For the interest and mystery of the matter, I almost hope he may have, and that his confederate may be at this moment taking impressions of the keys of the iron closets in wax, and that a delightful robbery may be in course of transaction. About College Hill, Mark Lane, and so on towards the Tower, and dockward, the deserted wine merchants' cellars are fine subjects for consideration. But the deserted money sellers of the bankers, and their plate sellers, and their jewel sellers, what subterranean regions of the wonderful lamp are these? And again, possibly some shoeless boy in rags passed through this street yesterday, for whom it is reserved to be a banker in the fullness of time, and to be surpassing rich. Such reverses have been since the days of Whittington, and war long before. I want to know whether the boy has any foreglittering of that glittering fortune now, when he treads these stones, hungry. Much as I also want to know whether the next man to be hanged at Newgate, yonder, had any suspicion upon him that he would be moving steadily towards that fate, when he talked so much about the last man who paid the same great debt at the same small debtor's door. Where are all the people who on busy working days pervade these scenes? The locomotive banker's clerk, who carries a black portfolio chained to him by a chain of steel, where is he? Does he go to bed with his chain on, to church with his chain on, or does he lay it by? And if he lays it by, what becomes of his portfolio when he is unchained for a holiday? The waste-paper baskets of these closed counting-houses would let me into many hints of business matters if I had the exploration of them. And what secrets of the heart should I discover on the pads of the young clerks, the sheets of cartridge paper and blotting paper interposed between their writing and their desks? Pads are taken into confidence on the tenderest occasions, and oftentimes when I have made a business visit and have sent in my name from the outer office, have I had it forced on my discursive notice that the officiating young gentleman has over and over again inscribed Amelia in ink of various dates on corners of his pad. Indeed, the pad may be regarded as the legitimate modern successor of the old forest tree whereon these young knights, having no available forest nearer than Epping, engrave the names of their mistresses. After all, it is a more satisfactory process than carving, and can be oftener repeated. So these courts in their Sunday rest are courts of love omnipotent, I rejoice to bethink myself, dry as they look. And here is Garraway's, bolted and shuttered hard and fast. It is possible to imagine the man who cuts the sandwiches on his back in a hayfield. It is possible to imagine his desk, like the desk of a clerk at church, without him. But imagination is unable to pursue the men who wait at Garraway's all the week for the men who never come. When they are forcibly put out of Garraway's on Saturday night, which they must be, for they never would go out of their own accord, where do they vanish until Monday morning? On the first Sunday that I ever strayed here, I expected to find them hovering about these lanes like restless ghosts, and trying to peep into Garraway's through chinks in the shutters, if not endeavoring to turn the lock of a door with false keys, picks, and screwdrivers. But the wonder is that they go clean away. And now I think of it, the wonder is that every working-day purveyor of these scenes goes clean away. The man who sells the dogs' collars and the little toy coal scuttles feels under as great an obligation to go afar off as Glynn and Company or Smith, Payne and Smith. There is an old monastery crypt under Garraway's. I have been in it among the port wine, and perhaps Garraway's, taking pity on the mouldy men who wait in its public room all their lives, gives them cool house-room down there over Sundays. But the catacombs of Paris would not be large enough to hold the rest of the missing. This characteristic of London City greatly helps its being the quaint place it is in the weekly pause of business, and greatly helps my Sunday sensation in it of being the last man. In my solitude, the ticket porters being all gone with the rest, I venture to breathe to the quiet bricks and stones my confidential wonderment why a ticket porter, who never does any work with his hands, is bound to wear a white apron, and why a great ecclesiastical dignitary, who never does any work with his hands either, is equally bound to wear a black one. This ends chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Uncommercial Traveler by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 24. An Old Stagecoaching House. Before the waitress had shut the door, I had forgotten how many stagecoaches, she said, used to change horses in the town every day. But it was of little moment. Any high number would do as well as another, It had been a great stage-coaching town in the great stage-coaching times, and the ruthless railways had killed and buried it. The sign of the house was the Dolphin's Head. Why only head, I don't know, for the dolphin's effigy at full length and upside down, as a dolphin is always bound to be when artistically treated, though I suppose he is sometimes right side upward in his natural condition, graced the signboard. The signboard chafed its rusty hooks outside the bow window of my room, and was a shabby work. No visitor could have denied that the dolphin was dying by inches, but he showed no bright colours. He had once served another master. There was a newer streak of paint below him, displaying with inconsistent freshness the legend, "By J. Mellows." My door opened again, and J. Mellows' representative came back. I had asked her what I could have for dinner, and she now returned with a counter-question. What would I like? As the dolphin stood possessed of nothing that I do like, I was fain to yield to the suggestion of a duck, which I don't like. J. Mellows' representative was a mournful young woman with eyes susceptible of guidance, and one uncontrollable eye, which latter, seeming to wander in quest of stagecoaches, deepened the melancholy in which the dolphin was steeped. This young woman had but shut the door on retiring again, when I bethought me of adding to my order the words, "with nice vegetables." Looking out at the door to give them emphatic utterance, I found her already in a state of pensive catalepsy in the deserted gallery, picking her teeth with a pin. At the railway station, 7 miles off, I had been the subject of wonder when I ordered a fly in which to come here, and when I gave the direction "to the Dolphin's Head," I had observed an ominous stare on the countenance of the strong young man in velveteen, who was the platform servant of the company. He had also called to my driver at parting,
"All right, don't hang yourself when you get there, George,"
in a sarcastic tone, for which I had entertained some transitory thoughts of reporting him to the general manager. I had no business in the town. I never have any business in any town. But I had been caught by the fancy that I would come and look at it in its degeneracy. My purpose was fitly inaugurated by the Dolphin's Head, which everywhere expressed past coachfulness and present coachlessness. Coloured prints of coaches, starting, arriving, changing horses, coaches in the sunshine, coaches in the snow, coaches in the wind, coaches in the mist and rain, coaches on the King's birthday, coaches in all circumstances compatible with their triumph and victory, but never in the act of breaking down or overturning, pervaded the house. Of these works of art, some, framed and not glazed, had holes in them. The varnish of others had become so brown and cracked that they looked like overdone pie crust. The designs of others were almost obliterated by the flies of many summers. Broken glasses, damaged frames, lopsided hanging, and consignment of incurable cripples to places of refuge in dark corners, attested the desolation of the rest. The old room on the ground floor, where the passengers of the High Flyer used to dine, had nothing in it but a wretched show of twigs and flower pots in the broad window to hide the nakedness of the land, and in a corner little Mellow's perambulator, with even its parasol head turned despondently to the wall. The other room, where post-horse company used to wait while the relays were getting ready down the yard, still held its ground, but was as airless as I conceive a hearse to be, insomuch that Mr. Pitt, hanging high against the partition, with spots on him like port wine, though it is mysterious how port wine ever got squirted up there, had good reason for perking his nose and sniffing. The stopperless cruets on the spindle-shanked sideboard were in a miserably dejected state, the anchovy sauce having turned blue some years ago, and the cayenne pepper, with a scoop in it like a small model of a wooden leg, having turned solid. The old fraudulent candles, which were always being paid for and never used, were burnt out at last, but their tall stilts of candlesticks still lingered, and still outraged the human intellect by pretending to be silver. the mouldy old unreformed borough member, with his right hand buttoned up in the breast of his coat, and his back characteristically turned on bales of petitions from his constituents, was there too, and the poker which never had been among the fire irons, lest post-horse company should overstir the fire, was not there as of old. Pursuing my researches in Godolphin's Head, I found it sorely shrunken. When J. Mellows came into possession, he'd walled off half the bar, which was now a tobacco shop with its own entrance in the yard, the once glorious yard where the postboys, whip in hand and always buttoning their waistcoats at the last moment, used to come running forth to mount and away. A scientific shoeing, smith, and veterinary surgeon had further encroached upon the yard, and a grimly satirical jobber, who announced himself as having to let a neat one-horse fly and a one-horse cart, had established his business, himself and his family, in a part of the extensive stables. Another part was lopped clean off from Godolphin's Head, and now comprised a chapel, a wheelwright's, and a young men's mutual improvement and discussion society in a loft, the whole forming a back lane. No audacious hand had plucked down the vane from the central cupola of the stables, but it had grown rusty and stuck at N-nil, while the score or two of pigeons that remained true to their ancestral traditions and the place had collected in a row on the roof ridge of the only outhouse retained by Godolphin, where all the inside pigeons tried to push the outside pigeon off. This I accepted as emblematical of the struggle for post and place in railway times. Sauntering forth into the town by way of the covered and pillared entrance to Godolphin's yard, once redolent of soup and stable litter, now redolent of musty disuse, I paced the street. It was a hot day, and the little sun blinds of the shops were all drawn down, and the more enterprising tradesmen had caused their apprentices to trickle water on the pavement appertaining to their frontage. It looked as if they had been shedding tears for the stage-coaches, and drying their ineffectual pocket handkerchiefs. Such weakness would have been excusable, for business was, as one dejected porkman who kept a shop which refused to reciprocate the compliment by keeping him, informed me, bitter bad. Most of the harness makers and corn dealers were gone the way of the coaches, but it was a pleasant recognition of the eternal procession of children down that old original steep incline, the valley of the shadow, that those tradesmen were mostly succeeded by vendors of sweetmeats and cheap toys. The opposition house to Godolphin, once famous as the New White Hart, had long collapsed. In a fit of abject depression, it had cast whitewash on its windows, and boarded up its front door, and reduced itself to a side entrance. But even that had proved a world too wide for the literary institution which had been its last phase. For the institution had collapsed too, and of the ambitious letters of its inscription on the White Hart's front, all had fallen off but these: L-Y-I-N-S-T, suggestive of lamentably insolvent. As to the neighboring marketplace, it seemed to have wholly relinquished marketing to the dealer in crockery whose pots and pans straggled half across it, and to the cheap jack who sat with folded arms on the shafts of his cart, superciliously gazing around, his velveteen waistcoat evidently harbouring grave doubts whether it was worth his while to stay a night in such a place. The church bells began to ring as I left this spot, but they by no means improved the case, for they said, in a petulant way, and speaking with some difficulty in their irritation, "What's become of the coaches?" Nor would they, I found on listening, ever vary their emphasis, save in respect of growing more sharp and vexed, but invariably went on, "What's become of the coaches?" always beginning the inquiry with an unpolite abruptness. Perhaps from their elevation they saw the railway, and it aggravated them. Coming upon a coachmaker's workshop, I began to look about me with a revived spirit, thinking that perchance I might behold there some remains of the old times of the town's greatness. There was only one man at work, a dry man, grizzled and far advanced in years, but tall and upright, who, becoming aware of me looking on, straightened his back, pushed up his spectacles against his brown paper cap, and appeared inclined to defy me, to whom I pacifically said, "Good day, sir." "What?" said he. "Good day, sir." He seemed to consider about that, and not to agree with me. "Was you looking for anything?" he then asked, in a pointed manner. I was wondering whether there happened to be any fragment of an old stage-coach here. "Is that all?" "That's all." "No, there ain't." It was now my turn to say "oh," and I said it. Not another word did the dry and grizzled man say, but bent to his work again. In the coach-making days, the coach-painters had tried their brushes on a post beside him, and quite a calendar of departed glories was to be read upon it, in blue and yellow and red and green, some inches thick. Presently he looked up again. "You seem to have a deal of time on your hands," was his querulous remark. I admitted the fact. "I think it's a pity you was not brought up to something," said he. I said I thought so too. Appearing to be informed with an idea, he laid down his plane, for it was a plane he was at work with, pushed up his spectacles again, and came to the door. "Would a po'shay do for you?" he asked. "I'm not sure that I understand what you mean." "Would a po'shay," said the coachmaker, standing close before me, and folding his arms in the manner of a cross-examining counsel, "would a po'shay meet the views you have expressed? Yes or no?" "Yes." "Then you keep straight along down there till you see one. You'll see one if you go far enough." With that, he turned me by the shoulder in the direction I was to take, and went in and resumed his work against the background of leaves and grapes. For, although he was a soured man and discontented, his workshop was that agreeable mixture of town and country, street and garden, which is often to be seen in a small English town. I went the way he had turned me, and I came to the beer shop with the sign of the first and last, and was out of the town on the old London road. I came to the turnpike, and I found it, in its silent way, eloquent respecting the change that had fallen on the road. The turnpike house was all overgrown with ivy, and the turnpike keeper, unable to get a living out of the tolls, plied the trade of a cobbler. Not only that, but his wife sold ginger beer, and in the very window of a spile through which the toll-takers of old times used with awe to behold the grand London coaches coming on at a gallop, exhibited for sale little barber's poles of sweetstuff in a sticky lantern. The political economy of the master of the turnpike thus expressed itself. "How goes turnpike business, master?" said I to him, as he sat in his little porch repairing a shoe. "It don't go at all, master," said he to me. "It's stopped." "That's bad," said I. "Bad?" he repeated, and he pointed to one of his sunburnt, dusty children, who was climbing the turnpike gate, and said, extending his open right hand in remonstrance with universal nature, "5 on 'em." "But how to improve turnpike business?" said I. "There's a way, master," said he, with the air of one who had thought deeply on the subject. "I should like to know it." "Lay a toll on everything as comes through. Lay a toll on walkers. Lay another toll on everything as don't come through. Lay a toll on them as stops at home." "Would the last remedy be fair?" "Fair? Them as stops at home could come through if they liked, couldn't they?" "Say they could." "Toll 'em. If they don't come through, it's their lookout. Anyways, toll 'em." Finding it was as impossible to argue with this financial genius as if he had been Chancellor of the Exchequer, and consequently the right man in the right place, I passed on meekly. My mind now began to misgive me that the disappointed coachmaker had sent me on a wild-goose errand, and that there was no post-chaise in those parts. But coming within view of certain allotment gardens by the roadside, I retracted the suspicion, and confessed that I had done him an injustice, for there I saw surely the poorest superannuated post-chaise left on earth. It was a post-chaise taken off its axle-tree and wheels, and plumped down on the clayey soil among a ragged growth of vegetables. It was a post-chaise not even set straight upon the ground, but tilted over, as if it had fallen out of a balloon. It was a post-chaise that had been a long time in those decayed circumstances, and against which scarlet beans were trained. It was a post-chaise patched and mended with old tea-trays, or with scraps of iron that looked like them, and boarded up as to the windows, but having a knocker on the off-side door. Whether it was a post-chaise used as tool-house, summer-house, or dwelling-house, I could not discover, for there was nobody at home at the post-chaise when I knocked. But it was certainly used for something, and locked up. In the wonder of this discovery, I walked round and round the post-chaise many times, and sat down by the post-chaise, waiting for further elucidation. None came. At last I made my way back to the old London road by the further end of the allotment gardens, and consequently at a point beyond that from which I had diverged. I had to scramble through a hedge and down a steep bank, and I nearly came down atop of a little spare man who sat breaking stones by the roadside. He stayed his hammer and said, regarding me mysteriously through his dark goggles of wire, "Are you aware, sir, that you've been trespassing?" "I turned out of the way," said I, in explanation, "to look at that odd post-chaise. Do you happen to know anything about it?" "I know it was many a year upon the road," said he. "So I supposed. Do you know to whom it belongs?" The stone-breaker bent his brows and goggles over his heap of stones, as if he were considering whether he should answer the question or not. Then, raising his barred eyes to my features as before, he said, "To me." Being quite unprepared for the reply, I received it with a sufficiently awkward, "Indeed? Dear me." Presently I added, "Do you—" I was going to say, "live there," but it seemed so absurd a question that I substituted, "Live near here?" The stone-breaker, who had not broken a fragment since we began to converse, then did as follows. He raised himself by poising his finger on his hammer, and took his coat, on which he had been seated, over his arm. He then backed to an easier part of the bank than that by which I had come down, keeping his dark goggles silently upon me all the time, and then shouldered his hammer, suddenly turned, ascended, and was gone. His face was so small, and his goggles were so large, that he left me wholly uninformed as to his countenance. But he left me a profound impression that the curved legs I had seen from behind as he vanished were the legs of an old post-boy. It was not until then that I noticed he'd been working by a glass-grown milestone, which looked like a tombstone erected over the grave of a London road. My dinner hour being close at hand, I had no leisure to pursue the goggles or the subject then, but made my way back to Godolphin's Head. In the gateway I found J. Mellows looking at nothing, and apparently experiencing that it failed to raise his spirits. "I don't care for the town," said J. Mellows, when I complimented him on the sanitary advantages it may or may not possess. "I wish I'd never seen the town." "You don't belong to it, Mr. Mellows?" "Belong to it," repeated Mellows. "If I didn't belong to a better style of town than this, I'd take and drown myself in a pail." It then occurred to me that Mellows, having so little to do, was habitually thrown back on his internal resources, by which I mean the Dolphin's Cellar. "What we want," said Mellows, pulling off his hat, and making as if he emptied it of the last load of disgust that had exuded from his brain, before he put it on again for another load.
"What we want is a branch. The petition for the branch bill is in the coffee room. Would you put your name to it? Every little helps."
I found the document in question stretched out flat on the coffee room table by the aid of certain weights from the kitchen, and I gave it the additional weight of my uncommercial signature. To the best of my belief, I bound myself to the modest statement that universal traffic, happiness, prosperity, and civilization, together with unbounded national triumph in competition with the foreigner, would infallibly flow from the branch. Having achieved this constitutional feat, I asked Mr. Mellows if he could grace my dinner with a pint of good wine. Mr. Mellows thus replied:
"If I couldn't give you a pint of good wine, I'd take and drown myself in a pail. But I was deceived when I bought this business, and the stock was higgledy-piggledy, and I haven't yet tasted my way quite through it with a view to sorting it. Therefore, if you order one kind and get another, change till it comes right."
"For what?" said Mellows, unloading his hat as before. "What would you or any gentleman do if you ordered one kind of wine and was required to drink another? Why, you'd," and naturally and properly having the feelings of a gentleman, "you'd take and drown yourself in a pail." This ends chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Uncommercial Traveler by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 25. The Boiled Beef of New England. The shabbiness of our English capital, as compared with Paris, Bordeaux, Frankfurt, Milan, Geneva, almost any important town on the continent of Europe, I find very striking after an absence of any duration in foreign parts. London is shabby in contrast with Edinburgh, with Aberdeen, with Exeter, with Liverpool, with a bright little town like Bury St. Edmunds. London is shabby in contrast with New York, with Boston, with Philadelphia. In detail, one would say it can rarely fail to be a disappointing piece of shabbiness to a stranger from any of those places. There is nothing shabbier than Drury Lane in Rome itself. The meanness of Regent Street, set against the great line of boulevards in Paris, is as striking as the abortive ugliness of Trafalgar Square, set against the gallant beauty of the Place de la Concorde. London is shabby by daylight and shabbier by gaslight. No Englishman knows what gaslight is until he sees the Rue de Rivoli and the Palais Royal after dark. The mass of London people are shabby. The absence of distinctive dress has no doubt something to do with it. The porters of the Vintners Company, the draymen, and the butchers are about the only people who wear distinctive dresses, and even these do not wear them on holidays. We've nothing which for cheapness, cleanliness, convenience, or picturesqueness can compare with the belted blouse. As to our women, next Easter or Whitsuntide, look at the bonnets at the British Museum or the National Gallery, and think of the pretty white French cap, the Spanish mantilla, or the Genoese mezzero. Probably there are not more second-hand clothes sold in London than in Paris, and yet the mass of the London population have a second-hand look which is not to be detected on the mass of the Parisian population. I think this is mainly because a Parisian workman does not in the least trouble himself about what is worn by a Parisian idler, but dresses in the way of his own class and for his own comfort. In London, on the contrary, the fashions descend, and you never fully know how inconvenient or ridiculous a fashion is until you see it in its last descent. It was but the other day on a race-course that I observed 4 people in a barouche deriving great entertainment from the contemplation of 4 people on foot. The 4 people on foot were 2 young men and 2 young women. The 4 people in the barouche were 2 young men and 2 young women. The 4 young women were dressed in exactly the same style. The 4 young men were dressed in exactly the same style. Yet the 2 couples on wheels were as much amused by the 2 couples on foot as if they were quite unconscious of having themselves set those fashions, or of being at that very moment engaged in the display of them. Is it only in the matter of clothes that fashion descends here in London, and consequently in England, and thence shabbiness arises? Let us think a little and be just. The black country round about Birmingham is a very black country, but is it quite as black as it has been lately painted? An appalling accident happened at the People's Park near Birmingham this last July, when it was crowded with people from the black country. An appalling accident consequent on a shamefully dangerous exhibition. Did the shamefully dangerous exhibition originate in the moral blackness of the black country, and in the black people's peculiar love of the excitement attendant on great personal hazard, which they looked on at, but in which they did not participate? Light is much wanted in the black country. Oh, we are all agreed on that. But we must not quite forget the crowds of gentlefolks who set the shamefully dangerous fashion either. We must not quite forget the enterprising directors of an institution vaunting mighty educational pretenses, who made the low sensation as strong as they possibly could make it, by hanging the blown-down rope as high as they possibly could hang it. All this must not be eclipsed in the blackness of the black country. The reserved seats high up by the rope, the cleared space below it, so that no one should be smashed but the performer, the pretense of slipping and falling off, the baskets for the feet and the sack for the head, the photographs everywhere, and the virtuous indignation nowhere. All this must not be wholly swallowed up in the blackness of a jet-black country. Whatsoever fashion is set in England is certain to descend. This is a text for a perpetual sermon on care in setting fashions. When you find a fashion low down, look back for the time, you will never be far off, when it was the fashion high up. This is the text for a perpetual sermon on social justice. From imitations of Ethiopian serenaders to imitations of princes' coats and waistcoats, you will find the original model in St. James's Parish. When the serenaders become tiresome, trace them beyond the black country. When the coats and waistcoats become insupportable, refer them to their source in the upper toady regions. Gentlemen's clubs were once maintained for purposes of savage party warfare. Working-men's clubs of the same day assumed the same character. Gentlemen's clubs became places of quiet, inoffensive recreation. Working-men's clubs began to follow suit. If working men have seemed rather slow to appreciate advantages of combination which have saved the pockets of gentlemen and enhanced their comforts, it is because working men could scarcely, for want of capital, originate such combinations without help, and because help has not been separable from that great impertinence, patronage. The instinctive revolt of his spirit against patronage is a quality much to be respected in the English working-man. It is the base of his best qualities. Nor is it surprising that he should be unduly suspicious of patronage, and sometimes resentful of it, even where it is not, seeing what a flood of washy talk has been let loose on his devoted head, or with what complacent condescension the same devoted head has been smoothed and patted. It is a proof to me of his self-control that he never strikes out pugilistically, right and left, when addressed as one of my friends or my assembled friends, that he does not become inappeasable and run amok like a Malay whenever he sees a biped in broadcloth getting on a platform to talk to him, that any pretense of improving his mind does not instantly drive him out of his mind and cause him to toss his obliging patron like a mad bull. For How often have I heard the unfortunate working man lectured as if he were a little charity child, humid as to his nasal development, strictly literal as to his catechism, and called by Providence to walk all his days in a station in life represented on festive occasions by a mug of warm milk and water and a bun. What popguns of jokes have these ears tingled to hear let off at him! What asinine sentiments, what impotent conclusions, what spelling-book moralities, what adaptations of the orator's insufferable tediousness to the assumed level of his understanding. If his sledgehammers, his spades and pickaxes, his saws and chisels, his paint-pots and brushes, his forges, furnaces and engines, the horses that he drove at his work and the machines that drove him at his work, were all toys in one little paper box, and he the baby who played with them, he could not have been discoursed to more impertinently and absurdly than I have heard him discoursed to times innumerable. Consequently, not being a fool or a fawner, he has come to acknowledge his patronage by virtually saying, "Let me alone. If you understand me no better than that, sir and madam, let me alone. You mean very well, I dare say, but I don't like it, and I won't come here again to have any more of it." Whatever is done for the comfort and advancement of the working man must be so far done by himself as that it is maintained by himself, and there must be in it no touch of condescension, no shadow of patronage. In the great working districts this truth is studied and understood. When the American Civil War rendered it necessary, first in Glasgow and afterwards in Manchester, that the working people should be shown how to avail themselves of the advantages derivable from system and from the combination of numbers in the purchase and the cooking of their food, this truth was above all things borne in mind. The quick consequence was that suspicion and reluctance were vanquished, and that the effort resulted in an astounding and a complete success. Such thoughts passed through my mind on a July morning of this summer, as I walked towards Commercial Street, not Uncommercial Street, Whitechapel. The Glasgow and Manchester system had been lately set a-going there by certain gentlemen who felt an interest in its diffusion, and I had been attracted by the following handbill, printed on rose-coloured paper.
Self-supporting cooking depot for the working classes. Commercial Street, Whitechapel, where accommodation is provided for dining comfortably 300 persons at a time. Open from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. Prices. All articles of the best quality. Cup of tea or coffee? 1 penny. Bread and butter? 1 penny. Bread and cheese? 1 penny. Slice of bread? 1 halfpenny or 1 penny. Boiled egg? 1 penny. Ginger beer? 1 penny. The above articles always ready. Besides the above may be had from 12 to 3 o'clock. Bowl of Scotch broth? 1 penny. Bowl of soup? 1 penny. Plate of potatoes? 1 penny. Plate of minced beef? 2d. Plate of cold beef? 2d. Plate of cold ham? 2d. Plate of plum pudding or rice? 1 penny. As the economy of cooking depends greatly upon the simplicity of the arrangements with which a great number of persons can be served at one time, the upper room of this establishment will be especially set apart for a public dinner every day from 12 till 3 o'clock, consisting of the following dishes: bowl of broth or soup, plate of cold beef or ham, plate of potatoes, plum pudding or rice. Fixed charge, 4d. halfpenny. The daily papers provided. Nota bene, this establishment is conducted on the strictest business principles, with the full intention of making it self-supporting, so that every one may frequent it with a feeling of perfect independence.
The assistance of all frequenting the depot is confidently expected in checking anything interfering with the comfort, quiet, and regularity of the establishment. Please do not destroy this handbill, but hand it to some other person whom it may interest. The Self-Supporting Cooking Depot, not a very good name, and one would rather give it an English one, had hired a newly built warehouse that it found to let. Therefore, it was not established in premises specially designed for the purpose. But at a small cost they were exceedingly well adapted to the purpose, being light, well ventilated, clean, and cheerful. They consisted of 3 large rooms. That on the basement story was the kitchen, that on the ground floor was the general dining room, that on the floor above was the upper room referred to in the handbill, where the public dinner at 4 halfpenny a head was provided every day. The cooking was done, with much economy of space and fuel, by American cooking stoves, and by young women not previously brought up as cooks. The walls and pillars of the 2 dining rooms were agreeably brightened with ornamental colours. The tables were capable of accommodating 6 or 8 persons each. The attendants were all young women, becomingly and neatly dressed, and dressed alike. I think the whole staff was female, with the exception of the steward or manager. My first inquiries were directed to the wages of this staff, because if any establishment claiming to be self-supporting live upon the spoliation of anybody or anything, or eke out a feeble existence by poor mouths and beggarly resources, as too many so-called mechanics institutions do, I make bold to express my uncommercial opinion that it has no business to live and had better die. It was made clear to me by the account books that every person employed was properly paid. My next inquiries were directed to the quality of the provisions purchased and to the terms on which they were bought. It was made equally clear to me that the quality was the very best, and that all bills were paid weekly. My next inquiries were directed to the balance sheet for the last 2 weeks, only the 3rd and 4th of the establishment's career. It was made equally clear to me that after everything bought was paid for, and after each week was charged with its full share of wages, rent, and taxes, depreciation of plant in use, and interest on capital at the rate of 4% per annum, the last week had yielded a profit of, in round numbers, £1.10, and the previous week a profit of £6.10. By this time I felt that I had a healthy appetite for the dinners. It had just struck 12, and a quick succession of faces had already begun to appear at a little window in the wall of the partitioned space where I sat looking over the books. Within this little window, like a pay-box at a theatre, a neat and brisk young woman presided to take money and issue tickets. Everyone coming in must take a ticket, either the 4 halfpenny ticket for the upper room, the most popular ticket, I think, or as many penny tickets as he or she chose to buy. For 3 penny tickets one had quite a wide range of choice. A plate of cold boiled beef and potatoes, or a plate of cold ham and potatoes, or a plate of hot minced beef and potatoes, or a bowl of soup, bread and cheese, and a plate of plum pudding. Touching what they should have, some customers on taking their seats fell into a reverie, became mildly distracted, postponed decision, and said in bewilderment they would think of it. One old man I noticed when I sat among the tables in the lower room, who were startled by the bill of fare, and sat contemplating it as if it was something of a ghostly nature. The decision of the boys was as rapid as their execution, and always included pudding. There were several women among the diners, and several clerks and shopmen. There were carpenters and painters from the neighbouring buildings under repair, and there were nautical men, and there were, as one diner observed to me, some of most sorts. Some were solitary, some came 2 together, some dined in parties of 3 or 4 or 6. The latter talked together, but assuredly no one was louder than at my club in Pall Mall. One young fellow whistled in rather a shrill manner while he waited for his dinner, but I was gratified to observe that he did so in evident defiance of my uncommercial individuality, quite agreeing with him on consideration that I had no business to be there, unless I dined like the rest. I went in, as the phrase is, for fourpence halfpenny. The room of the fourpence halfpenny banquet had, like the lower room, a counter in it, on which were ranged a great number of cold portions ready for distribution. Behind this counter the fragrant soup was steaming in deep cans, and the best cooked of potatoes were fished out of similar receptacles. Nothing to eat was touched with his hand. Every waitress had her own tables to attend to. As soon as she saw a new customer seat himself at one of her tables, she took from the counter all his dinner, his soup, potatoes, meat, and pudding, piled it up dexterously in her two hands, set it before him, and took his ticket. This serving of the whole dinner at once had been found greatly to simplify the business of attendance, and was also popular with the customers, who were thus enabled to vary the meal by varying the routine of dishes, beginning with soup today, putting soup in the middle tomorrow, putting soup at the end the day after tomorrow, and ringing similar changes on meat and pudding. The rapidity with which every newcomer got served was remarkable, and the dexterity with which the waitresses, quite new to the art a month before, discharged their duty was as agreeable to see as the neat smartness with which they wore their dress and had dressed their hair. If I seldom saw better waiting, so I certainly never ate better meat, potatoes, or pudding. And the soup was an honest and stout soup, with rice and barley in it, and little matters for the teeth to touch, as has been observed to me by my friend below stairs already quoted. The dinner service, too, was neither conspicuously hideous for high art nor for low art, but was of a pleasant and pure appearance. Concerning the viands and their cookery, one last remark. I dined at my club in Pall Mall aforesaid, a few days afterwards, for exactly 12 times the money, and not half as well. The company thickened after 1 o'clock struck, and changed pretty quickly. Although experience of the place had been so recently attainable, and although there was still considerable curiosity out in the street and about the entrance, the general tone was as good as could be, and the customers fell easily into the ways of the place. It was clear to me, however, that they were there to have what they paid for, and to be on an independent footing. To the best of my judgment, they might be patronized out of the building in a month. With judicious visiting, and by dint of being questioned, read to, and talked at, they might even be got rid of, for the next quarter of a century, in half the time. This disinterested and wise movement is fraught with so many wholesome changes in the lives of the working people, and with so much good in the way of overcoming that suspicion which our own unconscious impertinence has engendered, that it is scarcely gracious to criticize details as yet. The rather because it is indisputable that the managers of the Whitechapel establishment most thoroughly feel that they are upon their honor with the customers, as to the minutest points of administration. But, although the American stoves cannot roast, they can surely boil one kind of meat as well as another, and need not always circumscribe their boiling talents within the limits of ham and beef. The most enthusiastic admirers of those substantials would probably not object to occasional inconstancy in respect of pork and mutton, or, especially in cold weather, to a little innocent trifling with Irish stews, meat pies, and toads in holes. Another drawback on the Whitechapel establishment is the absence of beer. Regarded merely as a question of policy, it is very impolitic, as having a tendency to send the working men to the public house, where gin is reported to be sold. But there is a much higher ground on which this absence of beer is objectionable. It expresses distrust of the working men. It is a fragment of that old mantle of patronage in which so many estimable thugs, so darkly wandering up and down the moral world, are sworn to muffle him. Good beer is a good thing for him, he says, and he likes it. The depot could give it him good, and he now gets it bad. Why does the depot not give it him good? Because he would get drunk. Why does the depot not let him have a pint with his dinner, which would not make him drunk? Because he might have had another pint, or another 2 pints before he came. Now, this distrust is an affront, is exceedingly inconsistent with the confidence the managers express in their handbills, and is a timid stopping short upon the straight highway. It is unjust and unreasonable also. It is unjust because it punishes the sober man for the vice of the drunken man. It is unreasonable because anyone at all experienced in such things knows that the drunken workman does not get drunk where he goes to eat and drink, but where he goes to drink, expressly to drink. To suppose that the working man cannot state this question to himself quite as plainly as I state it here, is to suppose that he is a baby, and is again to tell him in the old wearisome, condescending, patronizing way that he must be goody-pooty, and do as he is toldy-poldy, and not be a manny-panny or a voter-poter, but fold his handy-pandies and be a childy-pildy. I found from the accounts of the Whitechapel self-supporting cooking depot that every article sold in it, even at the prices I have quoted, yields a certain small profit. Individual speculators are of course already in the field, and are of course already appropriating the name. The classes for whose benefit the real depots are designed will distinguish between the 2 kinds of enterprise. This ends chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Uncommercial Traveler by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 26. Chatham Dockyard. There are some small out-of-the-way landing places on the Thames and the Medway where I do much of my summer idling. Running water is favourable to daydreams, and a strong tidal river is the best of running water for mine. I like to watch the great ships standing out to sea or coming home richly laden, the active little steam tugs confidently puffing with them to and from the sea horizon, the fleet of barges that seem to have plucked their brown and russet sails from the ripe trees in the landscape, the heavy old colliers, light in ballast, floundering down before the tide, the light screw barks and schooners imperiously holding a straight course while the others patiently tack and go about, the yachts with their tiny hulls and great white sheets of canvas, the little sailing boats bobbing to and fro on their errands of pleasure or business, and, as it is the nature of little people to do, making a prodigious fuss about their small affairs. Watching these objects, I still am under no obligation to think about them, or even so much as to see them, unless it perfectly suits my humour. As little am I obliged to hear the plash and flop of the tide, the ripple at my feet, the clinking windlass afar off, or the humming steamship paddles further away yet. These, with the creaking little jetty on which I sit, and the gaunt high water marks and low water marks in the mud, and the broken causeway, and the broken bank, and the broken stakes and piles, leaning forward as if they were vain of their personal appearance, and looking for their reflection in the water, will melt into any train of fancy. Equally adaptable to any purpose or to none are the posturing sheep and kine upon the marshes, the gulls that wheel and dip around me, the crows, well out of gunshot, going home from the rich harvest fields, the heron that has been out of fishing and looks as melancholy up there in the sky as if it hadn't agreed with him. Everything within the range of the senses will, by the aid of the running water, lend itself to everything beyond that range, and work into a drowsy whole, not unlike a kind of tune, but for which there is no exact definition. One of these landing places is near an old fort, I can see the Nor light from it with my pocket glass, from which forth mysteriously emerges a boy, to whom I am much indebted for additions to my scanty stock of knowledge. He is a young boy, with an intelligent face burnt to a dust color by the summer sun, and with crisp hair of the same hue. He is a boy in whom I have perceived nothing incompatible with habits of studious inquiry and meditation, unless an evanescent black eye (I was delicate of inquiring how occasioned) should be so considered. To him am I indebted for ability to identify a custom-house boat at any distance, and for acquaintance with all the forms and ceremonies observed by a homeward-bound Indiaman coming up the river, when the custom-house officers go aboard her. But for him I might never have heard of the dumb ague, respecting which malady I am now learned. Had I never sat at his feet, I might have finished my mortal career and never known that when I see a white horse on a barge's tail, that barge is a lime barge. For precious secrets in reference to beer am I likewise beholden to him, involving warning against the beer of a certain establishment, by reason of its having turned sour through failure in point of demand, though my young sage is not of opinion that similar deterioration has befallen the ale. He has also enlightened me touching the mushrooms of the marshes, and has gently reproved my ignorance in having supposed them to be impregnated with salt. His manner of imparting information is thoughtful and appropriate to the scene. As he reclines beside me, he pitches into the river a little stone or piece of grit, and then delivers himself oracularly, as though he spoke out of the center of the spreading circle that it makes in the water. He never improves my mind without observing this formula: with the wise boy, whom I know by no other name than the spirit of the fort, I recently consorted on a breezy day when the river leaped about us and was full of life. I had seen the sheaved corn carrying in the golden fields as I came down to the river, and the rosy farmer, watching his laboring men in the saddle on his cob, had told me how he had reaped his 260 acres of long strawed corn last week, and how a better week's work he had never done in all his days. Peace and abundance were on the countryside in beautiful forms and beautiful colors, and the harvest seemed even to be sailing out to grace the never-reaped sea in the yellow-laden barges that mellowed the distance. It was on this occasion that the spirit of the fort, directing his remarks to a certain floating iron battery lately lying in that reach of the river, enriched my mind with his opinions on naval architecture, and informed me that he would like to be an engineer. I found him up to everything that is done in the contracting line by Messrs. Peto and Brassey, cunning in the article of concrete, mellow in the matter of iron, great on the subject of gunnery. When he spoke of pile driving and sluice making, he left me not a leg to stand on, and I can never sufficiently acknowledge his forbearance with me in my disabled state. While he thus discoursed, he several times directed his eyes to one distant quarter of the landscape, and spoke with vague, mysterious awe of the yard. Pondering his lessons after we had parted, I bethought me that the yard was one of our large public dockyards, and that it lay hidden among the crops down in the dip behind the windmills, as if it modestly kept itself out of view in peaceful times, and sought to trouble no man. Taken with this modesty on the part of the yard, I resolved to improve the yard's acquaintance. My good opinion of the yard's retiring character was not dashed by nearer approach. It resounded with the noise of hammers beating upon iron, and the great sheds or slips under which the mighty men of war are built loomed business-like when contemplated from the opposite side of the river. For all that, however, the yard made no display, but kept itself snug under hillsides of cornfields, hop gardens, and orchards, its great chimneys smoking with a quiet, almost a lazy air, like giants smoking tobacco, and the great shears moored off it, looking meekly and inoffensively out of proportion. like the giraffe of the machinery creation. The store of cannon on the neighboring gun wharf had an innocent, toy-like appearance, and the one red-coated sentry on duty over them was a mere toy figure with a clockwork movement. As the hot sunlight sparkled on him, he might have passed for the identical little man who had the little gun, and whose bullets they were made of lead. Crossing the river and landing at the stairs, where a drift of chips and weed had been trying to land before me and had not succeeded, but had got into a corner instead, I found the very street posts to be cannon, and the architectural ornaments to be shells. And so I came to the yard, which was shut up tight and strong, with great folded gates like an enormous patent safe. These gates devouring me, I became digested into the yard, and it had at first a clean-swept holiday air, as if it had given over work until next war time. Though indeed a quantity of hemp for rope was tumbling out of storehouses, even there, which would hardly be lying like so much hay on the white stones if the yard were as placid as it pretended. Ding, clash, dong, bang, boom, rattle, clash, bang, clink, bang, dong, bang, clatter, bang, bang, bang. What on earth is this? This is, or soon will be, the Achilles, iron armor-plated ship. 1,200 men are working at her now, 1,200 men working on stages over her sides, over her bows, over her stern, under her keel, between her decks, down in her hold, within her and without, crawling and creeping into the finest curves of her lines wherever it is possible for men to twist. 1,200 hammerers, measurers, caulkers, armourers, forgers, smiths, shipwrights, 1,200 dingers, clashers, dongers, rattlers, clinkers, bangers, bangers, bangers. Yet all the stupendous uproar around the rising Achilles is as nothing to the reverberations with which the perfected Achilles shall resound upon the dreadful day when the full work is in hand, for which this is but note of preparation, the day when the scuppers that are now fitting like great, dry, thirsty conduit pipes shall run red. All these busy figures between decks, dimly seen bending at their work in smoke and fire, are as nothing to the figures that shall do work here for another kind in smoke and fire that day. These steam-worked engines alongside, helping the ship by travelling to and fro and wafting tons of iron plates about, as though they were so many leaves of trees, would be rent limb from limb if they stood by her for a minute then. To think that this Achilles, monstrous compound of iron tank and oaken chest, can ever swim or roll, to think that any force of wind and wave could ever break her, to think that wherever I see a glowing red-hot iron point thrust out of her side from within, as I do now, there and there and there, and 2 watching men on a stage without, with bared arms and sledgehammers, strike at it fiercely and repeat their blows until it is black and flat. I see a rivet being driven home, of which there are many in every iron plate, and thousands upon thousands in the ship. To think that the difficulty I experience in appreciating the ship's size when I am on board arises from her being a series of iron tanks and oaken chests, so that internally she's ever finishing and ever beginning, and half of her might be smashed, and yet the remaining half suffice and be sound. Then to go over the side again and down among the ooze and wet to the bottom of the dock, in the depths of a subterranean forest of dog shores and stays that hold her up, and to see the immense mass bulging out against the upper light and tapering down towards me, is, with great pains and much clambering, to arrive at an impossibility of realizing that this is a ship at all, and to become possessed by the fancy that it is an enormous, immovable edifice set up in an ancient amphitheatre, say that at Verona, and almost filling it. Yet what would even these things be without the tributary workshops and the mechanical powers for piercing the iron plates, 4.5 inches thick, for rivets, shaping them under hydraulic pressure to the finest tapering turns of a ship's lines, and paring them away with knives shaped like the beaks of strong and cruel birds to the nicest requirements of the design. These machines of tremendous force, so easily directed by one attentive face and presiding hand, seem to me to have in them something of the retiring character of the yard. Obedient monster, please to bite this mass of iron through and through at equal distances, where these regular chalk marks are all round. Monster looks at its work, and lifting its ponderous head replies, "I don't particularly want to do it, but it must be done." The solid metal wriggles out, hot from the monster's crunching tooth, and it is done. Dutiful monster, observe this other mass of iron. It is required to be pared away, according to this delicately lessening and arbitrary line, which please to look at. Monster, who has been in a reverie, brings down its blunt head, and, much in the manner of Dr. Johnson, closely looks along the line, very closely, being somewhat near-sighted. "I don't particularly want to do it, but if it must be done—" Monster takes another near-sighted look, takes aim, and the tortured piece writhes off, and falls, a hot, tight-twisted snake, among the ashes. The making of the rivets is merely a pretty round game, played by a man and a boy, who put red-hot barley sugar in a Pope Joan board, and immediately rivets fall out of window. But the tone of the great machines is the tone of the great yard and the great country. We don't particularly want to do it, but if it must be done. How such a prodigious mass as the Achilles can ever be held by such comparatively little anchors as those intended for her and lying near her here, is a mystery of seamanship which I will refer to the wise boy. For my own part, I should as soon have thought of tethering an elephant to a tent-peg, or the larger hippopotamus in the zoological gardens to my shirt-pin. Yonder in the river, alongside a hulk, like two of the ship's hollow iron masts. They are large enough for the eye, I find, and so are all her other appliances. I wonder why only her anchors look small. I have no present time to think about it, for I am going to see the workshops where they make all the oars used in the British Navy. A pretty large pile of building, I opine, and a pretty long job. As to the building, I am soon disappointed, because the work is all done in one loft. And as to a long job, what is this? 2 rather large mangles with a swarm of butterflies hovering over them? What can there be in the mangles that attracts butterflies? Drawing nearer, I discern that these are not mangles, but intricate machines, set with knives and saws and planes, which cut smooth and straight here, and slantwise there, and now cut such a depth, and now miscutting altogether, according to the predestined requirements of the pieces of wood that are pushed on below them, each of which pieces is to be an oar, and is roughly adapted to that purpose before it takes its final leave of far-off forests and sails for England. Likewise, I discern that the butterflies are not true butterflies, but wooden shavings, which, being spurted up from the wood by the violence of the machinery, and kept in rapid and not equal movement by the impulse of its rotation on the air, flutter and play, and rise and fall, and conduct themselves as like butterflies as heart could wish. Suddenly the noise and motion cease, and the butterflies drop dead. An oar has been made since I came in, wanting the shaped handle. As quickly as I can follow it with my eye and thought, the same oar is carried to a turning lathe. A whirl and a nick. Handle made, or finished. The exquisite beauty and efficiency of this machinery need no illustration, but happen to have a pointed illustration today. A pair of oars of unusual size chance to be wanted for a special purpose, and they have to be made by hand. Side by side with the subtle and facile machine, and side by side with the fast-growing pile of oars on the floor, a man shapes out these special oars with an axe. Attended by no butterflies, and chipping and dinting, by comparison as leisurely as if he were a labouring pagan, getting them ready against his decease at 70 to take with him as a present to Charon for his boat. The man, aged about 30, plies his task. The machine will make a regulation oar while the man wipes his forehead. The man might be buried in a mound made of strips of thin, broad wooden ribbon, torn from the wood, whirled into oars as the minutes fall from the clock, before he had done a forenoon's work with his axe. Passing from this wonderful sight to the ships again, for my heart, as to the yard, is where the ships are. I notice certain unfinished wooden walls left seasoning on the stocks, pending the solution of the merits of the wood and iron question, and having an air of biding their time with surly confidence. The names of these worthies are set up beside them, together with their capacity and guns, a custom highly conducive to ease and satisfaction in social intercourse, if it could be adapted to mankind. By a plank more gracefully pendulous than substantial, I make bold to go aboard a transport ship, iron screw, just sent in from the contractor's yard to be inspected and passed. She is a very gratifying experience in the simplicity and humanity of her arrangements for troops, in her provision for light and air and cleanliness, and in her care for women and children. It occurs to me, as I explore her, that I would require a handsome sum of money to go aboard her at midnight by the dockyard bell, and stay aboard alone till morning. For surely she must be haunted by a crowd of ghosts of obstinate old martinets, mournfully flapping their cherubic epaulets over the changed times. Though still we may learn from the astounding ways and means in our yards now, more highly than ever to respect the forefathers who got to sea, and fought the sea, and held the sea without them. This remembrance putting me in the best of tempers with an old hulk, very green as to her copper, and generally dim and patched, I pull off my hat to her. With salutation, a callow and downy-faced young officer of engineers, going by at the moment, perceiving, appropriates, and to which he is most heartily welcome, I am sure. Having been torn to pieces, in imagination, by the steam circular saws, perpendicular saws, horizontal saws, and saws of eccentric action, I come to the sauntering part of my expedition, and consequently to the core of my uncommercial pursuits. Everywhere, as I saunter up and down the yard, I meet with tokens of its quiet and retiring character. There is a gravity upon its red brick offices and houses, a staid pretense of having nothing worth mentioning to do, an avoidance of display which I never saw out of England. The white stones of the pavement present no other trace of Achilles and his 1,200 banging men, not one of whom strikes an attitude, than a few occasional echoes. But for a whisper in the air suggestive of sawdust and shavings, the oar-making and the saws of many movements might be miles away. Down below here is the great reservoir of water whose timber is steeped in various temperatures, as a part of its seasoning process. Above it, on a tram road supported by pillars, is a Chinese enchanter's car, which fishes the logs up when sufficiently steeped, and rolls smoothly away with them to stack them. When I was a child, the yard being then familiar to me, I used to think that I should like to play a Chinese enchanter, and to have that apparatus placed at my disposal for the purpose by a beneficent country. I shall think that I should rather like to try the effect of writing a book in it. Its retirement is complete, and to go gliding to and fro among the stacks of timber would be a convenient kind of travelling in foreign countries. Among the forests of North America, the sodden Honduras swamps, the dark pine woods, the Norwegian frosts, and the tropical heats, rainy seasons and thunderstorms. The costly store of timber is stacked and stowed away in sequestered places with the pervading avoidance of flourish or effect. It makes as little of itself as possible and calls to no one, "Come and look at me." And yet it is picked out from the trees of the world, picked out for length, picked out for breadth, picked out for straightness, picked out for crookedness, chosen with an eye to every need of ship and boat. Strangely twisted pieces lie about, precious in the sight of shipwrights. Sauntering through these groves, I come upon an open glade where workmen are examining some timber recently delivered. Quite a pastoral scene, with a background of river and windmill, and no more like war than the American states are at present like a union. Sauntering among the rope-making, I am spun into a state of blissful indolence, wherein my rope of life seems to be so untwisted by the process as that I can see back to very early days indeed, when my bad dreams, they were frightful, though my more mature understanding has never made out why, were of an interminable sort of rope-making, with long minute filaments for strands, which, when they were spun home together close to my eyes, occasioned screaming. Next I walk among the quiet lofts of stores, of sails, spars, rigging, ships' boats, determined to believe that somebody in authority wears a girdle and bends beneath the weight of a massive bunch of keys, and that, when such a thing is wanted, he comes telling his keys like Bluebeard and opens such a door. Impassive as the long lofts look, let the electric battery send down the word, and the shutters and doors shall fly open, and such a fleet of armed ships, under steam and under sail, shall burst forth as will charge the old Medway. With the merry Stuart let the Dutch come, while his not-so-merry sailors starved in the streets, with something worth looking at to carry to the sea. Thus I idle round to the Medway again, where it is now flood-tide, and I find the river evincing a strong solicitude to force a way into the dry dock where Achilles is waited on by the 1,200 bangers, with intent to bear the whole away before they are ready. To the last, the yard puts a quiet face upon it, for I make my way to the gates through a little quiet grove of trees, shading the quaintest of Dutch landing places, where the leaf-speckled shadow of a shipwright just passing away at the further end might be the shadow of Russian Peter himself. So the doors of the great patent safe at last close upon me, and I take boat again, somehow thinking as the oars dip of braggart Pistol and his brood, and of the quiet monsters of the yard, with their "We don't particularly want to do it, but if it must be done," scrunch. This ends chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Uncommercial Traveler by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 27. In the French-Flemish country. "It is neither a bold nor a diversified country," said I to myself, "this country which is 3/4 Flemish and 1/4 French, yet it has its attractions too. Though great lines of railway traverse it, the trains leave it behind and go puffing off to Paris and the south, to Belgium and Germany, to the northern sea coast of France, and to England, and merely smoke it a little in passing. Then I don't know it, and that is a good reason for being here, and I can't pronounce half the long queer names I see inscribed over the shops, and that is another good reason for being here, since I surely ought to learn how. In short, I was here, and I wanted an excuse for not going away from here, and I made it to my satisfaction and stayed here. What part in my decision was borne by Monsieur P. Salcy is of no moment, though I own to encountering that gentleman's name on a red bill on the wall before I made up my mind. Monsieur P. Salcy, par permission de Monsieur le Maire, had established his theatre in the whitewashed Hôtel de Ville, on the steps of which illustrious edifice I stood. And Monsieur P. Salcy, privileged director of such theatre, situate in the first theatrical arrondissement of the department of the North, invited French-Flemish mankind to come and partake of the intellectual banquet provided by his family of dramatic artists, 15 subjects in number. La famille P. Salcy, composée d'artistes dramatiques au nombre de 15 sujets. Neither a bold nor a diversified country, I say again, and withal an untidy country, but pleasant enough to ride in when the paved roads over the flats and through the hollows are not too deep in black mud. A country so sparely inhabited that I wonder where the peasants who till and sow and reap the ground can possibly dwell, and also by what invisible balloons they are conveyed from their distant homes into the fields at sunrise and back again at sunset. The occasional few poor cottages and farms in this region surely cannot afford shelter to the numbers necessary to the cultivation, albeit the work is done so very deliberately, that on one long harvest day I have seen in 12 miles about twice as many men and women, all told, reaping and binding. Yet have I seen more cattle, more sheep, more pigs, and all in better case than where there is purer French spoken, and also better ricks, round swelling peg-top ricks, well thatched, not a shapeless brown heap like the toast of a giant's toast and water, pinned to the earth with one of the skewers out of his kitchen. A good custom they have about here likewise of prolonging the sloping tiled roof of farm or cottage so that it overhangs 3 or 4 feet, carrying off the wet and making a good drying place wherein to hang up herbs or implements or what not. A better custom than the popular one of keeping the refuse heap and puddle close before the house door, which, although I paint my dwelling never so brightly blue, and it cannot be too blue for me hereabouts, will bring fever inside my house. Wonderful poultry of the French-Flemish country, why take the trouble to be poultry? Why not stop short at eggs in the rising generation and die out and have done with it? Parents of chickens have I seen this day, followed by their wretched young families, scratching nothing out of the mud with an air, tottering about on legs so scraggy and weak that the valiant word drumsticks becomes a mockery when applied to them, and the crow of a lord and master has been a mere dejected case of croup. Carts have I seen, and other agricultural instruments, unwieldy, dislocated, monstrous. Poplar trees by the thousand fringe the fields and fringe the end of the flat landscape, so that I feel, looking straight on before me, as if, when I pass the extremest fringe on the low horizon, I shall tumble over into space. Little whitewashed black holes of chapels, with barred doors and Flemish inscriptions, abound at roadside corners, and often they are garnished with a sheaf of wooden crosses, like children's swords, or, in their default, some hollow old tree with a saint roosting in it is similarly decorated, or a pole with a very diminutive saint enshrined aloft in a sort of sacred pigeon-house. Not that we are deficient in such decoration in the town here, for over at the church yonder, outside the building, is a scenic representation of the crucifixion, built up with old bricks and stones, and made out with painted canvas and wooden figures, the whole surmounting the dusty skull of some holy personage, perhaps, shut up behind a little ashy iron grate, as if it were originally put there to be cooked, and the fire had long gone out. A windmilly country this, though the windmills are so damp and rickety that they nearly knock themselves off their legs at every turn of their sails, and creak in loud complaint. A weaving country, too, for in the wayside cottages the loom goes wearily, rattle and click, and looking in I see the poor weaving peasant, man or woman, bending at the work, while the child, working too, turns a little hand-wheel put upon the ground to suit its height. An unconscionable monster, the loom in a small dwelling, asserting himself ungenerously as the breadwinner, straddling over the children's straw beds, cramping the family in space and air, and making himself generally objectionable and tyrannical. He is tributary, too, to ugly mills and factories and bleaching grounds, rising out of the sluiced fields in an abrupt, bare way, disdaining, like himself, to be ornamental or accommodating. Surrounded by these things, here I stood on the steps of the Hôtel de Ville, persuaded to remain by the P-Salcy family, 15 dramatic subjects strong. There was a fare besides, the double persuasion being irresistible, and my sponge being left behind at the last hotel. I made the tour of the little town to buy another. In the small, sunny shops, mercers, opticians, and druggist grocers, with here and there an emporium of religious images, the gravest of old spectacled Flemish husbands and wives sat contemplating one another across bare counters, while the wasps, who seemed to have taken military possession of a town and to have placed it under wasp martial law, executed warlike manoeuvres in the windows. Other shops the wasps had entirely to themselves, and nobody cared and nobody came when I beat with a 5-franc piece upon the board of custom. What I sought was no more to be found than if I had sought a nugget of Californian gold. So I went, spongeless, to pass the evening with the family P-Salcy. The members of the family P-Salcy were so fat and so like one another, fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, uncles, and aunts, that I think the local audience were much confused about the plot of the piece under representation, and to the last expected that everybody must turn out to be long-lost relative of everybody else. The theatre was established on the top story of the Hôtel de Ville, and was approached by a long bare staircase, whereon, in an airy situation, one of the P-Salcy family, a stout gentleman imperfectly repressed by a belt, took the money. This occasioned the greatest excitement of the evening, for no sooner did the curtain rise on the introductory vaudeville, and reveal in the person of the young lover, singing a very short song with his eyebrows, apparently the very same identical stout gentleman imperfectly repressed by a belt, then everybody rushed out to the paying place to ascertain whether he could possibly have put on that dress coat, that clear complexion, and those arched black vocal eyebrows in so short a space of time. It then became manifest that this was another stout gentleman imperfectly repressed by a belt, to whom, before the spectators had recovered their presence of mind, entered a third stout gentleman imperfectly repressed by a belt, exactly like him. These two subjects, making with the money-taker 3 of the announced 15, fell into conversation touching a charming young widow, who, presently appearing, proved to be a stout lady altogether irrepressible by any means, quite a parallel case to the American Negro, 4th of the 15 subjects, and sister of the 5th, who presided over the check department. In good time the whole of the 15 subjects were dramatically presented, and we had the inevitable ma mère, and also the inevitable malédiction d'une père, and likewise the inevitable marquis, and also the inevitable provincial young man, weak-minded but faithful, who followed Julie to Paris, and cried and laughed and choked all at once. The story was wrought out with the help of a virtuous spinning-wheel in the beginning, a vicious set of diamonds in the middle, and a rheumatic blessing, which arrived by post, from ma mère towards the end, the whole resulting in a small sword in the body of one of the stout gentlemen imperfectly repressed by a belt, 15,000 francs per annum, and a decoration to the other stout gentleman imperfectly repressed by a belt, and an assurance from everybody to the provincial young man that if he were not supremely happy, which he seemed to have no reason whatever for being, he ought to be. This afforded him a final opportunity of crying and laughing and choking all at once, and sent the audience home sentimentally delighted. Audience more attentive or better behaved there could not possibly be, though the places of second rank in the theatre of the family P-Salcy were 6d. each in English money, and the places of first rank a shilling. How the 15 subjects ever got so fat upon it, the kind heavens know. What gorgeous china figures of knights and ladies, gilded till they gleamed again, I might have bought at the fair for the garniture of my home, if I had been a French-Flemish peasant and had had the money. What shining coffee cups and saucers I might have won at the turntables, if I had had the lock. Ravishing perfumery also, and sweetmeats I might have speculated in, or I might have fired for prizes at a multitude of little dolls in niches, and might have hit the doll of dolls and won francs and fame. Or, being a French-Flemish youth, I might have been drawn in a handcart by my compeers to tilt for municipal rewards at the water quintain, which, unless I sent my lance clean through the ring, emptied a full bucket over me, to fend off which the competitors wore grotesque old scarecrow hats. Or, being French-Flemish man or woman, boy or girl, I might have circled all night on my hobby horse, in a stately cavalcade of hobby horses, 4 abreast, interspersed with triumphal cars, going round and round and round and round, we the goodly company singing a ceaseless chorus to the music of the barrel organ, drum, and cymbals. On the whole, not more monotonous than the Ring in Hyde Park, London, and much merrier, for when do the circling companies sing chorus there to the barrel organ? When do the ladies embrace their horses round the neck with both arms? When do the gentlemen fan the ladies with the tails of their gallant steeds? On all these revolving delights, and on their own especial lamps and Chinese lanterns revolving with them, the thoughtful face brightens, and the Hôtel de Ville sheds an illuminated line of gaslight, while above it the Eagle of France, gas outlined and apparently afflicted with the prevailing infirmities that have lighted on the poultry, is in a very undecided state of policy, and as a bird molting. Flags flutter all around. Such is the prevailing gaiety that the keeper of the prison sits on the stone steps outside the prison door to have a look at the world that is not locked up, while that agreeable retreat, the wine shop opposite to the prison in the prison alley, its sign, La Tranquillité, because of its charming situation, resounds with the voices of the shepherds and shepherdesses who resort there this festive night. And it reminds me that only this afternoon I saw a shepherd in trouble, tending this way, over the jagged stones of a neighboring street. A magnificent sight it was to behold him in his blouse, a feeble little jog-trot rustic, swept along by the wind of 2 immense gendarmes in cocked hats, for which the street was hardly wide enough, each carrying a bundle of stolen property that would not have held his shoulder knot, and clanking a sabre that dwarfed the prisoner.
Messieurs et mesdames, I present to you at this fair, as a mark of my confidence in the people of this so renowned town, and as an act of homage to their good sense and fine taste, the ventriloquist. Further, messieurs et mesdames, I present to you the face-maker, the physiognomist, the great changer of countenances, who transforms the features that heaven has bestowed upon him into an endless succession of surprising and extraordinary visages, comprehending, messieurs et mesdames, all the contortions, energetic and expressive, of which the human face is capable, and all the passions of the human heart, as love, jealousy, revenge, hatred, avarice, despair, hi, hi, ho, ho, loo, loo, come in.
To this effect,
with an occasional smite upon a sonorous kind of tambourine, bestowed with a will, as if it represented the people who won't come in, holds forth a man of lofty and severe demeanor, a man in stately uniform, gloomy with the knowledge he possesses of the inner secrets of the booth. Come in, your opportunity presents itself tonight. Tomorrow it will be gone forever. Tomorrow morning, by the express train, the railroad will reclaim the ventriloquist and the face-maker. Algeria will reclaim the ventriloquist and the face-maker. Yes, for the honor of their country, they have accepted propositions of a magnitude incredible to appear in Algeria. See them for the last time before their departure. We go to commence on the instant. Hi, ho, ho, Lulu. Come in, take the money that now ascends, madame. But after that, no more, for we commence. Come in. Nevertheless, the eyes both of the gloomy speaker and of madame receiving sous in a muslin bower survey the crowd pretty sharply after the ascending money has ascended, to detect any lingering sous at the turning point. Come in. Is there any more money, madame, on the point of ascending? If so, we wait for it. If not, we commence. The orator looks back over his shoulder to say it, lashing the spectators with the conviction that he beholds through the folds of a drapery into which he is about to plunge the ventriloquist and the face-maker. Several sous burst out of pockets and ascend. Come up then, monsieur, exclaims madame in a shrill voice, and beckoning with a bejeweled finger. Come up! This presses! Monsieur has commanded that they commence! Monsieur dives into his interior, and the last half-dozen of us follow. His interior is comparatively severe, his exterior also. A true temple of art needs nothing but seats, drapery, a small table with 2 moderator lamps hanging over it, and an ornamental looking-glass let into the wall. Monsieur in uniform gets behind the table and surveys us with disdain, his forehead becoming diabolically intellectual under the moderators. Monsieur et mesdames, I present to you the ventriloquist. He will commence with the celebrated experience of the bee in the window. The bee, apparently the veritable bee of nature, will hover in the window and about the room. He will be with difficulty caught in the hand of Monsieur the ventriloquist. He will escape. He will again hover. At length he will be recaptured by Monsieur the ventriloquist, and will be with difficulty put into a bottle. Achieve then, monsieur. Here the proprietor is replaced behind the table by the ventriloquist, who is thin and sallow and of a weakly aspect. While the bee is in progress, Monsieur the proprietor sits apart on a stool, immersed in dark and remote thought. The moment the bee is bottled, he stalks forward, eyes us gloomily as we applaud, and then announces, sternly waving his hand, "The magnificent experience of the child with the whooping cough." The child disposed of, he starts up as before. The superb and extraordinary experience of the dialogue between Monsieur Titbull in his dining room and his domestic, Jérôme, in the cellar, concluding with the songsters of the grove and the concert of domestic farmyard animals. All this done, and well done, Monsieur the ventriloquist withdraws, and Monsieur the face-maker bursts in, as if his retiring room were a mile long instead of a yard. A corpulent little man in a large white waistcoat, with a comic countenance, and with a wig in his hand. Irreverent disposition to laugh, instantly checked by the tremendous gravity of the face-maker, who intimates in his bow that if we expect that sort of thing, we are mistaken. A very little shaving-glass with a leg behind it is handed in, and placed on the table before the face-maker.
Monsieur et mesdames, with no other assistance than this mirror and this wig, I shall have the honor of showing you 1,000 characters.
As a preparation, the face-maker with both hands gouges himself, and turns his mouth inside out. He then becomes frightfully grave again, and says to the proprietor, "I am ready." Proprietor stalks forth from baleful reverie, and announces, "The young conscript." Facemaker claps his wig on, hind side before, looks in the glass, and appears above it as a conscript so very imbecile, and squinting so extremely hard, that I should think the state would never get any good of him. Thunders of applause. Facemaker dips behind the looking-glass, brings his own hair forward, is himself again, is awfully grave.
"A distant inhabitant of the Faubourg Saint-Germain."
Facemaker dips, rises, is supposed to be aged, blear-eyed, toothless, slightly palsied, supernaturally polite, evidently of noble birth.
"The oldest member of the cause of Invalides on the fête day of his master."
Facemaker dips, rises, wears the wig on one side, has become the feeblest military bore in existence, and, it is clear, would lie frightfully about his past achievements if he were not confined to pantomime.
"The miser."
Facemaker dips, rises, clutches a bag, and every hair of the wig is on end to express that he lives in continual dread of thieves.
"The genius of France."
Facemaker dips, rises, wig pushed back and smoothed flat, little cocked hat, artfully concealed till now, put atop of it, Facemaker's white waistcoat much advanced, Facemaker's left hand in bosom of white waistcoat, Facemaker's right hand behind his back. Thunders! This is the first of 3 positions of the genius of France. In the second position, the Facemaker takes snuff. In the third, rolls up his fight hand and surveys illimitable armies through that pocket-glass. The Facemaker then, by putting out his tongue and wearing the wig nohow in particular, becomes the village idiot. The most remarkable feature in the whole of his ingenious performance is that whatever he does to disguise himself has the effect of rendering him rather more like himself than he was at first. There were peep-shows in this fair, and I had the pleasure of recognizing several fields of glory with which I became well acquainted a year or 2 ago as Crimean battles, now doing duty as Mexican victories. The change was neatly effected by some extra smoking of the Russians, and by permitting the camp followers free range in the foreground to despoil the enemy of their uniforms. As no British troops had ever happened to be within sight when the artist took his original sketches, it followed fortunately that none were in the way now. The fair wound up with a ball. Representing the particular night of the week on which the ball took place, I declined to commit myself, merely mentioning that it was held in a stable yard so very close to the railway that it was a mercy the locomotive did not set fire to it. In Scotland, I suppose, it would have done so. There, in a tent prettily decorated with looking-glasses and a myriad of toy flags, the people danced all night. It was not an expensive recreation, the price of a double ticket for a cavalier and lady being 1 3d in English money, and even of that small sum 5d was reclaimable for consommation, which word I venture to translate into refreshments of no greater strength at the strongest than ordinary wine made hot, with sugar and lemon in it. It was a ball of great good humour and of great enjoyment, though very many of the dancers must have been as poor as the 15 subjects of the P-Salcy family. In short, not having taken my own pet national pint-pot with me to this fair, I was very well satisfied with the measure of simple enjoyment that had poured into the dull French-Flemish country life. How dull that is, I had an opportunity of considering when the fair was over. When the tricolored flags were withdrawn from the windows of the houses on the place where the fair was held, when the windows were close shut, apparently until next fair time, when the Hôtel de Ville had cut off its gas and put away its eagle, when the 2 paviours, whom I took to form the entire paving population of the town,
were ramming down the stones which had been pulled up for the erection of decorative poles. When the jailer had slammed his gate and sulkily locked himself in with his charges. But then, as I paced the ring which marked the track of the departed hobby-horses on the market-place, pondering in my mind how long some hobby-horses do leave their tracks in public ways, and how difficult they are to erase, my eyes were greeted with a goodly sight. I beheld 4 male personages thoughtfully pacing the place together, in the sunlight, evidently not belonging to the town, and having upon them a certain loose cosmopolitan air of not belonging to any town. One was clad in a suit of white canvas, another in a cap and blouse, the third in an old military frock, the fourth in a shapeless dress that looked as if it had been made out of old umbrellas. All wore dust-colored shoes. My heart beat high, for in those 4 male personages, although complexionless and eyebrowless, I beheld 4 subjects of the family Pissalci, blue-bearded though they were, and bereft of the youthful smoothness of cheek which is imparted by what is termed in Albion a Whitechapel shave, and which is in fact whitening judiciously applied to the jaws with the palm of the hand. I recognized them. As I stood admiring, there emerged from the yard of a lowly cabaret the excellent ma mère, with the words, "The soup is served," words which so elated the subject in the canvas suit that when they all ran in to partake, he went last, dancing with his hands stuck angularly in the pockets of his canvas trousers, after the Pierrot manner. Glancing down the yard, the last I saw of him was that he looked in through a window, at the soup, no doubt, on one leg. Full of this pleasure, I shortly afterwards departed from the town, little dreaming of an addition to my good fortune. But more was in reserve. I went by a train which was heavy with third-class carriages, full of young fellows, well guarded, who had drawn unlucky numbers in the last conscription, and were on their way to a famous French garrison town, where much of the raw military material is worked up into soldiery. At the station they had been sitting about in their threadbare homespun blue garments, with their poor little bundles under their arms, covered with dust and clay and the various soils of France. Sad enough at heart, most of them, but putting a good face upon it, and slapping their breasts and singing choruses on the smallest provocation, the gayest spirits shouldering half-loaves of black bread speared upon their walking-sticks. As we went along, they were audible at every station, chorusing wildly out of tune and feigning the highest hilarity. After a while, however, they began to leave off singing and to laugh naturally, while at intervals there mingled with their laughter the barking of a dog. Now I had to alight short of their destination, and as that stoppage of the train was attended with a quantity of horn-blowing, bell-ringing, and proclamation of what messieurs les voyageurs were to do, or were not to do, in order to reach their respective destinations, I had ample leisure to go forward on the platform to take a parting look at my recruits, whose heads were all out at window, and who were laughing like delighted children. Then I perceived that a large poodle with a pink nose, who had been their travelling companion and the cause of their mirth, stood on his hind legs, presenting arms on the extreme verge of the platform, ready to salute them as the train went off. This poodle wore a military shako, it is unnecessary to add, very much on one side over one eye, a little military coat, and the regulation white gaiters. He was armed with a little musket and a little sword bayonet, and he stood presenting arms in perfect attitude, with his unobscured eye on his master or superior officer, who stood by him. So admirable was his discipline, that when the train moved, he was greeted with the parting cheers of the recruits, and also with a shower of centimes, several of which struck his shako, and had a tendency to discompose him. He remained staunch on his post until the train was gone. He then resigned his arms to his officer, took off his shako by rubbing his paw over it, dropped on 4 legs,
bringing his uniform coat into the absurdest relations with the overarching skies, and ran about the platform in his white gaiters, wagging his tail to an exceeding great extent. It struck me that there was more waggery than this in the poodle, and that he knew that the recruits would neither get through their exercises nor get rid of their uniforms as easily as he. Revolving which in my thoughts, and seeking in my pocket some small money to bestow upon him, I casually directed my eyes to the face of his superior officer, and in him beheld the face-maker. Though it was not the way to Algeria, but quite the reverse, the military poodle's colonel was the face-maker in a dark blouse, with a small bundle dangling over his shoulder at the end of an umbrella, and taking a pipe from his breast to smoke, as he and the poodle went their mysterious way. This ends Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Uncommercial Traveler by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 28. Medicine Men of Civilization. My voyages, in paper boats, among savages often yield me matter for reflection at home. It is curious to trace the savage in the civilized man, and to detect the hold of some savage customs on conditions of society, rather boastful of being high above them. I wonder, is the medicine man of the North American Indians never to be got rid of out of a North American country? He comes into my wigwam on all manner of occasions, and with the absurdest medicine. I always find it extremely difficult, and I often find it simply impossible, to keep him out of my wigwam. For his legal medicine he sticks upon his head the hair of quadrupeds, and plasters the same with fat and dirty white powder, and talks a gibberish quite unknown to the men and squaws of his tribe. For his religious medicine he puts on puffy white sleeves, little black aprons, large black waistcoats of a peculiar cut, collarless coats with medicine buttonholes, medicine stockings and gaiters and shoes, and tops the whole with a highly grotesque medicinal hat. In one respect, to be sure, I am quite free from him. On occasions when the medicine men in general, together with a large number of the miscellaneous inhabitants of his village, both male and female, are presented to the principal chief, his native medicine is a comical mixture of old odds and ends, hired of traders, and new things in antiquated shapes, and pieces of red cloth, of which he is particularly fond, and white and red and blue paint for the face. The irrationality of his particular medicine culminates in a mock battle rush, from which many of the squaws are borne out much dilapidated. I need not observe how unlike this is to a drawing-room at St. James's Palace. The African magician I find it very difficult to exclude from my wigwam too. This creature takes cases of death and mourning under his supervision, and will frequently impoverish a whole family by his preposterous enchantments. He is a great eater and drinker, and always conceals a rejoicing stomach under a grieving exterior. His charms consist of an infinite quantity of worthless scraps, for which he charges very high. He impresses on the poor bereaved natives that the more of his followers they pay to exhibit such scraps on their persons for an hour or two, though they never saw the deceased in their lives, and are put in high spirits by his decease, the more honourable and piously they grieve for the dead. The poor people submitting themselves to this conjurer, an expensive procession is formed, in which bits of stick, feathers of birds, and a quantity of other unmeaning objects besmeared with black paint, are carried in a certain ghastly order, of which no one understands the meaning, if it ever had any, to the brink of the grave, and are then brought back again. In the Tonga Islands everything is supposed to have a soul, so that when a hatchet is irreparably broken, they say, "His immortal part has departed, he is gone to the happy hunting plains." This belief leads to the logical sequence that when a man is buried, some of his eating and drinking vessels and some of his warlike implements must be broken and buried with him. Superstitious and wrong, but surely a more respectable superstition than the hire of antique scraps for a show that has no meaning based on any sincere belief. Let me halt on my uncommercial road to throw a passing glance on some funeral solemnities that I have seen where North American Indians, African magicians, and Tonga Islanders are supposed not to be. Once I dwelt in an Italian city, where there dwelt with me for a while an Englishman of an amiable nature, great enthusiasm, and no discretion. This friend discovered a desolate stranger, mourning over the unexpected death of one very dear to him, in a solitary cottage among the vineyards of an outlying village. The circumstances of the bereavement were unusually distressing, and the survivor, new to the peasants and the country, sorely needed help, being alone with the remains. With some difficulty, but with the strong influence of a purpose at once gentle, disinterested, and determined, my friend, Mr. Kindheart, obtained access to the mourner and undertook to arrange the burial. There was a small Protestant cemetery near the city walls, and as Mr. Kindheart came back to me, he turned into it and chose the spot. He was always highly flushed when rendering a service unaided, and I knew that to make him happy I must keep aloof from his ministration. But when at dinner he warmed with the good action of the day, and conceived the brilliant idea of comforting the mourner with an English funeral, I ventured to intimate that I thought that institution, which was not absolutely sublime at home, might prove a failure in Italian hands. However, Mr. Kindheart was so enraptured with his conception that he presently wrote down into the town requesting the attendance with tomorrow's earliest light of a certain little upholsterer. This upholsterer was famous for speaking the unintelligible local dialect, his own, in a far more unintelligible manner than any other man alive. When from my bath next morning I overheard Mr. Kindheart and the upholsterer in conference on the top of an echoing staircase, and when I overheard Mr. Kindheart rendering English undertaking phrases into very choice Italian, and the upholsterer replying in the unknown tongues, and when I furthermore remembered that the local funerals had no resemblance to English funerals, I became in my secret bosom apprehensive. But Mr. Kindheart informed me at breakfast that measures had been taken to ensure a signal success. As the funeral was to take place at sunset, and as I knew to which of the city gates it must tend, I went out at that gate as the sun descended and walked along the dusty, dusty road. I had not walked far when I encountered this procession. 1. Mr. Kindheart, much abashed, on an immense grey horse. 2. A bright yellow coach and pair, driven by a coachman in bright red velvet knee-breeches and waistcoat. This was the established local idea of state. Both coach doors kept open by the coffin, which was on its side within and sticking out at each. 3. Behind the coach, the mourner, for whom the coach was intended, walking in the dust. 4. Concealed behind a roadside well for the irrigation of a garden, the unintelligible upholsterer, admiring. It matters little now. Coaches of all colours are alike to poor Kindheart, and he rests far north of the little cemetery with the cypress trees, by the city walls where the Mediterranean is so beautiful. My first funeral, a fair representative funeral after its kind, was that of the husband of a married servant, once my nurse. She married for money. Sally Flanders, after a year or two of matrimony, became the relict of Flanders, a small master builder, and either she or Flanders had done me the honour to express a desire that I should follow. I may have been 7 or 8 years old, young enough certainly to feel rather alarmed by the expression, as not knowing where the invitation was held to terminate, and how far I was expected to follow the deceased Flanders. Consent being given by the heads of houses,
I was jobbed up into what was pronounced at home decent mourning, comprehending somebody else's shirt, unless my memory deceives me, and was admonished that if, when the funeral was in action, I put my hands in my pockets or took my eyes out of my pocket handkerchief, I was personally lost and my family disgraced. On the eventful day, having tried to get myself into a disastrous frame of mind, and having formed a very poor opinion of myself because I couldn't cry, I repaired to Sally's. Sally was an excellent creature, and had been a good wife to old Flanders. But the moment I saw her, I knew that she was not in her own real natural state. She formed a sort of coat of arms, grouped with a smelling bottle, a handkerchief, an orange, a bottle of vinegar, Flanders' sister, her own sister, Flanders' brother's wife, and 2 neighbouring gossips, all in mourning, and all ready to hold her whenever she fainted. At sight of poor little me, she became much agitated, agitating me much more, and having exclaimed, "Oh, here's dear Master Uncommercial," became hysterical, and swooned as if I had been the death of her. An affecting scene followed, during which I was handed about and poked at her by various people, as if I were the bottle of salts. Reviving a little, she embraced me, said, "You knew him well, dear Master Uncommercial, and he knew you," and fainted again, which, as the rest of the coat of arms soothingly said, done her credit. Now I knew that she needn't have fainted unless she liked, and that she wouldn't have fainted unless it had been expected of her, quite as well as I know it at this day. It made me feel uncomfortable and hypocritical besides. I was not sure but that it might be manners in me to faint next, and I resolved to keep my eye on Flanders' uncle, and if I saw any signs of him going in that direction, to go too politely. But Flanders' uncle, who was a weak little old retail grocer, had only one idea, which was that we all wanted tea, and he handed us cups of tea all round incessantly, whether we refused or not. There was a young nephew of Flanders present, to whom Flanders, it was rumoured, had left 19 guineas. He drank all the tea that was offered him, this nephew, amounting, I should say, to several quarts, and ate as much plum cake as he could possibly come by. But he felt it to be decent mourning that he should now and then stop in the midst of a lump of cake, and appear to forget that his mouth was full, in the contemplation of his uncle's memory. I felt all this to be the fault of the undertaker, who was handing us gloves on a tea-tray as if they were muffins, and tying us into cloaks. Mine had to be pinned up all round, it was so long for me, because I knew that he was making game. So when we got out into the streets, and I constantly disarranged the procession by tumbling on the people before me, because my handkerchief blinded my eyes, and tripping up the people behind me because my cloak was so long, I felt that we were all making game. I was truly sorry for Flanders, but I knew that it was no reason why we should be trying, the women with their heads in hoods like coal scuttles with the black side outward, to keep step with a man in a scarf, carrying a thing like a morning spyglass, which he was going to open presently and sweep the horizon with. I knew that we should not all have been speaking in one particular keynote struck by the undertaker, if we had not been making game. Even in our faces we were every one of us as like the undertaker as if we'd been his own family, and I perceived that this could not have happened unless we had been making game. When we returned to Sally's, it was all of a piece. The continued impossibility of getting on without plum cake, the ceremonious apparition of a pair of decanters containing port and sherry and cork, Sally's sister at the tea-table, clinking the best crockery and shaking her head mournfully every time she looked down into the teapot, as if it were the tomb, the coat of arms again, and Sally as before. Lastly, the words of consolation administered to Sally when it was considered right that she should come round nicely, which were that the deceased had had as comfortable a funeral as comfortable could be. Other funerals have I seen with grown-up eyes since that day, of which the burden has been the same childish burden, making game. Real affliction, real grief and solemnity have been outraged, and the funeral has been performed. The waste for which the funeral customs of many tribes of savages are conspicuous has attended these civilized obsequies, and once and twice have I wished in my soul that if the waste must be, they would let the undertaker bury the money, and let me bury the friend. In France, upon the whole, these ceremonies are more sensibly regulated, because they are, upon the whole, less expensively regulated. I cannot say that I have ever been much edified by the custom of tying a bib and apron on the front of the house of mourning, or that I would myself particularly care to be driven to my grave in a nodding and bobbing car, like an infirm four-post bedstead, by an inky fellow creature in a cocked hat. But it may be that I am constitutionally insensible to the virtues of a cocked hat. In provincial France, the solemnities are sufficiently hideous, but are few and cheap. The friends and townsmen of the departed, in their own dresses and not masquerading under the auspices of the African conjurer, surround the hand-bier and often carry it. It is not considered indispensable to stifle the bearers, or even to elevate the burden on their shoulders. Consequently, it is easily taken up and easily set down, and is carried through the streets without the distressing floundering and shuffling that we see at home. A dirty priest or two and a dirty acolyte or two do not lend any especial grace to the proceedings, and I regard with personal animosity the bassoon which is blown at intervals by the big-legged priest. It is always a big-legged priest who blows the bassoon, when his fellows combine in a lugubrious stalwart drawl. But there is far less of the conjurer and the medicine-man in the business than under like circumstances here. The grim coaches that we reserve expressly for such shows are non-existent. If the cemetery be far out of town, the coaches that are hired for other purposes of life are hired for this purpose. And although the honest vehicles make no pretense of being overcome, I have never noticed that the people in them were the worse for it. In Italy, the hooded members of confraternities who attend on funerals are dismal and ugly to look upon, but the services they render are at least voluntarily rendered, and impoverish no one, and cost nothing. Why should high civilization and low savagery ever come together on the point of making them a wantonly wasteful and contemptible set of forms? Once I lost a friend by death, who had been troubled in his time by the medicine-man and the conjurer, and upon whose limited resources there were abundant claims. The conjurer assured me that I must positively follow, and both he and the medicine-man entertained no doubt that I must go in a black carriage and must wear fittings. I objected to fittings as having nothing to do with my friendship, and I objected to the black carriage as being in more senses than one a job. So it came into my mind to try what would happen if I quietly walked in my own way from my own house to my friend's burial place, and stood beside his open grave in my own dress and person, reverently listening to the best of services. It satisfied my mind, I found, quite as well as if I had been disguised in a hired hatband and scarf, both trailing to my very heels, and as if I had cost the orphan children, in their greatest need, 10 guineas. Can anyone who ever beheld the stupendous absurdities attendant on A Message from the Lords in the House of Commons turn upon the medicine-man of the poor Indians? Has he any medicine in that dried skin pouch of his, so supremely ludicrous as the two masters in Chancery holding up their black petticoats and butting their ridiculous wigs at Mr. Speaker? Yet there are authorities innumerable to tell me, as there are authorities innumerable among the Indians to tell them, that the nonsense is indispensable, and that its abrogation would involve most awful consequences. What would any rational creature who had never heard of judicial and forensic fittings think of the Court of Common Pleas on the first day of term? Or with what an awakened sense of humour would Livingstone's account of a similar scene be perused, if the fur and red cloth and goat's hair and horse hair and powdered chalk and black patches on the top of the head were all at Talamongoongo instead of Westminster. That model missionary and good, brave man found at least one tribe of blacks with a very strong sense of the ridiculous, insomuch that although an amiable and docile people, they never could see the missionaries dispose of their legs in the attitude of kneeling, or hear them begin a hymn in chorus, without bursting into roars of irrepressible laughter. It is much to be hoped that no member of this facetious tribe may ever find his way to England and get committed for contempt of court. In the Tonga island already mentioned, there are a set of personages called Mataboos, or some such name, who are the masters of all the public ceremonies, and who know the exact place in which every chief must sit down when a solemn public meeting takes place, a meeting which bears a family resemblance to our own public dinner, in respect of its being a main part of the proceedings that every gentleman present is required to drink something nasty. These Mataboos are a privileged order, so important is their avocation, and they make the most of their high functions. A long way out of the Tonga Islands, indeed, rather near the British Islands, was there no calling in of the Mataboos the other day to settle an earth-convulsing question of precedence, and was there no weighty opinion delivered on the part of the Mataboos, which, being interpreted to that unlucky tribe of blacks with the sense of the ridiculous, would infallibly set the whole population screaming with laughter? My sense of justice demands the admission, however, that this is not quite a one-sided question. If we submit ourselves meekly to the medicine man and the conjurer, and are not exalted by it, the savages may retort upon us that we act more unwisely than they in other matters, wherein we fail to imitate them. It is a widely diffused custom among savage tribes, when they meet to discuss any affair of public importance, to sit up all night making a horrible noise, dancing, blowing shells, and, in cases where they are familiar with firearms, flying out into open places and letting off guns. It is questionable whether our legislative assemblies might not take a hint from this. A shell is not a melodious wind instrument, and it is monotonous, but it is as musical as, and not more monotonous than, my honourable friend's own trumpet, or the trumpet that he blows so hard for the minister. The uselessness of arguing with any supporter of a government or of an opposition is well known. Try dancing. It is a better exercise, and has the unspeakable recommendation that it couldn't be reported. The honourable and savage member who has a loaded gun, and has grown impatient of debate, plunges out of doors, fires in the air, and returns calm and silent to the palaver. Let the honourable and civilized member, similarly charged with the speech, dart into the cloisters of Westminster Abbey in the silence of night, let his speech off, and come back harmless. It is not at first sight a very rational custom to paint a broad blue stripe across one's nose and both cheeks, and a broad red stripe from the forehead to the chin, to attach a few pounds of wood to one's under lip, to stick fish bones in one's ears and a brass curtain ring in one's nose, and to rub one's body all over with rancid oil, as a preliminary to entering on business. But this is a question of taste and ceremony, and so is the Windsor uniform. The manner of entering on the business itself is another question. A council of 600 savage gentlemen entirely independent of tailors, sitting on their hams in a ring, smoking, and occasionally grunting, seem to me, according to the experience I have gathered in my voyages and travels, somehow to do what they come together for, whereas that is not at all the general experience of a council of 600 civilized gentlemen, very dependent on tailors and sitting on mechanical contrivances. It is better that an assembly should do its utmost to envelop itself in smoke than that it should direct its endeavours to enveloping the public in smoke, and it would rather it buried 100 hatchets than bury one subject demanding attention. This ends chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Uncommercial Traveler by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 29. Titbull's Alms-Houses. By the side of most railways out of London, one may see almshouses and retreats, generally with a wing or a centre wanting, and ambitious of being much bigger than they are, some of which are newly founded institutions, and some old establishments transplanted. There is a tendency in these pieces of architecture to shoot upward unexpectedly, like Jack's beanstalk, and to be ornate in spires of chapels and lanterns of halls, which might lead to the embellishment of the air with many castles of questionable beauty, but for the restraining consideration of expense. However, the manners, being always of a sanguine temperament, comfort themselves with plans and elevations of loomings in the future, and are influenced in the present by philanthropy towards the railway passengers. For the question how prosperous and promising the buildings can be made to look in their eyes usually supersedes the lesser question how they can be turned to the best account for the inmates. Why, none of the people who reside in these places ever look out of window or take an airing in the piece of ground which is going to be a garden by and by, is one of the wonders I have added to my always lengthening list of the wonders of the world. I have got it into my mind that they live in a state of chronic injury and resentment, and on that account refuse to decorate the building with a human interest. As I have known legatees deeply injured by a bequest of £500 because it was not 5,000, and as I was once acquainted with a pensioner on the public to the extent of 200 a year, who perpetually anathematized his country because he was not in the receipt of 4, having no claim whatever to sixpence, so perhaps it usually happens, within certain limits, that to get a little help is to get a notion of being defrauded of more. How do they pass their lives in this beautiful and peaceful place, was the subject of my speculation with a visitor who once accompanied me to a charming rustic retreat for old men and women, a quaint ancient foundation in a pleasant English country, behind a picturesque church and among rich old convent gardens. There were but some dozen or so of houses, and we agreed that we would talk with the inhabitants, as they sat in their groined rooms between the light of their fires and the light shining in at their latticed windows, and would find out. They passed their lives in considering themselves mulcted of certain ounces of tea by a deaf old steward who lived among them in the quadrangle. There was no reason to suppose that any such ounces of tea had ever been in existence, or that the old steward so much as knew what was the matter. He passed his life in considering himself periodically defrauded of a birch broom by the beadle. But it is neither to old almshouses in the country, nor to new almshouses by the railroad, that these present uncommercial notes relate. They refer back to journeys made among those commonplace, smoky-fronted London almshouses, with a little paved courtyard in front enclosed by iron railings, which have got snowed up, as it were, by bricks and mortar, which were once in a suburb, but are now in the densely populated town, gaps in the busy life around them, parentheses in the close and blotted texts of the streets. Sometimes these almshouses belong to a company or society. Sometimes they were established by individuals and are maintained out of private funds bequeathed in perpetuity long ago. My favourite among them is Titbull's, which establishment is a picture of many. Of Titbull I know no more than he deceased in 1723, that his Christian name was Sampson, and his social designation Esquire, and that he founded these almshouses as dwellings for 9 poor women and 6 poor men by his will and testament. I should not know even this much, but for its being inscribed on a grim stone very difficult to read, let into the front of the centre house of Titbull's Almshouses, and which stone is ornamented atop with a piece of sculptured drapery resembling the effigy of Titbull's bath-towel. Titbull's almshouses are in the east of London, in a great highway, in a poor, busy, and thronged neighbourhood. Old iron and fried fish, cough-drops and artificial flowers, boiled pig's feet and household furniture that looks as if it were polished up with lip-salve, umbrellas full of vocal literature and saucers full of shellfish in a green juice which I hope is natural to them when their health is good, garnish the paved sideways as you go to Titbull's. I take the ground to have risen in those parts since Titbull's time, and you drop into his domain by 3 stone steps. So did I first drop into it, very nearly striking my brows against Titbull's pump, which stands with its back to the thoroughfare just inside the gate, and has a conceited air of reviewing Titbull's pensioners.
"And a worse one," said a virulent old man with a pitcher. "There isn't nowhere. A harder one to work, nor a grudginger one to yield. There isn't nowhere."
This old man wore a long coat, such as we see Hogarth's chairman represented with, and it was of that peculiar green pea hue without the green, which seems to come of poverty. It had also that peculiar smell of cupboard which seems to come of poverty. "The pump is rusty, perhaps," said I.
"Not it," said the old man,
regarding it with undiluted virulence in his watery eye.
"It never were fit to be termed a pump. That's what's the matter with it."
"Whose fault is that?" said I. The old man, who had a working mouth which seemed to be trying to masticate his anger, and to find that it was too hard and there was too much of it, replied,
"Them gentlemen."
"What gentlemen?"
"Maybe you're one of 'em?" said the old man suspiciously.
"The trustees?"
"I wouldn't trust him myself," said the virulent old man.
"If you mean the gentlemen who administer this place, no, I am not one of them, nor have I ever so much as heard of them."
"I wish I never heard of them," gasped the old man, "at my time of life, with their rheumatics, drawing water from that thing."
Not to be deluded into calling it a pump, the old man gave it another virulent look, took up his pitcher, and carried it into a corner dwelling-house, shutting the door after him. Looking around and seeing that each little house was a house of 2 little rooms, and seeing that the little oblong courtyard in front was like a graveyard for the inhabitants, saving that no word was engraven on its flat dry stones, and seeing that the currents of life and noise ran to and fro outside, having no more to do with the place than if it were a sort of low water mark on a lively beach, I say, seeing this and nothing else, I was going out at the gate when one of the doors opened. "Was you looking for anything, sir?" asked a tidy, well-favoured woman. "Really, no, I couldn't say I was."
"Not wanting any one, sir?"
"No, at least Pray, what is the name of the elderly gentleman who lives in the corner there?" The tidy woman stepped out to be sure of the door I indicated, and she and the pump and I stood all 3 in a row with our backs to the thoroughfare.
"Oh, his name is Mr. Battens," said the tidy woman, dropping her voice.
"I have just been talking with him."
"Indeed," said the tidy woman. "Oh, I wonder Mr. Battens talked."
"Is he usually so silent?"
"Well, Mr. Battens is the oldest here, that is to say, the oldest of the old gentlemen, in point of residence."
She had a way of passing her hands over and under one another as she spoke that was not only tidy but propitiatory, so I asked her if I might look at her little sitting-room. She willingly replied yes, and we went into it together, she leaving the door open with an eye, as I understood, to the social proprieties. The door opening at once into the room without any intervening entry, even scandal must have been silenced by the precaution. It was a gloomy little chamber, but clean, with a mug of wallflower in the window. On the chimney-piece were 2 peacock's feathers, a carved ship, a few shells, and a black profile with 1 eyelash, Whether this portrait purported to be male or female passed my comprehension, until my hostess informed me that it was her only son, and quite a speaking one. "He is alive, I hope?"
"No, sir," said the widow. "He were cast away in China."
This was said with a modest sense of its reflecting a certain geographical distinction on his mother. "If the old gentlemen here are not given to talking," said I hope the old ladies are. Not that you are one." She shook her head.
"You see, they get so cross."
"How is that?" "Well, whether the gentlemen really do deprive us of any little matters which ought to be ours by rights, I cannot say for certain, but the opinion of the old ones is they do, and Mr. Battens he do even go so far as to doubt whether credit is due to the founder, for Mr. Battens he do say, anyhow he got his name up by it, and he done it cheap." "I'm afraid the pump has soured Mr. Battens."
"It may be so," returned the tidy widow, "but the handle does go very hard. Still, what I say to myself is, the gentlemen may not pocket the difference between a good pump and a bad one, and I would wish to think well of them. And the dwellings," said my hostess, glancing round her room, "perhaps they were convenient dwellings in the founder's time, considered as his time, and therefore he should not be blamed. But Mrs. Saggers is very hard upon them."
"Mrs. Saggers is the oldest here?"
"The oldest but one. Mrs. Quinch being the oldest, and have totally lost her head."
"And you?"
"I am the youngest in residence, and consequently am not looked up to. But when Mrs. Quinch makes a happy release, there will be one below me,
nor is it to be expected that Mrs. Saggers will prove herself immortal." "True, nor Mr. Battens."
"Regarding the old gentlemen," said my widow slidingly, "they count among themselves. They do not count among us. Mr. Battens is that exceptional that he have written to the gentlemen many times and have worked the case against them. Therefore he have took a higher ground. But we do not, as a rule, greatly reckon the old gentlemen."
Pursuing the subject, I found it to be traditionally settled among the poor ladies that the poor gentlemen, whatever their ages, were all very old indeed, and in a state of dotage. I also discovered that the juniors and newcomers preserved for a time a waning disposition to believe in Titbull and his trustees, but that as they gained social standing they lost this faith and disparaged Titbull and all his works. Improving my acquaintance subsequently with this respected lady, whose name was Mrs. Mitts, and occasionally dropping in upon her with a little offering of sound family hyson in my pocket, I gradually became familiar with the inner politics and ways of Titbull's Alms-Houses. But I never could find out who the trustees were, or where they were, it being one of the fixed ideas of the place that those authorities must be vaguely and mysteriously mentioned as the gentlemen only. The secretary of the gentlemen was once pointed out to me, evidently engaged in championing the obnoxious pump against the attacks of a discontented Mr. Battens, but I am not in a condition to report further of him than that he had the sprightly bearing of a lawyer's clerk. I had it from Mrs. Mitts' lips in a very confidential moment that Mr. Battens was once had up before the gentleman to stand or fall by his accusations, and that an old shoe was thrown after him on his departure from the building on this dread errand, not ineffectually, for the interview resulting in a plumber was considered to have encircled the temples of Mr. Battens with the wreath of victory. In Titbull's Almshouses, the local society is not regarded as good society. A gentleman or lady receiving visitors from without, or going out to tea, counts, as it were, accordingly. But visitings or tea-drinkings interchanged among Titbullians do not score. Such interchanges, however, are rare, in consequence of internal dissensions occasioned by Mrs. Saggers' pail, which household article has split Titbull's into almost as many parties as there are dwellings in that precinct. The extremely complicated nature of the conflicting articles of belief on the subject prevents my stating them here with my usual perspicuity, but I think they have all branched off from the root and trunk question. Has Mrs. Saggers any right to stand her pail outside her dwelling? The question has been much refined upon, but roughly stated may be stated in those terms. There are two old men in Titbull's almshouses who, I have been given to understand, knew each other in the world beyond its pump and iron railings when they were both in trade. They make the best of their reverses, and are looked upon with great contempt. They are little, stooping, blear-eyed old men of cheerful countenance, and they hobble up and down the courtyard, wagging their chins and talking together quite gaily. This has given offence, and has, moreover, raised the question whether they are justified in passing any other windows than their own. Mr. Battens, however, permitting them to pass his windows, on the disdainful ground that their imbecility almost amounts to irresponsibility, they are allowed to take their walk in peace. They live next door to one another, and take it by turns to read the newspaper aloud, that is to say, the newest newspaper they can get, and they play cribbage at night. On warm and sunny days they have been known to go so far as to bring out 2 chairs and sit by the iron railings, looking forth. But this low conduct being much remarked upon throughout Titbull's, they were deterred by an outraged public opinion from repeating it. There is a rumour, but it may be malicious, that they hold the memory of Titbull in some weak sort of veneration, and that they once set off together on a pilgrimage to the parish churchyard to find his tomb. To this, perhaps, might be traced a general suspicion that they are spies of the gentleman, to which they are supposed to have given colour in my own presence on the occasion of the weak attempted justification of the pump by the gentleman's clerk, when they emerged bareheaded from the doors of their dwellings, as if their dwellings and themselves constituted an old-fashioned weather-glass of double action, with 2 figures of old ladies inside, and deferentially bowed to him at intervals until he took his departure. They are understood to be perfectly friendless and relationless. Unquestionably, the 2 poor fellows make the very best of their lives in Titbull's almshouses, and unquestionably they are, as before mentioned, the subjects of unmitigated contempt there. On Saturday nights, when there is a greater stir than usual outside, and when itinerant vendors of miscellaneous wares even take their stations and light up their smoky lamps before the iron railings, Titbull's becomes flurried. Mrs. Saggers has her celebrated palpitations of the heart for the most part on Saturday nights. But Titbull's is unfit to strive with the uproar of the streets in any of its phases. It is religiously believed at Titbull's that people push more than they used, and likewise that the foremost object of the population of England and Wales is to get you down and trample on you. Even of railroads they know at Titbull's little more than the shriek, which Mrs. Saggers says goes through her and ought to be taken up by the government. And the penny postage may even yet be unknown there, for I have never seen a letter delivered to any inhabitant. But there is a tall, straight, sallow lady resident in No. 7, Titbull's, who never speaks to anybody, who is surrounded by a superstitious halo of lost wealth, who does her household work in housemaid's gloves, and who is secretly much deferred to, though openly cavilled at, and it has obscurely leaked out that this old lady has a son, grandson, nephew, or other relative, who is a contractor, and who would think it nothing of a job to knock down Titbull's, pack it off into Cornwall, and knock it together again. An immense sensation was made by a gypsy party calling in a spring van to take this old lady up to go for a day's pleasure into Epping Forest, and notes were compared as to which of the company was the son, grandson, nephew, or other relative, the contractor. A thick-set personage with a white hat and a cigar in his mouth was the favourite. Though as Titbull's had no other reason to believe that the contractor was there at all than that this man was supposed to eye the chimney-stacks as if he would like to knock them down and cart them off, the general mind was much unsettled in arriving at a conclusion,
As a way out of this difficulty, it concentrated itself on the acknowledged beauty of the party, every stitch in whose dress was verbally unripped by the old ladies then and there, and whose goings-on with another and a thinner personage in a white hat might have suffused the pump, where they were principally discussed, with blushes, for months afterwards. Herein Titbull's was to Titbull's true, for it was a constitutional dislike of all strangers. As concerning innovations and improvements, it is always of opinion that what it doesn't want itself, nobody ought to want. But I think I have met with this opinion outside Titbull's. Of the humble treasures of furniture brought into Titbull's by the inmates when they established themselves in that place of contemplation for the rest of their days, by far the greater and more valuable part belonged to the ladies. I may claim the honour of having either crossed the threshold or looked in at the door of every one of the 9 ladies, and I have noticed that they are all particular in the article of bedsteads, and maintain favourite and long-established bedsteads and bedding as a regular part of their rest. Generally, an antiquated chest of drawers is among their cherished possessions. A tea-tray always is. I know of at least 2 rooms in which a little tea-kettle of genuine burnished copper vies with the cat in winking at the fire, and one old lady has a tea-urn set forth in state on top of her chest of drawers, which urn is used as her library, and contains 4 duodecimo volumes and a black-bordered newspaper giving an account of the funeral of Her Royal Highness the Princess Charlotte. Among the poor old gentlemen there are no such niceties. Their furniture has the air of being contributed, like some obsolete literary miscellany, by several hands. Their few chairs never match. Old patchwork coverlets linger among them, and they have an untidy habit of keeping their wardrobes in hat boxes. When I recall one old gentleman who is rather choice in his shoe brushes and blacking bottle, I have summed up the domestic elegances of that side of the building. On the occurrence of a death in Titbull's, it is invariably agreed among the survivors, and it is the only subject on which they do agree, that the departed did something to bring it on. Judging by Titbull's, I should say the human race need never die if they took care. But they don't take care, and they do die, and when they die in Titbull's, they are buried at the cost of the foundation. Some provision has been made for the purpose, in virtue of which, I record this on the strength of having seen the funeral of Mrs. Quinch, a lively neighbouring undertaker dresses up 4 of the old men and 4 of the old women, hustles them into a procession of 4 couples, and leads off with a large black bow at the back of his hat, looking over his shoulder at them airily from time to time, to see that no member of the party has got lost or has tumbled down, as if they were a company of dim old dolls. Resignation of a dwelling is a very rare occurrence in Titbull's. A story does obtain there how an old lady's son once drew a prize of £30,000 in the lottery, and presently drove to the gate in his own carriage, with French horns playing up behind, and whisked his mother away and left 10 guineas for a feast. But I have been unable to substantiate it by any evidence, and regard it as an almshouse fairy tale. It is curious that the only proved case of resignation happened within my knowledge. It happened on this wise. There is a sharp competition among the ladies respecting the gentility of their visitors, and I have so often observed visitors to be dressed as for a holiday occasion, that I suppose the ladies have besought them to make all possible display when they come. In these circumstances, much excitement was one day occasioned by Mrs. Mitt's receiving a visit from a Greenwich pensioner. He was a pensioner of a bluff and warlike appearance, with an empty coat-sleeve, and he was got up with unusual care. His coat buttons were extremely bright, he wore his empty coat-sleeve in a graceful festoon, and he had a walking-stick in his hand that must have cost money. When, with the head of his walking-stick, he knocked at Mrs. Mitt's door, there are no knockers in Titbull's, Mrs. Mitts was overheard by a next-door neighbour to utter a cry of surprise, expressing much agitation,
and the same neighbor did afterwards solemnly affirm that when he was admitted into Mrs. Mitt's room, she heard a smack which was not a blow. There was an air about this Greenwich pensioner when he took his departure which imbued all Titbulls with the conviction that he was coming again. He was eagerly looked for, and Mrs. Mitt was closely watched. In the meantime, if anything could have placed the unfortunate 6 old gentlemen at a greater disadvantage than that at which they chronically stood, it would have been the apparition of this Greenwich pensioner. They were well shrunken already, but they shrunk to nothing in comparison with the pensioner. Even the poor old gentlemen themselves seemed conscious of their inferiority, and to know submissively that they could never hope to hold their own against the pensioner with his warlike and maritime experience in the past, and his tobacco money in the present, his checkered career of blue water, black gunpowder, and red bloodshed for England, home, and beauty. Before 3 weeks were out, the pensioner reappeared. Again he knocked at Mrs. Mitt's door with the handle of his stick, and again he was admitted. But not again did he depart alone, for Mrs. Mitts, in a bonnet identified as having been re-embellished, went out walking with him, and stayed out till the 10 o'clock beer, Greenwich time. There was now a truce, even as to the troubled waters of Mrs. Saggers' pail. Nothing was spoken of among the ladies but the conduct of Mrs. Mitts and its blighting influence on the reputation of Titbulls. It was agreed that Mr. Battens ought to take it up, and Mr. Battens was communicated with on the subject. That unsatisfactory individual replied that he didn't see his way yet, and it was unanimously voted by the ladies that aggravation was in his nature. How it came to pass, with some appearance of inconsistency, that Mrs. Mitts was caught by all the ladies and the pensioner admired by all the ladies, matters not. Before another week was out, Titbulls was startled by another phenomenon. At 10 o'clock in the forenoon appeared a cab, containing not only the Greenwich pensioner with one arm, but to boot a Chelsea pensioner with one leg. Both dismounting to assist Mrs. Mitts into the cab, the Greenwich pensioner bore her company inside, and the Chelsea pensioner mounted the box by the driver, his wooden legs sticking out after the manner of a bowsprit, as if in jocular homage to his friend's sea-going career. Thus the equipage drove away. No Mrs. Mitts returned that night. What Mr. Battens might have done in the matter of taking it up, goaded by the infuriated state of public feeling next morning, was anticipated by another phenomenon. A truck, propelled by the Greenwich pensioner and the Chelsea pensioner, each placidly smoking a pipe, and pushing his warrior breast against the handle. The display on the part of the Greenwich pensioner of his marriage lines, and his announcement that himself and his friend had looked in for the furniture of Mrs. G. pensioner, late Mitts, by no means reconciled the ladies to the conduct of their sister. On the contrary, it is said that they appeared more than ever exasperated. Nevertheless, my stray visits to Titbulls since the date of this occurrence have confirmed me in an impression that it was a wholesome fillip. The 9 ladies are smarter, both in mind and dress, than they used to be, though it must be admitted that they despise the 6 gentlemen to the last extent. They have a much greater interest in the external thoroughfare, too, than they had had when I first knew Titbulls. And whenever I chance to be leaning my back against the pump or the iron railings, and to be talking to one of the junior ladies, and to see that a flush has passed over her face, I immediately know without looking round that a Greenwich pensioner has gone past. This ends chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of The Uncommercial Traveler by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 30. The Ruffian. I entertain so strong an objection to the euphonious softening of ruffian into rough,
which has lately become popular, that I restore the right word to the heading of this paper, the rather as my object is to dwell upon the fact that the ruffian is tolerated among us to an extent that goes beyond all unruffianly endurance. I take the liberty to believe that if the ruffian besets my life, a professional ruffian at large in the open streets of a great city, notoriously having no other calling than that of ruffian, and of disquieting and despoiling me as I go peacefully about my lawful business, interfering with no one, then the government under which I have the great constitutional privilege, supreme honor, and happiness, and all the rest of it, to exist, breaks down in the discharge of any government's most simple elementary duty. What did I read in the London daily papers in the early days of this last September? That the police had, at length, succeeded in capturing two of a notorious gang that have so long invested the Waterloo Road. Is it possible? What a wonderful police! Here is a straight, broad, public thoroughfare of immense resort, half a mile long, gas-lighted by night, with a great gas-lighted railway station in it, extra the street lamps, full of shops, traversed by two popular cross-thoroughfares of considerable traffic, itself the main road to the south of London, and the admirable police have, after long infestment of this dark and lonely spot by a gang of ruffians, actually got hold of two of them. Why, can it be doubted that any man of fair London knowledge and common resolution, armed with the powers of the law, could have captured the whole confederacy in a week? It is to the saving up of the ruffian class by the magistracy and police, to the conventional preserving of them as if they were partridges, that their number and audacity must be in great part referred. Why is a notorious thief and ruffian ever left at large? He never turns his liberty to any account but violence and plunder. He never did a day's work out of jail. He never will do a day's work out of jail. As a proved notorious thief, he is always consignable to prison for 3 months. When he comes out, he is surely as notorious a thief as he was when he went in. Then send him back again. Just heaven, cries the Society for the Protection of Remonstrant Ruffians. This is equivalent to a sentence of perpetual imprisonment. Precisely for that reason it has my advocacy. I demand to have the ruffian kept out of my way and out of the way of all decent people. I demand to have the ruffian employed, perforce, in hewing wood and drawing water somewhere for the general service, instead of hewing at Her Majesty's subjects and drawing their watches out of their pockets. If this be termed an unreasonable demand, then the tax-gatherer's demand on me must be far more unreasonable, and cannot be otherwise than extortionate and unjust. It will be seen that I treat of the thief and ruffian as one. I do so because I know the two characters to be one in the vast majority of cases, just as well as the police know it. As to the magistracy, with a few exceptions, they know nothing about it but what the police choose to tell them. There are disorderly classes of men who are not thieves, as railway navigators, brickmakers, wood sawyers, costermongers. These classes are often disorderly and troublesome, but it is mostly among themselves, and at any rate they have their industrious avocations. They work early and late, and work hard. The generic ruffian, honourable member for what is tenderly called the rough element, is either a thief or the companion of thieves. When he infamously molests women coming out of chapel on Sunday evenings, for which I would have his back scarified often and deep, it is not only for the gratification of his pleasant instincts, but that there may be a confusion raised by which either he or his friends may profit in the commission of highway robberies or in picking pockets. When he gets a police constable down and kicks him helpless for life, it is because that constable once did his duty in bringing him to justice. When he rushes into the bar of a public house and scoops an eye out of one of the company there, or bites his ear off, it is because the man he maims gave evidence against him. When he and a line of comrades extending across the footway, say of that solitary mountain spur of the Abruzzi, the Waterloo Road, advance towards me skylarking among themselves. My purse or shirt-pin is in predestined peril from his playfulness. Always a ruffian, always a thief. Always a thief, always a ruffian. Now, when I, who am not paid to know these things, know them daily on the evidence of my senses and experience, when I know that the ruffian never jostles a lady in the streets or knocks a hat off, but in order that the thief may profit, is it surprising that I should require from those who are paid to know these things prevention of them? Look at this group at a street corner. Number 1 is a shirking fellow of 25, in an ill-favoured and ill-savoured suit, his trousers of corduroy, his coat of some indiscernible groundwork for the deposition of grease, his neckerchief like an eel, his complexion like dirty dough, his mangy fur cap pulled low upon his beetle brows to hide the prison cut of his hair. His hands are in his pockets. He puts them there when they are idle, as naturally as in other people's pockets when they are busy, for he knows that they are not roughened by work, and that they tell a tale. Hence, whenever he takes one out to draw a sleeve across his nose, which is often, for he has weak eyes and a constitutional cold in his head, he restores it to its pocket immediately afterwards. Number 2 is a burly brute of 35, in a tall stiff hat, is a composite as to his clothes of betting man and fighting man, is whiskered, has a staring pin in his breast, along with his right hand, has insolent and cruel eyes, large shoulders, strong legs booted and tipped for kicking. Number 3 is 40 years of age, is short, thick-set, strong and bow-legged, wears knee cords and white stockings, a very long-sleeved waistcoat, a very large neckerchief, doubled or trebled round his throat, and a crumpled white hat crowns his ghastly parchment face. This fellow looks like an executed postboy of other days, cut down from the gallows too soon and restored and preserved by express diabolical agency. Numbers 5, 6, and 7 are hulking, idle, slouching young men, patched and shabby, too short in the sleeves and too tight in the legs, slimily clothed, foul-spoken, repulsive wretches inside and out. In all the party there obtains a certain twitching character of mouth and furtiveness of eye, that hint how the coward is lurking under the bully. The hint is quite correct, for they are a slinking, sneaking set, far more prone to lie down on their backs and kick out when in difficulty than to make a stand for it. This may account for the street mud on the backs of numbers 5, 6, and 7, being much fresher than the stale splashes on their legs. These engaging gentry a police constable stands contemplating. His station, with reserve of assistance, is very near at hand. They cannot pretend to any trade, not even to be porters or messengers. It would be idle if they did, for he knows them, and they know that he knows them, to be nothing but professed thieves and ruffians. He knows where they resort, knows by what slang names they call one another, knows how often they have been in prison, and how long, and for what. All this is known at his station too, and is, or ought to be, known at Scotland Yard too. But does he know, or does his station know, or does Scotland Yard know, or does anybody know why these fellows should be here at liberty, when, as reputed thieves to whom a whole division of police could swear, they might all be under lock and key at hard labour? Not he. Truly he would be a wise man if he did. He only knows that these are members of the notorious gang, which, according to a newspaper police office reports of this past September, have so long infested the awful solitudes of the Waterloo Road, and out of which almost impregnable fastnesses the police have at last dragged two, to the unspeakable admiration of all good civilians. The consequences of this contemplative habit on the part of the executive, a habit to be looked for in a hermit, but not in a police system, are familiar to us all. The ruffian becomes one of the established orders of the body politic. Under the playful name of Ruff, as if he were merely a practical joker, his movements and successes are recorded on public occasions. Whether he mustered in large numbers or small, whether he was in good spirits or depressed, whether he turned his generous exertions to very prosperous account, or fortune was against him, whether he was in a sanguinary mood, or robbed with amiable horseplay and a gracious consideration for life and limb, all this is chronicled as if he were an institution. Is there any city in Europe, out of England, in which these terms are held with the pests of society, or in which, at this day, such violent robberies from the person are constantly committed as in London? The preparatory schools of ruffianism are similarly borne with. The young ruffians of London, not thieves yet, but training for scholarships and fellowships in the criminal court universities, molest quiet people and their property to an extent that is hardly credible. The throwing of stones in the streets has become a dangerous and destructive offence, which surely could have got to no greater height though we had had no police but our own riding whips and walking sticks, the police to which I myself appeal on these occasions. The throwing of stones at the windows of railway carriages in motion, an act of wanton wickedness with the very arch-fiend's hand in it, had become a crying evil when the railway companies forced it on police notice. Constabular contemplation had until then been the order of the day. Within these 12 months there arose among the young gentlemen of London aspiring to ruffianism and cultivating that much encouraged social art, a facetious cry of "I'll have this," accompanied with a clutch at some article of a passing lady's dress. I have known a lady's veil to be thus humorously torn from her face and carried off from the open streets at noon, and I have had the honour of myself giving chase, on Westminster Bridge, to another young ruffian who, in full daylight, early on a summer evening, had nearly thrown a modest young woman into a swoon of indignation and confusion by his shameful manner of attacking her with this cry as she harmlessly passed along before me. Mr. Carlyle, some time since, awakened a little pleasantry by writing of his own experience of the ruffian of the streets. I have seen the ruffian act in exact accordance with Mr. Carlyle's description innumerable times, and I never saw him checked. The blaring use of the very worst language possible in our public thoroughfares, especially in those set apart for recreation, is another disgrace to us, and another result of constabular contemplation, the like of which I have never heard in any other country to which my uncommercial travels have extended. Years ago, when I had a near interest in certain children who were sent with their nurses for air and exercise into the Regent's Park, I found this evil to be so abhorrent and horrible there that I called public attention to it, and also to its contemplative reception by the police. Looking afterwards into the newest Police Act, and finding that the offence was punishable under it, I resolved, when striking occasion should arise, to try my hand as prosecutor. The occasion arose soon enough, and I ran the following gauntlet. The utterer of the base coin in question was a girl of 17 or 18, who, with a suitable attendance of blackguards, youths and boys, was flaunting along the streets, returning from an Irish funeral, in a progress interspersed with singing and dancing. She had turned round to me and expressed herself in the most audible manner, to the great delight of that select circle. I attended the party on the opposite side of the way for a mile further, and then encountered a police constable. The party had made themselves merry at my expense until now, but seeing me speak to the constable, its male members instantly took to their heels, leaving the girl alone. I asked the constable, did he know my name? Yes, he did. Take that girl into custody on my charge for using bad language in the streets. He had never heard of such a charge. I had. Would he take my word that he should get into no trouble? Yes, sir, he would do that. So he took the girl, and I went home for my police act. With this potent instrument in my pocket, I literally as well as figuratively returned to the charge, and presented myself at the police station of the district. There I found on duty a very intelligent inspector. They are all intelligent men, who likewise had never heard of such a charge. I showed him my clause, and we went over it together twice or thrice. It was plain, and I engaged to wait upon the suburban magistrate tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. In the morning I put my police act in my pocket again, and waited on the suburban magistrate. I was not quite so courteously received by him as I should have been by the Lord Chancellor or the Lord Chief Justice, but that was a question of good breeding on the suburban magistrate's part, and I had my clause ready with its leaf turned down, which was enough for me. Conference took place between the magistrate and clerk respecting the charge. During conference I was evidently regarded as a much more objectionable person than the prisoner, one giving trouble by coming there voluntarily, which the prisoner could not be accused of doing. The prisoner had been got up, since I last had the pleasure of seeing her, with a great effect of white apron and straw bonnet. She reminded me of an elder sister of Red Riding Hood, and I seemed to remind the sympathizing chimney sweep by whom she was attended of the wolf. The magistrate was doubtful, Mr. Uncommercial traveller, whether this charge could be entertained. It was not known. Mr. Uncommercial traveller replied that he wished it were better known, and that, if he could afford the leisure, he would use his endeavours to make it so. There was no question about it, however, he contended. Here was the clause. The clause was handed in, and more conference resulted. After which I was asked the extraordinary question, "Mr. Uncommercial, do you really wish this girl to be sent to prison?" To which I grimly answered, staring, "If I didn't, why should I take the trouble to come here?" Finally I was sworn and gave my agreeable evidence in detail, and White Riding Hood was fined 10 shillings under the clause, or sent to prison for so many days. "Why, Lord bless you, sir," said the police officer, who showed me out, with a great enjoyment of the jest of her having been got up so effectively, and caused so much hesitation. "If she goes to prison, that'll be nothing new to her. She comes from Charles Street, Drury Lane." The police, all things considered, are an excellent force, and I have borne my small testimony to their merits. Constabular contemplation is the result of a bad system, a system which is administered, not invented, by the man in constable's uniform, employed at 20 shillings a week. He has his orders, and would be marked for discouragement if he overstepped them. That the system is bad there needs no lengthened argument to prove, because the fact is self-evident. If it were anything else, the results that have attended it could not possibly have come to pass. Who will say that under a good system our streets could have got into their present state? The objection to the whole police system, as concerning the ruffian, may be stated, and its failure exemplified, as follows. It is well known that on all great occasions, when they come together in numbers, the mass of the English people are their own trustworthy police. It is well known that wheresoever there is collected together any fair general representation of the people, a respect for law and order, and a determination to discountenance lawlessness and disorder may be relied upon. As to one another, the people are a very good police, and yet are quite willing in their good nature that the stipendiary police should have the credit of the people's moderation. But we are, all of us, powerless against the ruffian, because we submit to the law, and it is his only trade, by superior force and by violence, to defy it. Moreover, we are constantly admonished from high places, like so many Sunday school children out for a holiday of buns and milk and water, that we are not to take the law into our own hands, but are to hand our defense over to it. It is clear that the common enemy to be punished and exterminated first of all is the ruffian. It is clear that he is, of all others, the offender for whose repressal we maintain a costly system of police. Him, therefore, we expressly present to the police to deal with, conscious that, on the whole, we can and do deal reasonably well with one another. Him the police deal with so inefficiently and absurdly that he flourishes and multiplies, and, with all his evil deeds upon his head, as notoriously as his hat is, pervades the street with no more let or hindrance than ourselves. This ends chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Uncommercial Traveler by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 31. Aboard Ship. My journeys as uncommercial traveler for the firm of Human Interest Brothers have not slackened since I last reported of them, but have kept me continually on the move. I remain in the same idle employment. I never solicit an order. I never get any commission. I am the rolling stone that gathers no moss, unless any should by chance be found among these samples. Some half a year ago, I found myself in my idlest, dreamiest, and least accountable condition altogether, on board ship, in the harbor of the city of New York, in the United States of America. Of all the good ships afloat, mine was the good ship Russia, Captain Cook, Cunard Line, bound for Liverpool. What more could I wish for? I had nothing to wish for but a prosperous passage. My salad days, when I was green of visage and seasick, being gone with better things, and no worse, no coming event cast its shadow before. I might but a few moments previously have imitated Sterne, and said, "And yet, methinks, Eugenius," laying my forefinger wistfully on my coat sleeve, thus, "And yet, methinks, Eugenius, 'tis but sorry work to part with thee, for what fresh fields, my dear Eugenius, can be fresher than thou art, and in what pastures new shall I find Eliza, or call her, Eugenius, if thou wilt, Annie?" I say I might have done this, but Eugenius was gone, and I hadn't done it. I was resting on a skylight on the hurricane deck, watching the working of the ship very slowly about, that she might head for England. It was high noon on a most brilliant day in April, and the beautiful bay was glorious and glowing. Full many a time on shore there had I seen the snow come down, 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 itself like down, until it lay deep in all the ways of men, and particularly, as it seemed, in my way, for I had not gone dry-shod many hours for months. Within 2 or 3 days last past had I watched the feathery fall setting in with the ardour of a new idea, instead of dragging at the skirts of a worn-out winter, and permitting glimpses of a fresh young spring. But a bright sun and a clear sky had melted the snow in the great crucible of nature, and it had been poured out again that morning over sea and land, transformed into myriads of gold and silver sparkles. The ship was fragrant with flowers. Something of the old Mexican passion for flowers may have gradually passed into North America, where flowers are luxuriously grown and tastefully combined in the richest profusion. But, be that as it may, such gorgeous farewells in flowers had come on board, that the small officer's cabin on deck, which I tenanted, bloomed over into the adjacent scuppers, and banks of other flowers that it couldn't hold made a garden of the unoccupied tables in the passengers' saloon. These delicious scents of the shore, mingling with the fresh airs of the sea, made the atmosphere a dreamy and enchanting one, and so, with the watch aloft setting all the sails, and with the screw below revolving at a mighty rate, and occasionally giving the ship an angry shake for resisting, I fell into my idlest ways and lost myself. As, for instance, whether it was I lying there, or some other entity even more mysterious, was a matter I was far too lazy to look into. What did it signify to me if it were I, or to the more mysterious entity if it were he? Equally as to the remembrances that drowsily floated by me, or by him, Why ask when or where the things happened? Was it not enough that they befell at some time, somewhere? There was that assisting at the church service on board another steamship one Sunday in a stiff breeze, perhaps on the passage out. No matter. Pleasant to hear the ship's bells go as like church bells as they could. Pleasant to see the watch off duty mustered and come in. Best hats, best guernseys, washed hands and faces, smoothed heads. But then arose a set of circumstances so rampantly comical that no check which the gravest intentions could put upon them would hold them in hand. Thus the scene. Some 70 passengers assembled at the saloon tables, prayer books on tables, ship rolling heavily. Pause. No minister. Rumour has related that a modest young clergyman on board has responded to the captain's request that he will officiate. Pause again, and very heavy rolling. Closed double doors suddenly burst open, and 2 strong stewards skate in, supporting minister between them. General appearance as of somebody picked up drunk and incapable, and under conveyance to station house. Stoppage, pause, and particularly heavy rolling. Stewards watch their opportunity and balance themselves, but cannot balance minister, who, struggling with a drooping head and a backward tendency, seems determined to return below, while they are as determined that he shall be got to the reading desk in mid-saloon. Desk portable, sliding away down a long table, and aiming itself at the breasts of various members of the congregation. Here the double doors, which have been carefully closed by other stewards, fly open again, and worldly passenger tumbles in, seemingly with pale ale designs, who, seeking friends, says, "Joe!" Perceiving incongruity, says, "Hello, beg your pardon," and tumbles out again. All this time the congregation have been breaking up into sects, as the manner of congregations often is, each sect sliding away by itself, and all pounding the weakest sect, which slid first into the corner. Utmost point of descent soon attained in every corner, and violent rolling. Stewards at length make a dash, conduct minister to the mast in the centre of the saloon, which he embraces with both arms, skate out, and leave him in that condition to arrange affairs with flock. There was another Sunday, when an officer of the ship read the service. It was quiet and impressive, until we fell upon the dangerous and perfectly unnecessary experiment of striking up a hymn. After it was given out, we all rose, but everybody left it to somebody else to begin. Silence resulting, the officer, no singer himself, rather reproachfully gave us the first line again, upon which a rosy pippin of an old gentleman, remarkable throughout the passage for his cheerful politeness, gave a little stamp with his boot, as if he were leading off a country dance, and blithely warbled us into a show of joining. At the end of the first verse we became, through these tactics, so much refreshed and encouraged that none of us, howsoever unmelodious, would submit to be left out of the second verse, while as to the third we lifted up our voices in a sacred howl that left it doubtful whether we were the most boastful of the sentiments we united in professing, or of professing them with a most discordant defiance of time and tune. Lord bless us, thought I, when the fresh remembrance of these things made me laugh heartily alone in the dead water-gurgling waste of the night, what time I was wedged into my berth by a wooden bar, or I must have rolled out of it. What errand was I then upon, and to what Abyssinian point had public events then marched? No matter as to me, and as to them, if the wonderful popular rage for a plaything, utterly confounding in its inscrutable unreason, I had not then lighted on a poor young savage boy, and a poor old screw of a horse, and hauled the first off by the hair of his princely head to inspect the British volunteers, and hauled the second off by the hair of his equine tail to the Crystal Palace, why, so much the better for all of us outside Bedlam. So, sticking to the ship, I was at the trouble of asking myself would I like to show the grog distribution in the fiddle at noon to the Grand United Amalgamated Total Abstinence Society? Yes, I think I should. I think it would do them good to smell the rum under the circumstances. Over the grog, mixed in a bucket, presides the boatswain's mate, small tin can in hand. Enter the crew, the guilty consumers, the grown-up brood of giant despair, in contradiction to the band of youthful angel hope. Some in boots, some in leggings, some in top-hauling overalls, some in frocks, some in pea-coats, a very few in jackets, most with sou'wester hats, all with something rough and rugged round the throat, all dripping salt water where they stand, all pelted by weather, besmeared with grease, and blackened by the sooty rigging. Each man's knife in its sheath in his girdle, loosened for dinner. As the first man, with a knowingly kindled eye, watches the filling of the poisoned chalice, truly but a very small tin mug, to be prosaic, and tossing back his head, tosses the contents into himself, and passes the empty chalice and passes on. So the second man, with an anticipatory wipe of his mouth on sleeve or handkerchief, bides his turn, and drinks, and hands and passes on, in whom, and in each as his turn approaches, beams a knowingly kindled eye, a brighter temper, and a suddenly awakened tendency to be jocose with some shipmate. Nor do I even observe that the man in charge of a ship's lamps, who in right of his office has a double allowance of poisoned chalices, seems thereby vastly degraded, even though he empties the chalices into himself, one after the other, much as if he were delivering their contents at some absorbent establishment in which he had no personal interest. But, vastly comforted, I noted them all to be, on deck presently, even to the circulation of redder blood in their cold blue knuckles, and when I look up at them lying out on the yards, and holding on for life among the beating sails, I cannot for my life see the justice of visiting on them, or on me, the drunken crimes of any number of criminals arraigned at the heaviest of assizes. Abetting myself in my idle humour, I closed my eyes, and recalled life on board of one of those mail packets, as I lay part of that day in the Bay of New York. Oh, the regular life began, mine always did, for I never got to sleep afterwards, with the rigging of the pump while it was yet dark, and washing down of decks. Any enormous giant at a prodigious hydropathic establishment, conscientiously undergoing the water cure in all its departments, and extremely particular about cleaning his teeth, would make those noises: slosh, splash, scrub, rub, toothbrush, bubble, swash, splash, bubble, toothbrush, splash, splash, bubble, rub. Then the day would break, and, descending from my berth by a graceful ladder composed of half-open drawers beneath it, I would reopen my outer deadlight and my inner sliding window, closed by a watchman during the water cure, and would look out at the long rolling, lead-coloured, white-topped waves over which the dawn, on a cold winter morning, cast a level, lonely glance, and through which the ship fought her melancholy way at a terrific rate. And now, lying down again, awaiting the season for broiled ham and tea, I would be compelled to listen to the voice of conscience, the screw. It might be, in some cases, no more than the voice of stomach, but I called it in my fancy by the higher name, because it seemed to me that we were all of us, all day long, endeavouring to stifle a voice, because it was under everybody's pillow, everybody's plate, everybody's camp stool, everybody's book, everybody's occupation, because we pretended not to hear it, especially at meal times, evening whist, and morning conversation on deck. But it was always among us in an under monotone, not to be drowned in pea soup, not to be shuffled with cards, not to be diverted by books, not to be knitted into any pattern, not to be walked away from. It was smoked in the weediest cigar and drunk in the strongest cocktail. It was conveyed on deck at noon with limp ladies who lay there in their wrappers until the stars shone. It waited at table with the stewards. Nobody could put it out with the lights. It was considered, as on shore, ill-bred to acknowledge the voice of conscience. It was not polite to mention it. One squally day an amiable gentleman in love gave much offence to a surrounding circle, including the object of his attachment, by saying of it, after it had goaded him over 2 easy chairs and a skylight, "Screw!" Sometimes it would appear subdued. In fleeting moments, when bubbles of champagne pervaded the nose, or when there was hot pot in the bill of fare, or when an old dish we had regularly every day was described in that official document by a new name. Under such excitements, one would almost believe it hushed. The ceremony of washing plates on deck, performed after every meal by a circle as of ringers of crockery triple bob majors for a prize, would keep it down. Hauling the reel, taking the sun at noon, posting the 24 hours run, altering the ship's time by the meridian, casting the waste food overboard, and attracting the eager gulls that followed in our wake. These events would suppress it for a while. But the instant any break or pause took place in any such diversion, the voice would be at it again, importuning us to the last extent. A newly married young pair, who walked the deck affectionately some 20 miles per day, would, in the full flush of their exercise, suddenly become stricken by it, and stand trembling, but otherwise immovable, under its reproaches. When this terrible monitor was most severe with us was when the time approached for our retiring to our dens for the night. When the lighted candles in the saloon grew fewer and fewer, when the deserted glasses with spoons in them grew more and more numerous, when waifs of toasted cheese and strays of sardines fried in batter slid languidly to and fro in the table racks, when the man who always read had shut up his book and blown out his candle, when the man who always talked had ceased from troubling, when the man who was always medically reported as going to have delirium tremens had put it off till tomorrow, when the man who every night devoted himself to a midnight smoke on deck 2 hours in length, and who every night was in bed within 10 minutes afterwards, was buttoning himself up in his 3rd coat for his hardy vigil. For then, as we fell off one by one, and entering our several hutches, came into a peculiar atmosphere of bilge water and Windsor soap, the voice would shake us to the centre. Woe to us when we sat down on our sofa, watching the swinging candle forever trying and retrying to stand upon his head, or our coat upon its peg, imitating us as we appeared in our gymnastic days by sustaining itself horizontally from the wall, in emulation of the lighter and more facile towels. Then would the voice especially claim us for its prey, and rend us all to pieces. Lights out, we in our berths and the wind rising, the voice grows angrier and deeper. Under the mattress and under the pillow, under the sofa and under the washing stand, under the ship and under the sea, seeming to rise from the foundations under the earth with every scoop of the great Atlantic. And oh, why scoop so? Always the voice. Vain to deny its existence in the night season. Impossible to be hard of hearing. Screw, screw, screw. Sometimes it lifts out of the water and revolves with a whir, like a ferocious firework. Except that it never expends itself, but is always ready to go off again. Sometimes it seems to be in anguish and shivers. Sometimes it seems to be terrified by its last plunge, and has a fit which causes it to struggle, quiver, and for an instant stop. And now the ship sets in rolling, as only ships so fiercely screwed through time and space, day and night, fair weather and foul, can roll. Did she ever take a roll before like that last? Did she ever take a roll before like this worse one that is coming now?
Here's the partition at my ear down in the deep on the lee side. Are we ever coming up again together? I think not. The partition and I are so long about it that I really do believe we have overdone it this time. Heavens, what a scoop! What a deep scoop! What a hollow scoop! What a long scoop! Will it never end? And can we bear the heavy mass of water we have taken on board, and which has let loose all the table furniture in the officers' mess, and has beaten upon the door of a little passage between the purser and me, and is swashing about, even there and even here? The purser snores reassuringly, and the ship's bells striking, I hear the cheerful "All's well" of the watch musically given back the length of the deck, as the lately divining partition, now high in air, tries, unsoftened by what we have gone through together, to force me out of bed and berth. All's well. Comforting to know, though surely all might be better. Put aside the rolling and the rush of water, and think of darting through such darkness with such velocity. Think of any other similar object coming in the opposite direction. Whether there may be an attraction in two such moving bodies out at sea, which may help accident to bring them into collision. Thoughts, too, arise, the voice never silent all the while, but marvellously suggestive, of the gulf below, of the strange, unfruitful mountain ranges and deep valleys over which we are passing, of monstrous fish midway, of the ship suddenly altering her course on her own account, and with a wild plunge settling down, and making that voyage with a crew of dead discoverers. Now, too, one recalls an almost universal tendency on the part of passengers to stumble, at some time or other in the day, on the topic of a certain large steamer making this same run, which was lost at sea and never heard of more. Everybody has seemed under a spell, compelling approach to the threshold of the grim subject, stoppage, discomfiture, and pretense of never having been near it. The boatswain's whistle sounds. A change in the wind, hoarse orders issuing, and the watch very busy. Sails come crashing home overhead, ropes that seem all knot, ditto. Every man engaged appears to have 20 feet, with 20 times the average amount of stamping power in each. Gradually the noise slackens, the hoarse cries die away, the boatswain's whistle softens into the soothing and contented notes, which rather reluctantly admit that the job is done for the time, and the voice sets in again. Thus come unintelligible dreams of uphill and down, and swinging and swaying, until consciousness revives of atmospherical Windsor soap and bilge water, and the voice announces that the giant has come for the water cure again. Such were my fanciful reminiscences as I lay part of that day in the Bay of New York. Oh, also as we passed clear of the Narrows and got out to sea, also in many an idle hour at sea in sunny weather. At length the observations and computations showed that we should make the coast of Ireland tonight. So I stood watch on deck all night tonight to see how we made the coast of Ireland. Very dark, and the sea most brilliantly phosphorescent. Great way on the ship, and double lookout kept. Vigilant captain on the bridge, vigilant first officer looking over the port side, vigilant second officer standing by the quartermaster at the compass, vigilant third officer posted at the stern rail with a lantern. No passengers on the quiet decks, but expectation everywhere nevertheless. The 2 men at the wheel very steady, very serious, and very prompt to answer orders. An order issued sharply now and then, and echoed back. Otherwise the night drags slowly, silently, with no change. All of a sudden, at the blank hour of 2 a.m, a vague movement of relief from a long strain expresses itself in all hands. The third officer's lantern tinkles, and he fires a rocket, and another rocket. A sullen, solitary light is pointed out to me in the black sky yonder.
A change is expected in the light, but none takes place.
"Give him 2 more rockets, Mr. Vigilant."
2 more, and a blue light burnt. All eyes watch the light again. At last a little toy skyrocket is flashed up from it, and even as that small streak in the darkness dies away, we are telegraphed to Queenstown, Liverpool, and London, and back again under the ocean to America. Then up come the half-dozen passengers who are going ashore at Queenstown, and up comes the mail agent in charge of the bags, and up come the men who are to carry the bags into the mail tender that will come off for them out of the harbour. Lamps and lanterns gleam here and there about the decks, and impeding bolts are knocked away with handspikes, and the port-side bulwark, barren but a moment ago, bursts into a crop of heads of seamen, stewards, and engineers. The light begins to be gained upon, begins to be alongside, begins to be left astern. More rockets, and, between us and the land, steams beautifully the Inman steamship City of Paris for New York, outward bound. We observe with complacency that the wind is dead against her, it being with us, and that she rolls and pitches. The sickest passenger on board is the most delighted by this circumstance. Time rushes by as we rush on, and now we see the light in Queenstown harbour, and now the lights of the mail tender coming out to us. What vagaries the mail tender performs on the way in every point of the compass, especially in those where she has no business, and why she performs them heaven only knows. At length she is seen plunging within a cable's length of our port broadside, and is being roared at through our speaking trumpets to do this thing and not to do that, and to stand by the other, as if she were a very demented tender indeed. Then, we slackening amidst a deafening roar of steam, this much-abused tender is made fast to us by hawsers, and the men in readiness carry the bags aboard and return for more, bending under their burdens, and looking just like the pasteboard figures of the miller and his men in the theatre of our boyhood, and comporting themselves almost as unsteadily. All the while the unfortunate tender plunges high and low and is roared at. Then the Queenstown passengers are put on board of her, with infinite plunging and roaring, and the tender gets heaved up on the sea to that surprising extent that she looks within an ace of washing aboard of us, high and dry. Roared at with contumely to the last, this wretched tender is at length let go, with a final plunge of great ignominy, and falls spinning into our wake. The voice of conscience resumed its dominion as the day climbed up the sky, and kept by all of us passengers into port, kept by us as we passed other lighthouses and dangerous islands off the coast, where some of the officers, with whom I stood my watch, had gone ashore in sailing ships in fogs, and of which by that token they seemed to have quite an affectionate remembrance, and passed the Welsh coast, and passed the Cheshire coast, and passed everything and everywhere lying between our ship and her own special dock in the Mersey, off which at last, at 9 of the clock, on a fair evening early in May, we stopped, and the voice ceased. A very curious sensation, not unlike having my own ears stopped, ensued upon that silence, and it was with a no less curious sensation that I went over the side of the good Cunard ship Russia, whom prosperity attend through all her voyages, and surveyed the outer hull of the gracious monster that the voice had inhabited. So, perhaps, shall we all, in the spirit, one day survey the frame that held the busier voice from which my vagrant fancy derived this similitude. This ends chapter 31.